also a ray of hope towards a two-state solution. Honourable members, the second topic I would like to address is enlargement, with a focus on the Western Balkans. In these years, we have shifted gear in our approach to the region. We have realized that it is not enough to just wait for the Western Balkans to move closer to us. It is not enough to say that the door is open. We must also take responsibility and support their path towards our union in any possible way. This is why we have created our growth plan for the Western Balkans. This is why we have opened accession negotiations with Albania and North Macedonia. And this is why we have committed to doing the same with Bosnia and Herzegovina. Today, we, the College, are presenting a report on Bosnia and Herzegovina and the progress. It is a factual analysis of the latest developments, and it draws a very clear picture. Since we granted candidate status, Bosnia and Herzegovina has taken impressive steps forward. More progress has been achieved in just over a year than in a whole decade. First, Bosnia and Herzegovina is now fully aligned with our foreign and security policy, which is crucial in these times of geopolitical turmoil. Second, the country is adopting important laws, such as the prevention of conflict of interest. It has been stalled for 7 years. Now it is adopted. And the law on anti-money laundering and countering terrorist financing. Third, the management of migration flows continues to improve, with negotiations on a Frontex agreement now ready to begin after the presidency endorsed the negotiating framework. Fourth, the Ministry of Justice has agreed to include in the domestic criminal records the judgments of the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia. And fifth, on dialogue and reconciliation, a new peace-building steering committee has just become operational. Of course, more progress is necessary to join our union, but the country is showing that it can deliver on its membership criteria and on its citizens' aspirations to be part of our family. The good news comes now. This is the reason that we will decide to recommend to the Council to open accession negotiations with Bosnia and Herzegovina. So the message coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina is clear. So our message, as you just did, must be clear too. The future of Bosnia and Herzegovina lies in our union. Thank you very much, and long live Europe.
Thank you very much. And now we start with the round of political leaders, starting with the EPP Group President Manfred Weber.
Madam President of Parliament, Commission, Council Representative, dear colleagues, I first of all want to thank Commission President for today's announcements. First of all, on the active help for Gaza, together with our Cypriot friends, and also the announcement that Bosnia and Herzegovina gets the status of really starting the negotiations now. Good news. Thank you so much. Today I want to focus on the perspective of the citizens of Europe, and the biggest demand in this moment of time is security in a broader sense. Europe must take its security into its own hands. As Adam Smith wrote, I quote, "Security is more important than wealth. There can be no successful economy and social security system in an insecure society." That's why we have to prioritize now security. For us as EPP, we had our Congress last week in Bucharest. This is deeply rooted in our DNA. We were shaping NATO of today in the past, and even today we are leading the way towards NATO in Sweden and Finland. Our member parties as EPP were the first to call for NATO membership. Socialists, I have again to say, opposed over decades for joining the NATO in Sweden and Finland. Today we welcome both of them inside of the family, and we think NATO and EU together, now with a Commissioner of Defence, a single market for defence, are EPP initiatives. EPP has put this also in our manifesto for the next 5 years, and we will deliver. But after this, we have to do further steps. Security in a broader sense. Example 1, production security. Europe must become more competitive, but also use its competitiveness against Putin. We are the third largest economy in the world, 10 times in size as Russia's economy is. If we work together, no aggressor stands a chance against our production and innovation capabilities. But are we really using them? The Taurus debate is damaging, but just as damaging is that we are not ramping up our production. We are simply harming ourselves. Every war-relevant product that is not manufactured in the European Union benefits Putin. We must do more so that Ukraine does not run out of weapons and ammunition. Example 2, food security. The first thing Putin interrupted in Ukraine was grain production. Food security is not a luxury, but a vital asset. Farmers must be able to produce affordable and safe food at critical times. In the first year of the war, food price rose by 1/5. We were able to counteract this, not with bureaucracy, but with reducing the burden on farmers. More grain instead of less helps the free world. The next CIP must place a greater emphasis on its own food security for Europe. Agriculture is a strategic economic sector to make Europe more sovereign. Every farmer contributes, making Europe stronger. Example 3, energy security. Energy is not just a commodity, it keeps hospitals open and factories running. It is not without reason that European integration was founded on the defence and on energy. They are two sides of the same coin. They provide security. Example 4, raw materials security. Innovation and access to necessary raw materials goes hand in hand. There will be not any innovative Europe if we depend on autocratic regimes to produce our innovation. To be secure, Europe must ensure access to the most important raw materials for technologies of the future. We have to stop being dependent on Russian gas, yes, but now we should not become dependent on Chinese lithium. Europe's security is being defended in Ukraine, but we are creating the conditions for this inside of the European Union. Let us think comprehensively about security for tomorrow. We can do it, so let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weber. And now the President of the S&D Group, Irache Garcia Perez.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Putin's invasion of Ukraine and the massacre of Palestinians under Netanyahu's orders in Palestine are two events which may radically change our lives. At stake in Ukraine and Gaza are international law and the right of people to live freely. But we cannot resign ourselves to feeling compassion for Ukraine and Palestine, because compassion only lasts if it's turned into action. We need to remain steadfast in our desire to help Ukraine. We've had 13 sanctions packages against Russia. We've had 50 billion to maintain the state of Ukraine. And these commitments need to be continued, and we need to also step them up by providing Zelensky with the weapons that he needs. Using 300 billion euros worth of frozen Russian assets to supply Ukraine with war material is an essential step. The war on Ukraine is shaking the pillars of Europe's security architecture, so we therefore must also bolster our response capacity. It's high time to advance strategic autonomy and endow ourselves with new capacities without detracting from our commitment to NATO and its deterrent power. Joint procurement of military material, inspired by how we did it with vaccines, in order to spend more effectively and in Europe, and involving the EIB in joint projects in the defence industry are essential proposals. But the fact that they're essential does not exempt us from raising awareness among citizens who have been born and brought up over decades in a culture of peace. Because there is no security if we don't have peace. and peace cannot wait any longer in the Middle East. We have the responsibility to prevent the Palestinian people from being crushed by an apartheid regime that Netanyahu's government has set up over time in the face of division in the European Union. 30,000 deaths, 70,000 injured, 1.7 million displaced people, and the destruction of a region, Gaza, which is no longer habitable. What soul does the European Union have if it's not able to speak with one voice in the face of Netanyahu's contempt for the most basic rules of humanity? What soul does the European Union have if it does not act united when the Palestinian people are being besieged, condemned to hunger and thirst, driven from their homes and terrorized by indiscriminate military attacks? What soul does the European Union have if it is not united when civilians are being murdered while they try to obtain food from humanitarian convoys? Ladies and gentlemen, Gaza is sinking into destruction, and we need to send a clear message to Netanyahu to put an end to his impunity. We urgently need a ceasefire. We need to release hostages. We need to supply food and medicines via land. We need to impose sanctions on violent settlers in the West Bank, and we need to hold an international peace conference which leads to the creation of a Palestinian state. And Mr. Weber, you mentioned the EPP Congress in Bucharest. You did not go to Bucharest to demand that Netanyahu stops the systematic violation of humanitarian rights in Gaza. You went to Bucharest to talk about how shameful the socialists are. Do you know what is shameful in the 21st century? Your alliance with the far right, your blessing of a far right which destroyed Europe in the 20th century, your collusion with leaders of the far right who are the criminal Putin's best friends in the European Union, and the fact that you're complicit with autocrats who only want to destroy the European project. But in the face of their project of hate and pessimism, we will continue building a Europe of opportunities with directives such as the one adopted yesterday on digital platforms, Europe that makes progress in public services, and with the directive on violence against women. It's a Europe of opportunities and the best values. Thank you.
The floor now to the President of Renew Europe Group, Valérie Hayer.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, colleagues, once again at this summit, the heads of state and government will have the crucial task of making sure Europe speaks with one voice for Ukraine. Ukraine, which is standing up courageously to the Russian aggressor. Our support is and must remain total. We are not going to be intimidated by missiles fired close to heads of government. We're not going to be intimidated by putting someone on a wanted list. On the contrary, we are more determined than ever to make sure Ukraine wins. So there is not going to be a pause in our support. There's no reason for Ukraine to stop defending itself or wave the white flag. Ukraine should not have to negotiate on the integrity of its territory. We have to make sure we continue supporting Ukraine. There is no point talking to Putin. He's only interested in talking about justifying his war. And we know what would happen if we waver. Not only would it be a disaster for the Ukrainians, but it would also be an unprecedented threat to our European Union. This is why it is vital for the leaders to agree on military aid now. This is what is urgent. The security of Ukraine is Europe's security. Colleagues, once again, at this summit, the heads of state and government will have the crucial task of making Europe speak with one voice. A single voice to recall our support to the Israeli people following the horror of the 7th of October Hamas terror attack, and for the hostages still being held who must be released. However, I want to be clear about our shock at the recent images, which are indescribable and unacceptable. Israel, so proud of its democracy, must live up to its values. It is vital for all humanitarian aid to reach the civilian population of the Gaza Strip without constraint, without a shot being fired, without victims. Our group calls for an immediate ceasefire, which is a necessary prerequisite for a two-state solution which we want more than ever and which more than ever is necessary to guarantee peace and stability in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to the co-president of the Greens Alliance, Philippe Lamberts. 2.5 minutes.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Colleagues, once again, I'm going to talk to you about something which was not mentioned in Ms. Habib's speech or in the speech by the President of the Commission, because next week's summit will also be a summit for the euro area. Well, I looked at the Eurogroup's conclusions, so that means the ministers from EU countries who presented the conclusions or prepared the conclusions for the countries in the zone euro area. And we find two things in those conclusions which we should look at. The first of all, they want to reduce taxes on capital, and they also want to deregulate finances by including something which set off the crisis in 2008, securitization, and this would end up making the rich richer, and this really is this trickle-down economy that people talk about, and this all adds to the decisions taken by the heads of state and government to condemn themselves to austerity by adopting senseless budget restrictions and decisions on geopolitical and environmental and economic terms. And when we need funds and we need authorities to take action, but this is condemning our people to austerity, and it's Alex de Croo, Mette Frederiksen and Macron as well. He says if we want to finance the defence funds and finance the green transition, then cuts will need to be made in social security. But I would like to ask, who's going to pay the price for budget cuts, social security cuts, for example, unemployment benefit, disability benefit? What about medical costs? And who's going to pay the inevitable increases in consumption taxes? Who will pay for the impact of climate change? Who will pay the price because of droughts, because of floods, and what the effects on their health? I don't think it will be those people who have capital. No, it's the ordinary citizens of the European Union who will pay that price. So heads of state and government in the EU, those people who say that they are our leaders, they really have lost their way. It's almost like they want to fuel votes for nationalist parties in the elections. They, as heads of government, need to defend the general public interest, and this should not be confused with the interests of those who have capital.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lamberts. And now for the ECR Group, Beata Szydło.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Szanowne Panie.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, security is the most important issue for Europeans at the present time, and it's good that we're talking about it now, and it's good that the European Council is going to be discussing Europe's defence. But if we want a secure Europe. In the many respects that have been discussed, we must, above all, take a look at the decisions which have been taken hitherto by the European Commission, by the European Parliament. Clearly, Europe is safer and Europeans can feel safe. But are we able to be competitive? Are we able to defend our agriculture? Are we in a position to defend Ukraine by delivering the arms and munitions it needs? How can we do that without a defense industry? How can we develop an arms industry if we are destroying our economy? We need steelworks, we need steel, we need a developing economy. How can we think in terms of Europe's food security if we introduce rules and regulations which effectively eliminate Europe's farming sector? We have to learn the lessons and correct the mistakes. Mistakes have been made. Europe's economy, Europe's farming are experiencing problems. It is the Green Deal that is at the root of these problems. We must solve these problems. I'm not saying we shouldn't protect the climate, but we must be rational and we must think first in terms of Europe's security and the security of Europe's people.
The President of the ID Group, Marco Zanni.
Grazie. Thank you. Thank you, President. I'd like to speak today about two issues that are on the agenda for the Council Summit, and they're linked. The situation in Ukraine, the discussion, the debate about security, defense, appears to me one of the pillars, if you like, of the legislative activity for the years to come, and agriculture. Now, beginning with the first, week after week, it appears that we're going down a very dangerous path indeed, because a number of different European leaders are sacrificing to a certain extent their support for Ukraine, and they're moving in a different direction. So it seems that some want to disseminate the idea that we have a European situation where we're preparing for war, in other words, a war footing. It's a very, very dangerous concept, I feel. It's dangerous in its consequences, and it's really not compatible with the European project, I feel. And the Council has the obligation to discuss this particular issue, the value of cooperation. The value of cooperation, that is the cornerstone of the European Union, an institution which in 2012, which was given the Peace Prize, the Nobel Peace Prize, for a continent, for having created this peaceful space, suddenly is a continent which is preparing itself for war, and we are not ready to support. It's not that we're not ready to support Ukraine, that we want to support it, but it ought to be a peace project, not a military project. It's not a project of defense, it's a project for peaceful coexistence, essentially. And as I was saying, the issue of agriculture, very, very closely linked to what's going on right now in Ukraine. We've seen in the last meeting of the Council where these two issues were brought together, and it's quite clear that they have to be discussed together as well. Now, in the Council to come as well, support for Ukraine goes hand in hand with support for those that are most vulnerable in the European Union, confronting major difficulties indeed. And one of those categories are farmers. So I do feel that there has to be that mea culpa sense right now within the European Union. A lot has been done, many errors. A very fallacious policy has been adopted in the past as concerns agriculture. And particularly during this last legislature, numerous different problems have arisen. It's not enough to simply follow the particular approach that's there right now. We have to make it clear that changes are necessary. On the one hand, we have prices. On the other hand, we cut support for farmers. Not possible.
Obrigado, Sra. Presidente. Que poderemos esperar da próxima reunião?
Thank you very much. What can we expect from the next council meeting? Specific responses to all of the huge problems that people are facing, increased living costs, wars, sanctions, speculation, also wages going down, and we need perhaps investments to deal with these problems, more investment in health, in housing, in education, more assistance for small and medium-sized producers. When it comes to interest rate increases, for many families, we need to find solutions. We also need to ratify the nuclear weapons treaty. I'm not sure what will happen, but I don't think the big solutions that affect these issues will actually be put on the table, because we need these responses. We need these answers. What's happening is there's a focus on profit, on making money, and lots of these wars are based on militarism. Ms. von der Leyen, more than 5 months have passed since the Israeli aggression on Palestine. Thousands of victims in Gaza, most are women and children. We've seen an intense blockade which stops access to essential goods and food. And this is leading to starvation, death, suffering, and this is genocide. This is an embarrassing situation. We've had enough of this, of the EU being complicit. We need to stop this, and we need to have an immediate ceasefire so that we can have access to assistance immediately. Thank you.
Next is the non-attached members, Maria Angela Danzi. 1 minute.
Grazie, Presidente.
President, thank you very much. Europe is much more confused, and there's great uncertainty on this horizon. But we feel that, indeed, there is that threat. We have a nuclear power, Russia, just across the border. And this particular situation creates great uncertainty. At the same time, we have ambiguous situations created by the situation in Gaza as well. So we need a more authentic discussion, an open, clear discussion, and we have to make it clear that we want these wars to come to an end, that peace is the only way that we can go. And you cannot achieve peace by sending arms, by sending armies in the direction of war. In the next Council, President, I think it's an opportunity to discuss, to negotiate. Of course, it's not it ought not be part of our narrative, this particular war path that has been taken. We have to move forward in a different spirit. So please, President, please, as a woman, I appeal to you. Let's move in that direction of tranquility and peace and stability. Thank you.
Spätestens seit dem russischen Angriff auf die Ukraine vor
At the very latest 2 years ago, when Russia invaded Ukraine, it became clear that Europe must do more for its defence and security. But instead of working with Europe, Chancellor Scholz in Germany is ignoring Europe is not working with France and is not speaking the truth about Taurus. I think this is encouraging Putin to go further. Putin's Russia started this war. That's why Putin must lose this war. Ukraine must win this war. The aggressor must not achieve his objectives. It would be a loss, a defeat for all of us. Europe needs security, peace, and freedom. Commission President von der Leyen is right when she says Europe needs a real defense policy with a European military, with a European defense industry, closely interconnected with our transatlantic partners in NATO. Only then can Europe's defense be credible. Only then can we deter Putin from further aggression. Only then can we secure peace for the future. For the CDU-CSU members, it is vital for the European Union now to work for peace, security and freedom. Please work with us to achieve it. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kaspari. Next speaker, Pedro Marques.
Thank you, President. Dear President of the Commission, Minister, Representative of the Council, colleagues. O próximo Conselho Europeu será importante para reafirmar.
The next European Council will be important to reiterate our support for Ukraine, but also to demand that a ceasefire, an immediate ceasefire, an unconditional ceasefire be applied in Gaza to deal with the humanitarian disaster that's occurring there. We think it's right that payments be resumed to UNRWA, and we need peace now. Europeans also deserve to be protected from the war. But we have seen living costs go up, and this means that many Europeans are not able to make ends meet. There's a threat to the project, European project, and the European Union needs to provide responses to these problems. We can't abandon strategic autonomy, but we can't also abandon social security policies and cohesion policies. We need to prioritize people's social situation. This is the main concern of many Europeans. Many Europeans have heard Manfred Weber today, and they can't understand how this has not been mentioned in this debate by the EPP, and that unfortunately there are good examples. For example, the digital platforms legislation proposed by Nicola Schmidt. Millions of people as well who have more rights and are in less insecure positions now. We need to fight social inequalities in Europe. Thank you.
Speaker is Ms. Hilde Woutmans.
Goedemorgen, meneer de voorzitter, mevrouw de minister, mevrouw de voorzitter. Vorige sessie heeft u hier gezegd.
Now, good morning. For the last time we said that Europe has to be ready. Now, for our freedom, for our security, we have to be ready and awake. And this can only be achieved if Europe is awake and if Europe is reformed as well, and if Europe has the necessary means and the necessary funds to be able to support this peace that we want in the future. Now, as far as defense industry, I think it's very important, but 1.5 billion for all of this, I think this is only a first step. This is only a first step, and it is not enough. So we really do need to have legislation for defense, for a European army, but a reform of the Union as well. When Orban goes to Trump and the things are said that are said, obviously this is not in Europe's interest. And these are issues which we have to take up, and we have to bolster our policies in the direction now, as well as all of this, there is the humanitarian situation. Look at what is happening in Gaza. We, as Europe, cannot stand by and simply view the death of children. We have to provide for these people. Enlargement extremely important. And we need to take into consideration, of course, the interests in the area, in the Western Balkans, and for that there will be reform necessary. The Union has to support these countries in that process and that entire trajectory moving towards reform, of course. And of course, for all of that, we need unanimity.
Thank you very much, President. The next European Council, leaders will once again talk about the war in Gaza, and it's an opportunity to be firmer in our response to this terrible war. Will they take advantage of this, or will they avoid this? After so many thousands of deaths and so much war and so many lost civilian lives, innocent civilian lives, and there are 130 hostages yet to be released, we need to ensure that the EU works for a permanent ceasefire and a political solution which ends this endless, interminable conflict in the region. We can't allow hunger to be a war strategy. We need to provide assistance to Gaza. But the problem is we need a lot more distribution of assistance by land. And we've not managed to meet the targets of this. We need to take action now. Thank you.
Speaker is Mr. Charlie Weimers.
Thank you, President. Commission President von der Leyen, both you and the EPP want conservative and nationalist support for a second term. But what are you offering? Vague promises to reduce migration and the burden of recently enacted climate legislation? That is simply not enough. If you want our support, show a sincere wish to cooperate to reduce migration and secure the border, end the moratorium on funding physical border barriers today. Reduce EU funding to countries refusing returns of migrants. Listen to Greece. Launch an EU deportation mechanism now. Initiate a full audit of the Climate Pact. Everyone should know the true cost of implementation. Deindustrialization must not be allowed to happen. If President von der Leyen wants to work with us, she can show it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mr. Harald Wilimski.
Thank you very much, President. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the summit, but before that, I'd like to mention, first of all, that the Commission President is no longer here, but last week she was elected by her conservative bubble and selected to be Spitzenkandidat. So absolutely fine. But we ought to understand that this is essentially a form of voting fraud, of electoral fraud. You know that there are no transnational lists. You know that these individuals cannot be elected in this particular fashion. We know that in these European elections that it won't be the Commission President that will be elected. It will be the 700 plus MEPs that will be elected. So I think it really is a false presentation of things when you present this woman like some sort of candidate to be elected by the public in Europe. So I think we ought to be clean on these particular issues of democracy. Ukraine, well, it's an issue once again. We had Orban in the United States. Speaking with Trump, who will probably become the future president of the United States, they're speaking about moving in the direction of peace in that particular corner of Europe. And on the other hand, we have the Pope, who has expressed himself in that particular spirit as well, that we have to move towards peace. In other words, we need to move towards negotiations to bring an end to death, make a space, a European space, which is peaceful and which is secure as well. That is the role of the EU. It isn't a place where war ought to be promoted. Thank you.
EU leaders will gather in 10 days' time with no doubt much informal discussion of the next Commission President. President Ursula von der Leyen has been selected to be the EPP candidate. I apologise, President von der Leyen, but when it comes to Ireland, you just don't get us. That's why I believe a second term for you would be detrimental to Ireland and the EU. Launching your campaign, you commented that you wish to work with those who are pro-NATO. As a neutral country, what does that mean for us in Ireland? You also say you want an EU Defence Commissioner. We are in the midst of a cost of living crisis, a climate crisis, and yet you prioritise a Defence Commissioner? President von der Leyen's agenda does not align with Ireland and the Irish people. We value our independent foreign policy and we don't want any interference in setting that policy. President von der Leyen, keep your hands off Irish neutrality. Accordia, what we need is a Commission President who is committed to a social Europe that puts citizens to the fore of the decision-making process, respects the sovereignty of countries, not a neoliberal pro-militarisation agenda. And I call on Taoiseach Leo Varadkar to make that abundantly clear at the next meeting of the European Council. Guramayigiv Galer.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Kostas Papadakis.
The Council meeting is basically an invitation to war and an escalation in this imperialist war in Ukraine, even including the sending of troops and simply espousing and watching at the same time an unbelievable genocide in Palestine. Paying into the arms industry, supporting it, providing for it. All of these elements are the future European policy, creating this new system to support Israel, to support war. At the same time, we look at the energy paths that are being cut through the continent and efforts in order to liberate ourselves from what? From Russian oil. At the same time, Aspidis project, which is to have its headquarters in Greece, something which is totally inconceivable. It's to the benefit of ship owners, to the benefit of capital. Let's stop wars. Let's call for peace in Palestine. Thank you.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, I will say a few words on enlargement in continuation of what President of the European Commission Ursula von der Leyen just said. Dear colleagues, the last strategic message which the European Union gave to candidate countries was President of the European Commission Jean-Claude Juncker in 2014, when he told candidate countries that there will be no enlargement over the course of the next 5 years. That was then a justified position. It was correct, and I think it was also needed. But much has changed since, and we need to come together as institutions of the European Union and to give a new message to all candidate countries. And I believe this message needs to be that we are going to support these candidate countries to fulfill the accession criteria. The message needs to be, as soon as the accession criteria is fulfilled, the countries will become members of the European Union. Of course, they do not fulfill the accession criteria yet, but the message needs to be we are going to support them, and we are going as European institutions to engage more actively to support these countries to modernize and to fulfill the accession criteria. Accession negotiations with these countries is good for candidate countries, but it is also good for the European Union, because the accession negotiations are the most effective tool that we have to modernize those countries, to reform those countries, to bring them closer to European standards. And this is not only in the interest of candidate countries, but it is also in our interest. The safer our neighboring countries, the candidate countries are, the safer we within the borders of the European Union also are. And this is why I say more ambition, more engagement from our side, clear criteria, no rebates on the criteria, but as soon as criteria is fulfilled, of course, the door should be open, and let's work together as pro-European forces on this. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Moréchan. La prochaine oratrice est Madame.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nathalie Loiseau.
Dans quelques jours, le Conseil va se réunir et
in a few days' time, Council will meet with a huge priority, European defence. It's time to stop hesitating, and it's certainly not time for European disunity, which will only serve Vladimir Putin. No, it's time for action, resolute action in defense of Ukraine. Defending Ukraine is defending Europe's people. We cannot live in security if Ukraine is under attack. But to defend Ukraine, we should stop reacting to Russia's whining. It is time for fear to change sides. Let's not be afraid of Vladimir Putin. He should be afraid of us. If Ukraine lacks munitions, we should buy them wherever they're for sale. The Czech president is right. Is Europe looking for money to finance defense? Let's find it. The Estonian Prime Minister's right. Joint borrowing is the answer. We should be using Russia's frozen assets, the interest from those. Ursula von der Leyen is right. And what are all these red lines we have? We should stop saying what we're not prepared to do. Emmanuel Macron is right. Strategic ambiguity is the order of the day. It is the way to paralyze and turn back the aggressor. It's the only route to peace.
Es geht weiter mit Frau Hanna Neumann.
The next speaker is Hanna Neumann.
Commissioner, Minister, dear colleagues, yes, defense is national responsibility. Responsibility, the treaties say, not narcissism. So why do member states still compete with each other on the defense market instead of procuring together? Why do they still develop and produce duplicating structures rather than streamlining the scarce resources? And why the hell is the defense industry in some member states still exporting ammunition to those first in line and not to those who most need it, namely Ukraine? All of this, dear colleagues, puts the security of European citizens and that of Ukrainians at stake, and we simply can't afford such national egoism any longer. Last week, the Commission has put forward a surprisingly good, I'd say, proposal to fix this mess. It is the European Defence Industry Strategy. There, it invites member states to produce and procure together and to put the needs of Ukrainians up first. I expect member states to wholeheartedly accept this invitation next week. This is the only responsible thing to do.
Thank you very much, Ms. Neumann. And next speaker is Ms. Asita Kanko.
Beste collega's, investeren in defensie blijft...
Thank you, colleagues. Investing in defence is often a taboo. Guns are not considered ethical, but what about war? What naivety? To live in peace, we need to be ready. And we need to be clear about this. Mr. Macron spoke about the war in Ukraine and is causing quite a stir. He spoke the language that Putin can understand. Europe must show that we cannot be messed with. Why do we continue to pretend that we must be submissive? As a woman in a man's world, I know that this is not the case. Europe has long been lying on its back and acting as a doormat for Putin. Our citizens are not proud of that, and Putin is not impressed by that either. We have been naive, and we've brought war back to Europe. And with this attitude, we need to be ready and invest in defence, and we need to play our part in NATO as well. A country like Belgium is in NATO, but there's a lack of self-respect. We need to take responsibility within NATO. We need to have a strategically independent industry, and this is important for the European defence strategy presented by the Commission.
Ms. Kinga Gál, please.
Thank you very much, President and Commissioner. The European Council should focus on agriculture. This is a very important issue. It's a strategic issue which will determine people's lives and farmers' lives for a long time to come. It's strategic because European Union needs to take more responsibility in maintaining the living of farmers. But when it comes to defence as well, everything needs to be based on a European defence system. And in structures and in the budgets, this needs to be consistent. We also need to focus on stopping illegal migration. Now, when it comes to Ukraine, we need to focus on peace. We need to have a ceasefire, which leads to peace negotiations. We stand for Ukraine's territorial sovereignty, but we believe that we need to end the war as soon as possible, and we should not try to extend this war. It's only through peace that we'll be able to stop this. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mr. Ludziek Niedermayer.
Thank you very much, Chair. Topics of this Council is closely linked to our security, especially in broad sense. Support of Ukraine, more sanctions on Russia, Belarus, or the countries supporting a Russian war are must today for us. Promoting the ability of EU defence by necessary investments on the Member States level and the better cooperation is another dimension of this issue. Today, as Czech Republic is celebrating 25 years in the NATO, I am grateful that Finland and Sweden is also in. Enlargement is not only essential for the stability and security of the countries in Western Balkans, but this is also part of our security concern, similarly to our diplomatic efforts and humanitarian support in the Middle East. These all are extremely demanding topics for the EU agenda, but very necessary for securing our security. This time, economy and competitiveness is not on the spotlight of Council agenda, but they are also very important for our security, stability and the prosperity. I hope the Council will be able to get back to these very important issues in the near future, as we really need to achieve the improvement in order to promote the better progress of the EU in this front. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Niedermayer. Next speaker is Mr. Brando Benifei.
The words of President von der Leyen this morning are not convincing. At the same moment, Orban is meeting Trump, and Netanyahu has said that there will no longer be a Palestinian state. So at this moment, either the European Union is going to disappear or it's going to become huge and prominent in the decisions for the future. Enlargement, very good, but it's not enough. Europe cannot defend international rights ad infinitum. It has to do what it can, and it has to provide reforms. But of course, these reforms are something that require support of all. We don't want any retrograding, any moving back on these particular issues. We have to work together with these countries of the Balkans. But it's also the member states themselves that have to take a number of steps as far as defending human rights and rule of law. So I think it's very important for the Commission to become a real leader and really take the position that it ought to take at this ever so critical moment. Thank you.
Vice President Jan-Christoph Oetjen. Bitte.
Verehrte Kolleginnen und Kollegen,
colleagues, we are at a turning point in history. We're at a turning point in history because at the moment, the question is being asked whether the member states of this European Union have understood the very serious situation that we're in. The question is being asked whether we will ensure that member states can jump beyond their shadows. We need to focus on the next steps urgently. We've been discussing these things for so long, colleagues. We need to have a common defence policy, joint procurement. Of course, we need to take these steps. But I call on member states to stop talking about what's not working. Start talking about what you want to do, because that is what will bring the European Union forward. We're in a new era now. where we have a threat from outside the EU, a time in which we Europeans need to stand together even more closely, including in defence. Let's experience this change in era.
Geht weiter mit Herrn Robert Ross.
We now move on to Mr. Robert Ross.
De Europese burger zit vast in een gevangenis. In de klimaatcrisis.
The citizens of Europe are sitting in prison, chained in a cell, put there by Frans Timmermans and Diederik Samsom. They cannot escape the shackles of the Green Deal. And those are not my words. This is the head of the Green Deal cabinet, Diederik Samson, who used to be a Greenpeace activist, who said that he had to devise this policy in a way that you couldn't abandon this policy. For 40 years, he said, we hadn't paid enough for energy and food, and now we have to pay more. And that's exactly what happened. Energy and food became more expensive. But companies are leaving as a result. People are getting poorer. Our petrol cars are being banned. So it's time to stop the Green Deal.
Thank you, colleagues. One of the biggest achievements of the past few years is the rule of law mechanism, and this has dealt with regimes such as the Orban regime in Hungary, but it doesn't actually remedy what causes it. Over the past few decades, regardless of what's happened with European integration, the countries in the outskirts of Europe have not been able to catch up with the others. We've seen low wages, low working conditions, and we've seen people emigrating from those countries. And we are bringing in cheap labour from Asia, whereas many people in Eastern Europe are actually going to work in Western European countries. And then the rule of law is undermined, and a feudal system is implemented, and corruption. And this is what Orban's power is based on. József Antall, the former Prime Minister of Hungary, in whose name there is a whole wing of the Parliament in Brussels, said, if in Central and Eastern Europe we're not able to have financial stability, then in Central and Eastern Europe the social problems will endanger democracy. That's what he said 30 years ago, and this could happen when we enlarge the EU further. Thank you.
Mr. Sean Kelly.
At the March Council meeting, leaders will discuss the issues facing our agricultural sector, and I cannot emphasise enough how important this discussion is. Our farmers had to withstand unprecedented economic challenges over the past 4 years as the COVID pandemic, energy price hikes, unfair international competition in an increasingly protectionist international environment and spiraling inflation have wreaked havoc over our farmers' livelihoods. The incoming Parliament and Commission will soon work towards a new MFF. We must stand by our farmers throughout this process, especially in relation to CAP, and I call on leaders to set out as a key political priority when they meet later this month. The new CAP must have a stronger economic pillar that safeguards the vital direct farm payments that make farming an attractive profession and a way of life once again. Our farmers are the ones that put food on our tables, and we must do everything we can to stand by them, cut out unnecessary administrative red tape and adequately support them financially through the transition to net zero. The last 2 years have shown us the dangers of being dependent on external sources for our energy supply. We cannot become dependent on external sources for our food. Leaders must make this clear later this month. And finally, I want to say we also need to stand by Ukraine, and I'd like to see the phrase Ukraine fatigue banished from our lexicon. And finally, in relation to Gaza, we have to work and work and work to get a ceasefire there and put a stop to Netanyahu's continuous onslaught on innocent citizens of Gaza.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Next speaker is Mr. Dan Nica, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Minister, Vice President Šefčovič. It's time for this Council to do something to protect Europe's farming. We've had the farmers in the streets. We had protests because many farmers are struggling to survive, are losing their jobs, and Europe's food security is at risk. It's time to stop imports from third countries which don't respect European standards, whether it's cereals, whether it's fruits, vegetables. If they're full of pesticides or made using genetic modification, it's Europe's farmers, Romania's farmers who suffer. These are toxic products and they have no place in the European Union. And then when it comes to steel, aluminium, cement and chemical products, we should not be importing those if they don't respect environmental standards and jeopardize Europe's own industry.
Thank you, Mr. Nika. The next speaker is Mr. Bernard Guetta.
Vous êtes le vrai pouvoir, non?
You are the real power, not the only one, but by far the most decisive one. So speak the truth, heads of state and government, because the situation makes it necessary when talking about Ukraine and Gaza. You, our heads of state and government, say that nothing is off the table when it comes to our determination to not allow Russian aggression to win the day in Ukraine. But do not be afraid of scaring Putin. Show our 450 million citizens that we are at war because that despot declared war on us because he wanted to redraw the borders of our continent in blood in order to reform a fallen empire by the sword. So say that with or without the United States, we will not allow this to happen. And say at the same time that the horrendous massacre of the 7th of October should never justify weeks of terrible bombings of a population without shelter. Be Europe. Ensure that it's heard and make us proud of our union. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Guetta. I'd like to ask Mr. Kalofidansa to take the floor.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, Minister. Thank you. Thank you once again. Well, Ukraine, Middle East, the European Union has a specific role to play. And Aspides, with that, to protect the Red Sea, we're moving in the right direction. In other words, to protect navigation routes, maritime routes in the Red Sea. We need, for all of this, a proper defense industry in Europe. We need steel. We need the various auxiliary industries to be developed for a defense industry to be effective as well. Also, the various agreements, for example, the agreement with Tunisia as concerns migrants, and the efforts that have been made by Giorgia Meloni have to be taken on board as well as good examples. Once again, we have to look at the folly of certain green policies that have been adopted. We have to look at the cost that it has generated for farmers, for citizens. Ukraine, however, is number one, and we cannot lose any more time on this.
Thank you. Mr. Luchan is next.
Colleagues, this is an important council for the European consumer. It should be more than fine words addressed to Europe's farmers. We need decisions, drastic administrative simplification to support farmers, more money. Costs are rising for farmers, and that means indexation of CAP support is necessary. Of course, we support Ukraine. I was the first MEP to go there 2 years ago, but we cannot accept imports from Ukraine to the extent that we're getting them at the moment. This is unsustainable, and this Council will have to act to stem those imports. And we need to be sure that others produce according to the same standards that we have.
And we continue with our colleague, Ms. Christel Schaldemose.
Tak for det. Jeg hørte...
Thank you very much. I heard a programme this morning which really left its mark on me. A journalist went to visit a group of Ukrainian soldiers on the front line. Those soldiers were sitting in a shelter, smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee. They didn't have enough ammunition to retaliate against the Russians. They didn't have enough ammunition, and they didn't know when they were going to get it. You know, that's not right. Europe, the EU, needs to help Ukraine more. They're fighting for their freedom. It's our freedom for, it's our battle for freedom as well, and this all has a price, and we must be willing to pay that price. Right now, Ukrainian soldiers in their shelters or even on the battlefield are our line of defense against an aggressive Russia. We have to help them. This involves investment, donations, and also sacrifices, including from the EU and from ourselves. I hope that you, member states, can agree on this and do a lot more than has been done today. Thank you.
And we continue with Mr. Adrian Vázquez-Lázaro.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Ursula von der Leyen for supporting the European family with her candidacy. It's not an easy task, and we find ourselves in a difficult situation, war at the door of Europe as well. The decisions that have to be made are difficult indeed, and it has been a mandate which has been truly excessive in nature. A lot has gone on. I think it's very important to mention that, first of all, defense of our values and our rule of law and our moral standing, these are the most important things. And here there can be no concessions. There, even in a pre-electoral period, so we have to know, and you all understand to who I am referring. The situation in Spain is extremely serious. So, President, don't look aside. And really, don't drag your feet either. Spaniards are really banking on the European Union. Act for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nicolas Bay, please.
Monsieur le Ministre, représentant la... Minister representing Council said we have to increase farmers' wages and simplify administrative tasks. But at the present time, most farmers don't have wages. They're self-employed and they want to live off their work and feed our people and our continent. You are strangling them in more and more demanding standards. These are not environmental standards. These are green-tinged rules which have nothing to do for food security. The Green Deal is the reason why farmers are unhappy. President von der Leyen has gone. She can't hear me say that we are imposing more and more taxes. We are strangling farmers in red tape, just as we have destroyed our industry. We don't want our farmers to be the least protected in the world. It's time to reduce taxes in the EU, and like any great power, we should protect our people.
Ms. Zelana Zovko.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Congratulations for your birthday today. I think my birthday is the next week, and the best news gave me Ursula von der Leyen by saying that Bosnia and Herzegovina will open negotiations agreement. So thank you, Ursula, our candidate who is leading European Union through these volatile times. Thank you, Andrej Plenković, for leading Team Europe with Mark Rutte and Ursula von der Leyen to Sarajevo in order to explain how important for peace and security Bosnia and Herzegovina is. Thank you, Borjana Krišto, for arranging these historical changes in Bosnia and Herzegovina in the last 7 months, like they've never been in the last 10 years. It means when Croats lead the Council of Ministers and when we have a member of the presidency, hopefully we will have soon with changes of electoral law reform, that Bosnia and Herzegovina will be a beacon of stability in Western Balkan, and it should be the first country to enter the European Union, because Bosnia and Herzegovina is the bridge in Western Balkan, bridge that started after a difficult war that people have endured the troubles, and it will be the bridge that will stop Russia, will stop all the others' malign influence in Western Balkan, and it will mean peace and security for our borders. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sofko. We are coming to the Catch the Eye. We have 6 colleagues who asked the floor, and we're good in time, so I take the 6 for 1 minute, and we start with Ms. Margarita Marques.
Muito obrigada, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President and Vice President of the Commission. And the next summit, there will be a meeting with Antonio Guterres, and we will need to work towards peace, progress and multilateralism. This is what the EU needs to do in the Middle East as well. We can't just sit back with our arms folded. We need to focus on UNRWA funding, but as Ms. von der Leyen was saying, we need to be more active in dealing with the crisis and ensuring that international law is respected, humanitarian law, and respect for the rulings of the International Court of Justice as well. Furthermore, we need to have a political process to reach a two-state solution. This can only be done with the involvement of the EU, but we'll also need the US involved as well.
Kyrtsos.
Thank you very much, President. We find ourselves confronting problems which were created or exacerbated with the responsibility of some which are providing solutions today. If with the absence of Madam von der Leyen, if we're to judge for that, well, they simply don't want to hear and they don't want to learn. Madam von der Leyen, well, we had 2.2% of Germany's GDP was spent on defense when she was Minister of Defense. We've seen right now over these years under her leadership in the Commission that expenses, that spending has gone up for defense, and the intention is there as well. Nord Stream 2, is another example. The American guarantees for Ukraine, we've seen that those were empty right now. And Netanyahu, the Oslo Accords have been tossed to the side. Any sort of negotiation that existed in the past, any sort of intent to resolve problems are all gone. So we've lost any hope in Netanyahu as well, in Israel. So when those who make decisions, like Madam von der Leyen, have not learned any lesson from history, what can we expect for the future? Thank you.
Ruiz de Vesa.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. Thank you to Minister Labib on behalf of the Council. You went into detail about the agenda of the European Council for next week. You deal with almost all of the issues that we talk about: competitiveness, agriculture, the crisis in the Middle East, the war of aggression in Ukraine. But there was nothing mentioned about the institutional reform. It's almost done on purpose. You try to fill the agenda with as many issues as possible to not talk about institutional reform, which is inevitable when today you are announcing, or the Commission is announcing, the opening up of accession negotiations with Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Parliament activated Article 48 for institutional reform. So, Mrs. Labib, please tell your colleague Charles Michel this needs to be added to the agenda. You can't just leave this, for the birds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Mr. Jordi Cañas.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much. Madam Ursula von der Leyen usually just leaves, as heads of state usually do, and they don't listen to the responses. But anyway, that's the way things seem to pan out. So security, a fruit of security. What are we speaking about when we speak about security? Defense? But there are other insecurities as well. Job insecurity, future insecurity, housing, prosperity, who we are as well, and they need responses as well. Ursula von der Leyen seems to want to be sure that she becomes president next time. But I repeat, there are more dangers out there than military dangers. There are dangers and risks for our principles, who we are, and rule of law. And I'd like to tell you something, Madam von der Leyen. And if you want to make sure that you're president of the Commission in the next mandate, I think it's better for you to focus on rights and not impede individuals and impose, if you like, silence upon them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President and Vice President Šefčovič. President von der Leyen has said that the Council is proposing to support the sea corridor from Larnaca in Cyprus for 400 kilometers route in order to try to support the Palestinians who have been tortured by the brutal offensive of Netanyahu's government in Israel. And Palestinians have been subjected to disease as well, and this is for one reason, because Netanyahu is preventing access by land for all of this humanitarian aid. We need to have a united voice in the European Union. As Josep Borrell said, we need to be clear. This brutality committed against people in Gaza exceeds the legitimate right to defense that Israel has because of the terrorist acts of the 7th of October. It violates the law on war, but it also violates humanitarian law. They need to have the support of the EU, and they must go punished.
Penkova.
Thank you, President, dear Commissioner, dear Minister. We speak about autonomy, but let's continue on working on the strategic industrial autonomy and invest in developing the production capacity of the EU, because that's the only way to achieve the real independence and to speak about a competitiveness. We speak about security, but let's focus on the security of jobs. Let's focus on lowering the bills from our households, because that's what the European citizens expect from us. They expect us to guarantee peace and to work for ceasefire. They don't expect us to send weapons. The only way for us to be a reliable partner and to have a successful enlargement of the EU is if we first guarantee the economic stability and the social equality within our union. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Penkova. We now come back to the Commission, and I invite Executive Vice President Maroš Šefčovič to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Madam Minister, honourable members. I think that today's debate truly reflects the complexity of today's world and the situation in Europe. And I just would like to reassure all of you that we fully understand your focus on comprehensive approach to security. I would say security in a wider context, in a wider sense. Many of you, especially Mr. Weber, Madam Garcia Perez, but also Madam Votmans and Madam Loiseau have been referring to the importance of defence and military cooperation. They've been calling for working very closely together to support Ukraine, but also to address the tragedy of Gaza. But I also heard very clearly Mr. Marques, Madam Szydło, Mr. Nika and Mr. Lamberts, how important it is for our citizens and for the honourable members of this House to also address the very important questions linked with food and social security, as well as wider economic security linked with the importance to reduce our dependency not only on the fossil energy imports but also on the critical raw materials availability for all our future-oriented industry. In this context also, this afternoon we are going to present the communication on climate security, where we would go into the more details with providing some answers how to deal with the management of climate risk and the devastating consequences of the climate change on our lives and especially on our future generations. I would like to thank all of you for your support for our enlargement policies and for sharing with us the joy about the good news of the progress achieved in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I would like to underline that your words and your interventions are very much respected, and that we will work with all of you to address all these dimensions of security. Madam Neumann was highlighting the importance of our proposal on defence cooperation, and I know that also in the Council it was received positively, and I'm sure that Madam Minister will elaborate on that in a few moments. But we also would like to send reassuring messages to our farmers across Europe, and also to reassure Mr. Bay that we are working very hard. And we put a lot of focus on further simplification of our rules, on reductions of burdens, and we are doing our best to address the situation of today. But we are also talking to our farmers how to address the future of agriculture in the medium and long term. If you allow, Mr. President, I also would like to appreciate all of you who helped us to achieve the very important agreement of the Council on the support for the rights of platform workers. And I agree with Mr. Marques, who underscored that this is an important milestone and how we address the social challenges linked with the work on this platform, which is more and more widespread and popular with the people across the European Union. If you allow me just a few words on economic security, because what we are doing right now, and I'm sure that it would be an effort also for the next political cycle, we are exploring the possibility how to use more widely so-called principle of the competitive sustainability. Because I believe that sustainable companies which produce their products with low carbon footprint, who treat their workers decently, who are sustainable, they deserve to be rewarded for their efforts and not to be put in unfair competition by the cheap alternatives and imports from somewhere faraway countries in China. We just simply have to use the public procurement across Europe in a better way and to simply give the boost to those responsible companies, because they are promoting the European social model, and to fight the supplies which are coming from the companies which very often use the dumping prices. And I think that was very well reflected in the intervention of Mr. Nika and Madam Penkova just a few moments ago. If you allow me last two comments, thank you very much also for the convergence of the views on how to approach the tragedy in Gaza. I think what was very clear in all your intervention was that the protection of civilians must be ensured at all times, and it must be in line with international law. And we know that right now, to restore an adequate flow of humanitarian aid, what we need is immediate humanitarian pause that would lead to sustainable ceasefire and ceasefire which the people in Gaza need right now. And I think that it was very clearly highlighted by Madam Marques, but also Mr. Lopez Aguilar, who was also underlying the importance of diplomatic efforts and making sure that we would create, as our President was referring in her introductory remarks, a ray of hope towards a two-state solution. Last point, unity in the European Union. I think this was very elegantly expressed by Madame Ayer, and I would like to underline once again that unity is our greatest strength. It's our most precious currency we have in Europe, and we need it more than ever, especially in these challenging times across the Europe. Because if we are united, we can achieve anything, and I think that's the message we have to spread across the Europe towards all our people, especially when they will be making their decisions in the upcoming elections to this House, to the European Parliament. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Executive Vice President Šefčovič. Et j'invite maintenant Madame la Ministre.
I'd like to give the floor to Minister Aja Labib to take the floor.
Dear President, dear Commissioner, dear Member of the Parliament, I thank you very much for your feedback, comments and contributions, which will always be rich and enlightening for the discussions that will follow in the Council. It is clear that the international challenges will be at the centre of the efforts and decisions of the next Council. Many of you have spoken about the situation in Gaza. It will be at the heart of the debate, and as President von der Leyen have mentioned, with notably the establishment of a maritime corridor to deliver humanitarian help and additional contribution of €200 million. But this is certainly not enough. We need an immediate ceasefire and the implementation of the two-state solution, which is the only way for a sustainable peace in the region. Regarding the situation in Ukraine, I've heard some of you worrying about our defense investment. Let me be clear, our support to Ukraine is unwavering. The current situation, a security situation, forces us to invest more in our own defense and to make a bigger contribution to the transatlantic burden sharing. This war is today one of the main threats to peace and stability on our continent and beyond. Europe is our continent, after all, and it is in our own interest and vested interest that we are able to defend it. On the subject of European integration, the Commission's report on Bosnia-Herzegovina, the proposal to open negotiations for the granting of candidate status will be certainly a very important topic on the agenda. And I've heard also the concerns about our farmers. They will be at the centre of the next meeting of the Agri-Fish Council on the 26th of March. The Commission is currently consulting widely with a view to preparing proposals alimenting the debate. We know that many tools are already available, and we will work towards decisive results in this regard. And when it comes to the reforms of the European Union, it will be not a formal point of the agenda, but that's why I didn't mention it, but it will be certainly discussed during the enlargement discussions. And finally, happy birthday, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. I would like to thank all the colleagues for their contributions and also the Commission and the Council for commenting and answering the colleagues' remarks. This debate is now closed, and we come to the next item on the agenda, which is the recommendation by Ms. Cindy Franzen and Ms. Kira Peter-Hansen. It's a Council decision inviting Member States to ratify the Violence and Harassment Convention 2019, number 119 of the International Labour Organization. And I also welcome Commission Vice President Vera Jourova, who is present with us for this debate. And we start with the two rapporteurs, and I give the floor immediately now to Ms. Cindy Franssens.
Dank u wel, voorzitter. Ook van mij een gelukkige verjaardag, geachte commissaris, mevrouw de minister, beste collega's.
Thank you very much indeed. And happy birthday. The Minister, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank everyone for the excellent cooperation we've had on this report. And International Women's Day last year was a good opportunity for us to deal with this issue. Last year we finally had the ratification of the Istanbul Convention, and last month we reached an agreement in trialogue on how to improve women's rights and protect women from violence. It's very important to combat violence and harassment, and it's very important that we accede to the ILO Convention. This convention means combating all forms of violence and harassment at the workplace, and it covers students and trainees and people who have left their jobs. 1/3 of people have experienced some form of harassment at work, and the numbers are truly awful. The world is moving ahead apace, and the development of technology actually increases the risk of harassment at the workplace. We have been fighting for good working conditions, and that means a flat no to violence and harassment. The member states have to adopt this legislation to outlaw harassment and violence at the workplace. The trade unions play an extremely useful, important role. It is vital to protect the most vulnerable. For example, sexual minorities, people with disabilities, immigrants. It's also important to focus on at-risk sectors. We also need data. We have 7 member states having ratified the convention. In the Women's Rights Committee, the majority supported this report. I call on you all to support this report so that we can guarantee we all have workplaces devoid of violence and harassment.
Marta Rosa, the floor is yours.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. First of all, I'd like to thank the rapporteur. I'd like to thank Cindy Franssen, Kira Marie Peter Hansen. Wonderful work. It's an honor to speak before you today because all member states of the European Union supported the objectives and played a key role in the adoption of Convention 190 of the ILO. In the tripartite body proposing ratification of the convention, no member abstained or voted against. And this is no small step, my friends. The convention is, in fact, the first international treaty to recognize everyone's right to work free of violence and harassment. This is a great achievement because worldwide, more than 1 in 5 have suffered at least one form of violence and harassment at work, physical, psychological, or sexual violence. But the step we are invited to take today as Europeans is minimal. It's a formality. It is the latest step in a series of actions and are carried out by courageous people within the ILO. it is a step which ought to lead to further political action. We as political leaders must recognize that workplace violence is not just a private matter between individuals, but has a direct impact on the social fabric of our communities. I would like to take this opportunity to recall some of the priorities of the ILO Convention. First of all, foremost highlights the need for laws and regulations. Also, very clear that there will be no toleration of violence at work. Protection of all workers, independent of the sector or profession. Awareness raising and changing of attitudes. We need funding and resources for organizations and agencies that can help and prevent and respond to effectively to workplace violence in an effective fashion and guarantee that there is access to victims for support. Not allowing violence anywhere, including in the workplace, should not be a controversial statement. It does not affect productiveness at work in any way, shape, or form. It ought not to be something controversial in any way whatsoever. It is important to keep in mind that the risk of experiencing violence is not equally distributed. There is disproportionality. Young people, migrants, women, and men are more likely to experience violence and harassment at work. And this is more true among women. For example, young women were twice as likely as young men to experience sexual violence. Furthermore, migrant women are almost twice as likely to be subjects or victims of violence or harassment. The occurrence of multiple and interconnected forms of discrimination, some individuals are particularly vulnerable to this. For example, LGBTI workers, where there is a very high incidence of violence at workplace when compared to non-LGBTI workers. This is why it is so important that the Convention be ratified with a gender-responsible approach that addresses intersecting vulnerabilities. Finally, I'd like to point out that we're not only speaking about physical violence, we're speaking about numerous layers of violence, and it affects not only individuals, but the organizations for which they work. So it's important to understand that violence at work is not limited to physical clashes. It can manifest itself in other forms as well: sexual, discrimination, violence of that nature, intimidation, or cyberbullying. In this connected world, online harassment and bullying are increasingly common and blurring the lines between the personal and the professional. It's very important to understand these various layers of violence and the consequences of them. So once again, it's not just physical violence. Furthermore, digital transition of our economies creates new challenges as far as fighting physical violence and sexual and psychological violence at work. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Vice President Jourova to this debate. The floor is yours, Madam.
Mr. President, honourable members, the European Union and its member states played a key role in the adoption of the International Labour Organization Convention number 190, which is the first international standard addressing violence and harassment in the world of work. The Convention's adoption with broad tripartite support is a milestone towards the creation of a safe and healthy working environment based on dignity and respect for all. Another milestone will be the consent that the Parliament prepares to give and the Council decision that will follow. The Convention ensures a world of work free from violence and harassment. It covers the private and public sector and includes persons in training or job seekers. The Convention requires the parties to respect, promote and realise the right of everyone to a world of work free from violence and harassment in all sectors, including in the informal economy. It acknowledges the need of identifying the sectors in which workers are at greater risk of exposure to violence and harassment and of taking appropriate prevention and response measures. The Convention also recognises the impact of domestic violence on employment, productivity and health and safety. Parties to the Convention commit to adopt an inclusive, integrated and gender-responsive approach to prevention and elimination of violence and harassment. We are convinced that the final adoption of the Council decision inviting Member States to ratify the Convention in the interest of the Union will pave the way for ratifications by EU Member States and a better protection against violence and harassment in the world of work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we are coming to the speakers of the political groups, and I will start with Ms. Frances Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Vice President, Commissioner, colleagues. Violence against women can and does happen everywhere, as we know. Often we say that the most dangerous place for a woman to be, surprisingly, can be her own home. Yet her workplace can often be equally as dangerous, with, as my colleague said previously, numerous layers of violence, not just physical, psychological, sexual, and so on. At home, at work, on the street, in the car park, or indeed on public transport, is there nowhere that women can be safe? What a world! We must be vigilant and change this. Next month, we will vote on the final agreement on the Directive on Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence. I'm proud to have led that work along with my colleague Evan Inser and look forward to its final adoption. But the directive must be complemented by the ratification of this ILO convention by all EU member states. I'm proud that my own country, Ireland, has ratified the convention and it entered into force last year. Actions that will ensure that Irish workplaces are safer for women. However, I am disappointed that it is still only in place in a number of member states. However, there are signs of hope, with another 4 countries saying that it will come into force in the coming months. As such, I warmly welcome this invitation from the Council. To the remaining member states, I would say ratify soon and let us continue our efforts to really make Europe the first continent to eradicate violence against women. Thank you.
Danke. Our next speaker is Vice President Mark Angel.
Thank you, President, dear Commission, Vice President, dear colleagues. Today in 2024, we are still far away from a union of equality, far from ending the patriarchal architecture of our society. 1 in 3 women in the European Union have experienced a form of physical and or sexual violence. And while the European Union has delivered progressive legislation over the last years to promote women's empowerment, such as the Work-Life Balance Directive, the Women on Board Directive, pay transparency and gender-based violence directive, much still needs to be done. For example, 1/3 of the women who have faced sexual harassment in the European Union have experienced it at work. The ILO Convention number 119 is the first international treaty to recognize the right of everyone to a world of work free from violence and harassment, including gender-based violence. It sets the obligation to respect, to promote and to realise this right, as well as minimum standards for tackling harassment and violence, to realise a healthy, a safe and equal work environment for all. We are at the crossroad when it comes to the Union of Equality. Everywhere in Europe, populist and far-right forces attack women's rights. And in order to preserve and strengthen the core values of our Union, we must support the ILO Convention by ratifying it in all 27 member states. Women deserve it and all workers will profit from it. Thank you very much.
Merci. Ms. Maria Soraya Rodriguez Ramos, the floor is yours.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Convention 190 of the International Labour Organization recognises the universal right to a workplace without violence, a right which is still a mirage in the European Union. Many women have suffered harassment and violence, and this is in many cases in their workplaces. Only 7 member states have ratified this convention up to now, and that's unacceptable. No, those 20 member states that have not yet ratified it need to receive a clear message from the Parliament today. No more excuses. You need to comply with your responsibility and ratify the Convention. It's a powerful tool to combat gender-based violence. It's a powerful message for young European women. In the European Union, women under the age of 30, or 42% of them, have suffered gender-based violence and sexual harassment at their workplace. We all have responsibility. Governments, businesses and workers. We need to unite together to ensure that the workplace is free of violence. Thank you.
Merci. Ms. Diana Riba-Iginé, the floor is yours.
Gracias, President.
Thank you very much, President. Violence at work is a problem which affects 1 in 5 individuals in the world. That means that for all these people, the workplace is a place, the place where they spend so many times a day and where they would develop professionally is no longer safe. For those individuals, it's absolutely necessary for the European Union to move from nice words to action. A very important step today, inviting all member states to ratify the Convention on Violence and Harassment and the auxiliary elements to it. And I think it's very important to underline something as well. We know the risks of suffering violence at work is not distributed equally, and that's why the Convention recognizes the gender component as well. And frequently, this plays a decisive role as far as this particular problem is concerned. So I think quite clearly, non-discrimination, we have to take up this important step forward to protect women, to protect labor rights for all Europeans, men and women. Dignified work is part of a dignified life. And what we want to do is work for these individuals' lives to be of a dignified character. Reactionary elements have to be pushed aside in this particular on this particular front, and the priority here is to create a safe workplace. Thank you very much.
The floor is yours.
Gracias, President.
Thank you very much, President and Commissioners. Members, once again, sensitive issues are being used once again, and we're worried about this. And this is under the pretext of looking at issues that do not have legal rigour, and they also create a precedent which muddies the relationship between the EU and member states. It's not up to the EU to decide whether to authorise or not the ratification of this convention. In this mandate, the EU's competences in employment have been exceeded, and this has ignored our treaties, and in doing so you're seeking to change these by the back door. Many people fall into this trap to not challenge fashionable ideological positions, as has happened with the green ideology and now gender ideology. It's an ideology with no scientific basis, and this is why in Spain we've seen people coming out on the streets not happy with this, because it does not respect the principle of equality. It pits men and women against each other, and it's not useful when solving problems such as violence against women. Look at what happened in Ireland last week. We saw something very similar. Our group will focus on common sense to preserve the Europe that has made us great. Thank you.
Ms. Elena Lissi, the floor is yours.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President, colleagues, Commissioner. The Convention on Violence and Harassment, the first international instrument which establishes norms as far as this particular issue at work, indicating to member states or to signatories the particular measures that have to be adopted, and introducing the concept of zero tolerance in this particular field. It is a concrete, recognized problem which also falls within the framework of ideology of gender as well. And that's why a number of different member states have not yet signed up to this. 1 in 5, nonetheless, continue to be victims of harassment at work. And it's necessary to have an approach which will focus on protection of these individuals and prevention measures as well that need to be adopted. I was the first Italian deputy in 2009 to bring this particular issue up. And we voted against the ratification within the Lega because of particular aspects of the problem which were not sufficiently covered or which were covered in a skewed fashion.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. In Europe, most of the people who suffer violence and harassment at work are women. They work in services or in informal sectors. They have insecure contracts, they're migrants, they're job seekers, or they are apprentices. So this means that they are vulnerable because of their sex, social class, or background. And if you are a woman, you not only suffer workplace harassment, but sexual harassment. And if you're poor and a migrant, then work can be an ordeal. 55% of women in the EU have been sexually harassed. And in 32% of these cases, the harasser was their boss, colleague, or a customer. Although it's not always when there is an abuse of power, harassment exists in horizontal relationships, including in private and intimate ones. For this reason, Convention 190 is so ambitious. It protects those who work, but also those who are seeking work, those who've been made redundant, working in the public, private, informal sectors, in the rural or urban areas. It extends harassment to all relationships, to relationships outside of the office, to work trips, to training courses at work, and digital communications. It even enters our living rooms. Today, we need to thank the thousands of women, actresses, sportswomen, domestic workers, agriculture and hotel workers who, since 2017, have taken to the streets across the world to shout, "No more." It's over. And it's over in Spain in women's football, thanks to Jenny Hermoso. And now it's happening in cinema. Bosses, colleagues, members of parliament, we're not your servants and we're not afraid of you. Now in Europe, it's over as well. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Mario Furore.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. It's an emergency that Europe has to deal with in a resolute fashion. We're speaking about psychological and physical violence at work. The figures are alarming. 1 in 5 has been harassed or abused at work, and it's usually the most vulnerable in society: women, migrants, LGBTI individuals, or individuals with special needs. So it's absolutely key for this ratification to take place by all member states. It provides the first definition in the labor place, in the place of work, violence and harassment, what that constitutes. Individuals will no longer have that fear of losing their jobs when they file a complaint on this particular front. So I think it's absolutely imperative, once again, for all to be very courageous. Let's not make an error once again on this particular front. We all ought to ratify. We want to have a strong implement in our hands in order to fight violence. Enough of it.
Thank you. Rosa Estaras Faragut is the next speaker.
Gracias, President.
Thank you very much, President. Violence and harassment in the workplace need to be eradicated, and Convention 190 of the ILO is an excellent framework to achieve this. Women are affected disproportionately. The figures have been mentioned already. They're scandalous. This international treaty recognizes everybody's right to a workplace free of violence and harassment, and we need to have a workplace culture based on mutual respect to prevent workplace violence and harassment. This is the first time that these rights have been enshrined in this kind of convention. We need to combat this kind of violence. We also need to have control mechanisms and monitoring mechanisms, sanctions regimes, access to legal remedy for victims. We also need to have information and awareness-raising campaigns. It also focuses on cyber harassment. This is an invitation to all member states to ratify this so that we can have a workplace which is free from violence and harassment to comply with European values. Thank you.
Danke. Um das Wort gebeten hat Frau Carina.
Carina Olsen has the floor.
Hälften av alla kvinnor i EU har utsatts för sexuella trakasserier och en tredjedel av dessa kvinnor har utsatts på arbetsplatsen av en chef.
There have been far too many cases of sexual harassment at the workplace. This prevents women fully participating on the employment market. Millions of women have had to face sexual harassment. It is not the right approach to remain silent, to turn a blind eye. We have to prevent this persisting to the next generations. This convention is revolutionary, and I urge all governments to ratify this convention. I'm thinking about the situation in my country, Sweden. We need a world where everyone can go to work and be safe there.
René, you are the next one.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, colleagues. Fighting violence and harassment in the workplace needs to be dealt with at all levels, and we need to talk about this international level, European level, in member states, and at local level as well. We need to ensure that there is a safe workplace for women. This is essential in order to ensure that they are financially independent. I'd also like to stress the idea of violence in the world of work and not just in the workplace. This is a broader concept which covers more situations, including violence, including, for example, high-risk situations online, or when people are working from home, or when people are working away from their usual workplace with customers, for instance. This needs to be ratified urgently by all member states. That's Convention 192, ensure we have a respectful workplace for all. So this text is a strong message to show that we want gender equality, and this is the Europe I believe in. Thank you.
Das Wort gebeten hat Frau Alice Kunke.
Alice Kunke has the floor.
Tack, herr talman. I det här rummet och i alla andra.
Thank you very much. Here and everywhere where women and girls work, there are experiences, there are unfortunately incidents of sexual violence, and it's very painful to see that all of this has become quite normal. It's also very painful to see that in almost all structures, agencies, organizations, that it's accepted that that's the way things are. In 2017, we had the Me Too movement, and people were invited to no longer remain silent, to raise their voice, and to make it quite clear what the problem is, and to point out who the perpetrators are. So there's always somebody who is the cause of this particular violence. In the case of violence against women, usually a man. Thank you.
Guido Reil has the floor. President, colleagues, we're talking about sexual violence at the workplace. LGBTIQ people and immigrants are often the worst affected. Maite Gallet has not been mentioned. He was going around Parliament in a clown's costume. This green clown is not funny. This green clown harassed women. Terry Reinke, the head of the group, has done nothing for 6 months despite knowing. Marta Gallet has apparently resigned while pleading his innocence. The group has done nothing. 100 members of staff have levelled serious allegations against the group leadership and Terry Reintke. She's not here to talk about this. Terry Reintke has to resign. This must stop.
Am Wort ist Frau Maria da Graça Carvalho.
Maria da Graça Carvalho has the floor.
Caro Presidente, cara Comissária, caros colegas.
Thank you, President, colleagues. Half of European women have been the victim of some kind of violence or harassment. This is very common in workplaces. It's a form of discrimination based on gender. It's a form of discrimination which goes beyond the usual ones we talk about, for example, in the pay gap and the amount of women in senior posts. Convention 190 of the ILO is the first international convention which recognizes the right to work in an environment which is free of violence and harassment. The member states support the principles of this convention. Despite this, only 7 member states have ratified the convention, so it's now time to correct this serious error. The European Union has the obligation to represent a model for everybody. Thank you.
Die nächste Rednerin ist Frau Vilja Blinkevičiūtė.
Vilja Blinkevičiūtė has the floor.
Thank you, President, Madam Vice Chairman. Colleagues, too many people still suffer violence and harassment at workplace, and the testimonies of victims are often unheard. Women suffer disproportionately. Every third woman has suffered violence or harassment, especially in the services sector where the majority of workers are women. In some workplaces, the issue of harassment or violence is a taboo subject. Therefore, we must make effort that all countries create legal systems to address this problem and establish the responsibility as well as financial remuneration to victims who suffered at workplace. This convention is a chance to grant to everyone the right to work in violence-free places, and we must make every effort to achieve the convention's goals.
Siepen, Sie sind am Wort.
Thank you.
Ms. Langen-Siepen has the floor.
Gewalt kann
Violence can have different faces. There can be verbal violence, indirect violence, also rarely in public spaces, but sometimes in very public spaces, as happened with a Spanish football player. And it's accepted. It's always happened. But these things are not funny. And when they're turned into jokes, it's no joke. So people have to be ready to understand that this is not funny and indicate it as such. And women, solidarity with each other and to find the right path, the right way. But also we need those in charge. And violence at work, well, it's those in charge at work that must make it clear that these types of activities are unacceptable and that these types of events simply cannot take place. There cannot be violence and harassment at work. That has to be made clear. Now, with regard to the ratification of Violence and Harassment Convention, it's absolutely clear that what we deliver is a message that all of this is totally unacceptable.
Annika Brunner has the floor. I'm glad we're going to be able to vote on a text which is going to help with women's rights in this institution, which is often disconnected from issues facing women, such as growing insecurity as a result of growing multiculturalism all over Europe. 1 in 3 women have experienced physical violence, and 1 in 3 women have experienced sexual harassment. This convention is intended to fight harassment and violence at work. I welcome the intention to guarantee access to mechanisms and alert procedures and dispute settlement mechanisms. On the other hand, I also think it's very good that the member states should be putting in place safeguards for plaintiffs, victims, witnesses and whistleblowers to protect them from reprisals. That is necessary for all of this to work. My group, Identity and Democracy, will be voting in favour of this text.
Next speaker is Salvatore De Meo.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. The convention number 190 of the International Labour Organization is the first international convention against violence and harassment and gender violence at work. Very important in the public sector, private sector, formal or informal economy, independent of the contractual relationship that exists. Very, very clear. This particular convention of 2019 has to be part of our rules and part of our legislation. We have to sign up to it. It hasn't. A number of countries still have not done that. Indeed, it's something that has to be understood that on a daily basis, women are the victims of inappropriate behavior at best and violence and harassment at work at worst. So this is an instrument which is absolutely indispensable, imperative for all of us to ratify. But it's not enough. The road is very long indeed. It's not just ratification. We ought to have alongside us culture of a culture at work which is based on human dignity and respect. Thank you very much. That must be cultivated.
Munoz, the floor is yours.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Violence and harassment at work are a threat to equality, and also they are bad for companies. It's also incompatible with human dignity. Convention 190 of the ILO, which the Council recommends that member states ratify after this was moved along under the Spanish presidency, promotes workplace culture based on something which is so common sense, that is mutual respect and human dignity. This convention seeks a workplace culture free of violence and harassment, where there can be abuse of power. Women should not be discriminated or sexually harassed for being women. We need to move forward in a world of work without harassment and violence, and this is at the heart of our socialist policies. It's what we've always fought for, and we will continue fighting for it, especially now, because there is a wave of anti-democratic politicians, and we need to fight this. Thank you very much.
Merci. We are coming to the Catch the Eye model. Our first speaker is Madame Maria Grappini.
Domnule președinte,
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Commissioner, colleagues. It is sad for us to be discussing violence and harassment against women in 2024, be it at the workplace or on the street. We need to do more in terms of prevention. We need better balance between genders everywhere in all institutions. That would help to reduce violence and harassment. Of course, I'm going to vote in favour of this document. It is very much to be welcomed that all member states are being called upon to accede to this convention. And this year is a very important year. In most of the member states, there are local elections, national elections. We also have the European elections. Political parties should be promoting women, should be promoting gender balance in state institutions, in the private sector, in the public sector. This will help bring down the violence and harassment. And of course, there's a role for education, and our men and our boys should be supporting women in all workplaces. This is a joint struggle to stop violence. Thank you.
Madame Sandra Pereira.
Obrigada, Presidente. As sucessivas opções políticas dos últimos anos, caracterizadas pela generalização da...
Thank you very much. We are seeing widespread insecure jobs. It's easy to fire people, difficult to access justice, and all of that increases workers' vulnerability, especially when there are attacks on their dignity. Majority of victims in Portugal are women, and despite the fact there have been legislative steps taken, and with this Convention 190, this is a problem which continues to exist, and it's a risk for people in their workplace. We're talking about thousands of female workers. It's important that this convention is enforced. We need to ensure adequate access for workers to justice as well. We need to ensure that labour authorities have the ability to act when there is violence and harassment. The laws need to protect female workers. Thank you.
Damit ist das Catch-the-Eye-System zu Ende.
And that brings us to the end of Catch the Eye. I turn to Vice President Jourova.
Mr. President, honourable members, I want to thank you for this exchange. I have listened very carefully to your interventions, and many of you were regretting that too many people continue to be subjected to violence against women and harassment. So I want to say clearly that I very much welcome the Parliament's clear determination to engage against violence and also to inspire the Member States after we join the Convention that they will also ratify. But let me add a few comments about the substance, because of course the accession to the Convention, it's a legal step, and this is what we discuss here. But at the same time, we discuss about a very, very serious problem. We have quite rich, numerous audience here, so our citizens were listening and heard that 1 in 3 women report that they have been in the last 5 years targets of violence, and very often sexually motivated violence. 1 in 3. Look at us. This is the statistics which also covers ourselves. I remember when we got these figures, it was sometimes in the previous mandate, in 2017 maybe, 1 in 3 was a shocking result of the survey. And we had in this room a lot of women sitting, listening, speaking, and I asked them, ladies, 1 in 3, could you please stand up, you who have experienced that? I was the only one. And I felt later, you stood up, you remember that? As a consequence, I had to repeatedly answer, what happened to you? And I felt it was a stigma to openly speak about that. It was something as a mark of shame. So I want to give a message today to all the women, but everybody who can be the victim of violence on the workplace, including the people belonging to minorities. It was mentioned here several times. Please don't be passive. Don't let this to happen to you, because this convention and the laws which will come at the member state level, they have the purpose to protect you. But if you will not be aware that the law protects you, you will probably suffer from this behavior and from violent attacks and you will not have proper protection. So please don't be passive. The convention and the laws will enable you to report on the cases of violence. And I would like to wish especially the young generation, which is now leaving, that you will have better conditions at the workplace, because it's absolutely essential that we are safe at work. Thank you very much.
Danke, Frau Vizepräsidentin.
Thank you very much, Vice President Jourova. And that brings us to the two rapporteurs, starting with Cindy Fransen.
Voorzitter, commissaris, om mij opnieuw het woord te geven. Beste collega's, bedankt om jullie standpunten mee te geven. En het is duidelijk.
Thank you very much. Thank you, President. Allow me to speak once more in this debate. Members, it stands out quite clearly that most of the members in the chamber agree with the urgency of the matter. We really must ratify this convention in order to put an end to harassment and violence in the workplace. However, there's something I need to add here. It's an important issue for many, many people, for many women in the European Union, an important cause, but I don't think we should assume that this is the end of the story. We're not there yet. We need to continue to protect vulnerable people. We need to work in an exemplary fashion to fight both violence and harassment. And I very much hope that the entire chamber will support us in this effort and that you can support the text.
D'Amato. The floor is...
Thank you. Ms. D'Amato.
Mr. Presidente.
Thank you, President. Violence in the workplace is not just an individual.
Násilie na pracovisku nie je.
Nostra azione colpisce le nostre comunità, perpetua le ingiustizie sociali, ostacola la crescita economica e mina il tessuto stesso della nostra società. Ed è una questione anche europea. L'obiettivo di un mondo del lavoro libero dalla violenza e dalle molestie è sancito dal Trattato sul funzionamento dell'Unione Europea, dalla Carta dei diritti sociali fondamentali dei lavoratori, dalla Carta sociale europea del Consiglio d'Europa. E lo dico alla collega dell'estrema destra, peccato che sia anche una donna, mi fa veramente strano non essere uniti neanche su questo punto. Oggi compiamo un primo piccolo passo per raggiungere questo obiettivo e insieme possiamo creare una società in cui ogni individuo possa andare al lavoro senza paura e dove la violenza sul posto di lavoro sia ormai una cosa del passato. Grazie.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes the debate, and the vote will take place today. And if I may, I would now like to suspend the sitting momentarily until we move on to the celebration of the International Women's Day. And that will start shortly after 12 noon. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, dear champions, thank you for joining us to mark International Women's Day in the European Parliament. Thank you for inspiring young girls and boys across the world, for proving that football is her game too. Before we begin this ceremony, I would like to invite all of you to turn your attention to the screens to watch a short video clip prepared especially for today's celebrations.
From the first female Olympians to champions of progress in every sporting field imaginable. Role models, inspiring everyday girls and future stars. Strong sportswomen have been fighting for their rights, for recognition, for equality, including equal pay. They have been breaking down barriers, challenging stereotypes, leading by example. The European Parliament fights for women and women in sport, for gender equality in all walks of life.
Dear colleagues, from leading businesses or households to steering nations, from breaking barriers in the boardroom to blazing trails in sports, women have changed the world. That is why we must continue to work harder to level the playing field and to make women's contributions more visible, to ensure that every little girl and every little boy has role models to aspire to. And to do this, it is my pleasure to welcome to the European Parliament world champions Ivana Andres and Alba Redondo on behalf of the Spanish football team, who won the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup and only a few days ago the first Women's Nations League. Welcome. Bienvenidas. Bienvenidas, Ivana, Alba. We have seen you and your teammates shattering stereotypes. We have seen you reaching your goals and scoring quite a lot of them too. Your victory is a reminder that gender cannot and will not hinder the road to success, that hard work, that ambition and determination are qualities that overcome all limitations. And we know that this does not come easy. In sports, inequality persists, not least when it comes to media coverage, sponsorship opportunities and pay. More broadly, I think of the women who, despite all their best efforts, are still struggling every day to reach their full potential. This is a systemic problem and one that the European Parliament is working hard, day in, day out, to uproot. And everyone has a role to play here. It is up to each one of us to facilitate a paradigm shift in thinking and in working, to foster policies that will eliminate gender discrimination, to make it easier for women, to remove the unfair barriers that remain. That is why International Women's Day is so important, as a day to celebrate women's achievements, but also as a reminder of the remaining work that still needs to be done. And I'm so proud that this House is a global leader on these issues and will remain a force for true equality. Thank you.
Presidenta Metsola.
President Metsola, members of the European Parliament, and it's an honour for me to be here representing all of the members of the Spanish women's team. in addition, we're also here today, not just representing our team, but all of the female players, all of our teammates and all of our friends, and all of these women whose passion is for sport and for football, and who struggle on a daily basis to realise their dreams. And we're here today at the heart of Europe, in the European Parliament, as a result of the work done over the last few years and because of the progress we've made. But we're not here to talk about the past. We're here to talk about the future. We need to build a better future, a fairer, more equal, more solidarity-based society. We need to do that through education, as has to be done with so many things. The education model that we use for our little boys and little girls is of key importance. Europe and the European Union has always been at the forefront in defending equality, human rights and education. And throughout the years, Europe has remoulded itself and has raised its voice in difficult moments when necessary, and has taken the decisions that it has needed to.
Through education, I think we are, of course, facing a challenge, but we also have allies. And I don't think it should be that difficult at the end of the day. We have a unique tool here, a tool that can change people, educate people, think in terms of equality, think in terms of justice. I'm quite convinced that, you know what I'm talking about here, I'm talking about sport. Sport which really educates us, which transforms us, which inspires us. And I think that we have to give young girls around the globe references, role models that will serve to inspire them, that will motivate them, that will help them overcome difficult moments, whether it's personal or professional, move on, overcome these obstacles. We need to have female role models that will help us in our societies, whether we're talking about women or indeed men. I think we're on the right track, but I need to emphasize that we need to be ambitious. We don't just want to be in a world where we have role models that are Cristiano Ronaldo or others, men. We also need to have Alexia Putellas, Alejandra Con. We need to have other role models, female role models. And let me tell you one thing. The next Alexia Putellas is out there somewhere. The next Mati is also out there somewhere. And the next Jenny is also out there somewhere. And all they want is to be given an opportunity. Let us give them that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now pass the floor to Vice President of the European Commission, Ms. Jourova.
Dear Madam President, honourable members, dear guests of honour, indeed you are role models already now, and you are great inspiration for many others, especially young women and girls. I don't want to spoil the celebration, but I have something serious to speak about, and I want to use this opportunity to tell you something about our new information about maybe not phenomenon, but I want to speak about violence against women in public space. Last week, I organized a conference on women in public life. In this event, politicians, journalists, human rights defenders and academics shared their experience with online hatred and violence they have to face on an everyday basis. They spoke about threats of being killed or raped, or threats directed at their families. We see women leaving their public functions, and we cannot blame them. There is nothing virtual about online violence. Violence is violence, and we have to take action against that. It is a real violence that impacts their lives, families and careers. And if we do not act now, even more women will be silenced. They will simply disappear from the public life. It would be a disaster for our society, but also for our democracy. To bring about meaningful change, as we all need to act, our last week event concluded with 6 conclusions or 6 points plan, and I want to share it with you. We all need to send a clear message that violence and hatred against women are unacceptable, that it's nothing normal, nothing that should be tolerated. Second, member states must step up and implement their national laws and ensure that perpetrators are punished for their acts. Third, political parties and newsrooms should not only encourage more women to join their ranks, but also actively defend them if necessary. Every time I see the women who have to defend themselves online and nobody else says a word, I think there is something radically wrong. Four, online platforms need to step up their efforts with language-specific social media moderation and share their data with researchers. Fifth, we also need to invest much more in education and foster zero tolerance to hatred and violence in our society. And last but not least, the 6th point, we need to collect more data and better analyze them to understand this threat and also to find the best solutions how to tackle this horrible phenomenon. Ladies and gentlemen, honourable members, I wanted to share with you these outcomes of our discussion last week, because many of you will continue in politics. You will be inviting more women to come. So I think that with this invitation should come clear guarantee we will defend you and we will create conditions for the women to be active in public life, in politics, in journalism and in many other public spaces. We have done our job with the Digital Services Act, AI Act, Violence Against Women Directive, but these laws will also have to be brought into life, and it's also the job for all of us to invest in this effort. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice President Jourova, and I now give the floor to the political group speakers for 2 minutes each, starting with the EPP Group, Francis Fitzgerald. Yeah, it's on.
It's okay. Okay. Madam President, Commissioners, colleagues, football champions of the world, what a joy and honour to have you here with us today. Strong women, empowered women, at the very top of your game, who got there through grit, determination, tenacity and hard work. Welcome to the European Parliament. We applaud your success. And it is you who will shape the next generation of European sportswomen. As we have seen from your feisty words here today, well done. But we must celebrate. But of course, let's remember that unfortunately, harassment and sexual harassment continue to exist in every sphere of life where women take part. In sport, as you experienced last summer, and in politics, as we continue to see here, even in the European Parliament. Regrettably, even as recently as last week, the ramifications of allegations of misconduct in the workplace continue to resonate here, this time within the Green Group after the abhorrent allegations against former MEP Gallet. But let's be clear, the EPP Group does not, will not ever accept that it is okay to harass or sexually harass anyone. A zero policy approach is what we all need here, and we must all be committed to that goal. Over the last 5 years, the European Parliament has pushed the issue of women's rights and gender equality to the top of the agenda. And let's be clear, we have experienced crushingly low moments, with sexual violence used as a weapon of war, women persecuted in Iran and Afghanistan, and the burden of caring responsibilities regressively pushed back onto women during COVID-19. Yet we also experienced some great highs: the ratification of the Istanbul Convention, the adoption of the Pay Transparency Directive, the final approval of the Women on Boards Directive, and soon the adoption of the first ever EU directive on combating violence against women. Let's be clear, this has been a good mandate for gender equality, but it didn't happen by accident. We have had great female leadership across all EU institutions, and in particular from President von der Leyen and President Metsola. Thank you for what you have done. We are very proud of you. But with changing trends in the political landscape, we cannot be complacent. Let me just say briefly, in recent days there has been much commentary on the referendum results in Ireland. However, let's not misinterpret these results in Ireland as a backlash against women's rights. Irish people support equality, women's rights and care. I'm very proud of what this House has achieved for Ireland and indeed the whole of Europe in this mandate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms Fitzgerald. And now the President of the S&D Group, Irache García Pérez.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, President. It's always an honour to have guests, women who are key reference points in different fields, but obviously it's of particular importance for me. I think you'll allow me a small patriotic moment as a Spanish woman to thank our guests and to welcome them personally, because you have made history with your achievements. You have become reference points for many women and girls who today know that there is no barrier or obstacle to prevent them from achieving their dreams. And I think our guests, aside from achieving history by becoming world champions, have also made their mark by saying stop now to the attacks that women suffer on a daily basis. There is a part of our society that does not realise that it's over. It's no longer acceptable to behave in the ways of the past. We need role models, female role models, who can inspire the new generations of young women and girls. They need these role models so that they can see that there is no field from which they're excluded, whether it be football or space or mathematics. We have to realise that in all of these areas, we as women can shine as much or more than men. In all fields, women should also be paid the same as men and should be able to participate equally in taking decisions. And I think that and it's also true that when it comes to tasks to be carried out in terms of care and work done in the house, these also have to be done equally. Unfortunately, we haven't achieved that yet. There are some studies which say that it will take another 60 years before we achieve that genuine reality. But what we want to say now is that we don't want to, nor can we wait for that. And so we are calling for the work that needs to be done now, and we're calling on the European Commission to implement a Charter of Fundamental Rights for women in the European Union to ensure that women throughout the European Union enjoy the same opportunities and the same rights as men. Thank you.
And now I give the floor to the President of Renew Europe, Valérie Haye.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, thank you. Thank you for being inspiring, for mobilising us and inspiring and being models for generations of young girls and women. Thank you very much for all you've done. I could talk to you following International Women's Day about my pride of seeing one of our member states entering in its constitution the right to abortion. This right, which has been obtained for women and by women after decades of fight in many countries. But I'd also like to go beyond this debate by itself, because the challenge faced by women are not limited to the right to control their bodies, even though that's important. sexist and sexual violence, access to contraception, the pay gap, which can't be justified between men and women, the brakes on participation in the world of work, the fair share of the mental burden in our personal lives, all these subjects which call for mobilization of all organizations and by all of us. I'm talking about all of us here, men and women, in this hemicycle. The rights of women, or the lack of rights, has a greater dimension outside of Europe. I can't fail to have the thought to those who are fighting to have access to education, who want to go to school, but who are prevented from doing that. Those who dare to take away their veil in Iran and elsewhere at the risk of drawing down the wrath of the moral police. Those in whom society doesn't have placed its trust, crushed by archaic traditions. We must put an end to this inequality. We shouldn't have tolerance for those who violate rights and the choices and bodies of women. I'm proud of the way that this Parliament has defended the rights of women vigorously. But let's have no illusions. Rights obtained after decades of fight shouldn't be considered fixed. In our societies and in this Parliament, forces continue to intimidate and undermine women. It's up to us to denounce them and fight against them. For all of us here and all those in the rest of the world who fight for the rights of those who are no more and no less than half of humanity. Thank you very much.
Merci, Madame Ayer. Now I give the floor to the co-president of the Green Group, Terry Reintke.
Dear colleagues, first of all, a very warm welcome to you and congratulations. As a former left midfielder, I can only say that actually I think it was football that has given me the strength and the courage to do what I do today. So I really think that football is not just a type of sport, it is really an enabler to make women strong and to empower women, and this is why it's so great to have you here today in this Parliament. Colleagues, the International Women's Day should be a celebratory day because we actually have a lot to celebrate. We have more and more women that are smashing glass ceilings. We win battles about the right to abortion. Just last week with the example in France, where I think with the mobilization of feminist organizations, with brave women who have made it possible, this important right has been introduced into the Constitution. And it's not only for French people. I think it is a symbol, especially in times when the right to sexual self-determination is under threat in so many parts of the world, that we all look to France and see how this leadership can make us strong and empower us not to give up and not to go back when it comes to sexual self-determination. We also move forward better protecting women from patriarchal violence. But at the same time, we see that this day is not only for celebration, but mostly for fighting, because it is a day that reminds us what is at stake. Our bodies, our freedom, our place in our societies. When we see the attacks on women's rights all over the world, and especially also in Europe, it is not just a theoretical consideration when we see polls and election results about majorities in parliament. A lot of women are literally scared for their own freedom. They are scared for the choices that they can take in the future. And colleagues, I do not want to be part of a generation that, yes, has more rights than the generation of their mothers and grandmothers, but that will have women that follow that will have less rights. So let us stand up to these authoritarian tendencies. Let us stand up to all of those people who are trying to take away rights from women. Let us be strong in continuing in the fight against patriarchal violence, in full equality in our society. We have to stop the backlash against women's rights that is going on in Europe and around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Reintke. Adesso per il gruppo ICR,
Now for the ECR group, Elizabeth de Blasis. Thank you, President. Dear fellow members, I feel duty-bound to speak here about International Women's Day for me, myself, for my daughter, and for all the women of Europe and the world. I feel the duty to remind my daughter that, and all girls, that no one has a pre-established role, and that there are no subjects or jobs which we are not suitable for or which we should not be passionate about. As a woman, and as an Italian member, I feel I have to point out that for the first time our country is being run by a woman, Giorgia Meloni. In just 16 months, she has implemented policies for women's rights. For example, support for working mums, help for businesses taking on women, and the doubling of funds for anti-violence centres. And these policies are just the start. Here today, I cannot stress enough that International Women's Day must become increasingly a day of pride and awareness about what we as women can achieve, and not a day for having a go at men or an exercise in setting out demands to be obtained through quotas, as the left often seems to see it. This should continue to be a sacrosanct element of our Europe, in which Christian roots and equality between men and women are the foundations of our society, one in which it's now normal to see women in the highest levels of political and institutional responsibility. Roberta Metsola, Ursula von der Leyen, Christine Lagarde, and no doubt there will be many more to follow. In the words of our Italian poet Agostino Degas, on the 8th of March, leave the mimosas on the trees and instead give women every day something that never wilts: tenderness, love and respect.
Now I give the floor for the ID group to Christina Anderson.
Thank you. Wir feiern heute den
Today we're celebrating International Women's Day, a day on which we remember the battle of women for the right to choose and the achievements as women to be able to decide on their own lives. But what are we doing instead of this? Feminists are calling to prescribe how women should lead their lives, and socialists and Marxists, as usual, all women are placed in a one-size-fits-all in its collective needs, and this is what it's all about: individual or individual lives. There's no place for that. More than that, under the excuse of making women visible, we have gender-correct language on to make women disappear. The simple question, what is a woman? Well, to that, there's one answer. An adult female, you get talks lasting minutes, people with a womb and who menstruate. And when it comes to violence against women, we claim to fight that, and we do the opposite. For example, in toilets and changing rooms where women should be protected, there's a threat against women, and they have to tolerate the presence of men there. Not with me. Trans women are not women.
Wer sich als Indianer
If you have your social and cultural battles, if women, if the same accusations are not made against men who dress up as women, if you are in favor of freedom and self-determination of women, you can't continue like that. You call it culture, but you are despising women.
Aubrey.
Chers collègues, dear colleagues, last week France showed the way for the rest of Europe. Last week, France became a pioneering nation when it came to women's rights by elevating the right to abortion to a constitutional right. Last week, reactionaries, particularly, for instance, here, those who want to deprive women of their rights, they lost in France, quite clearly so. But we know that there are trends going in that direction. They send us plastic fetuses to make their point. It is brutal. It is propaganda. CNews, a television channel in France, spoke about abortion as the first cause of death around the world. That kind of discourse. And I think that these people are really showing their true colours. They are
attacking LGBT rights, women's rights. But yes, we will stand firm. We will protect these rights against these reactionary forces. We will not give up on the defence of women's rights. No way. So this victory, the victory that France celebrated, and it's been possible thanks to the mobilisation of feminist associations. Thanks to that, we are able to pave the way for the rest of Europe. It's what we've been calling for a long, long time. In the Charter of Fundamental Rights, we want to also integrate the right to termination of pregnancy. Women should have the right to decide freely over what happens to their bodies. They should not be faced with anxiousness, with threats, with a negative environment. Women should always remain in charge of their bodies, in control of their bodies. Never take that away from them. And that is why we want to incorporate also the question of consent into the definition of rape in Europe. Unfortunately, Mr. Macron and all the extreme right sitting over there are all blocking this initiative. Sexual relations which are non-consensual are rape in effect. Make no mistake. Luis Rubiales, who also made advances which were not solicited, which were unwelcome. That is also a form of sexual aggression, sexual assault. I'm surprised that nobody has spoken about this. All of these men who think that women's bodies belong to them, we need to stand up to them. We need to make sure that we break down all stereotypes. I'm a water polo player myself, and I'm saying that in that capacity as well. Time to break down the patriarchy. Women should be free and have their rights respected.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of the celebration. We will have a couple of photos here, also with you in the background, and then we'll go straight to the vote. So thank you, dear colleagues.
Colleagues, yes, Mrs. Reintke.
Colleagues, after the debate we just had, I just wanted to say one thing. For International Women's Day, we celebrate women in all their diversity, and trans women are women. And I would like us to investigate what has just been said. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that very important remark. Now the sitting is resumed and we proceed to the votes. And I would like to inform you that I have received a request for a point of order, and I will give the floor to Mr. Agius Saliba for 1 minute. Mr. Agius Saliba.
I would like to put a point of order on the last vote on the extension of Regulation 168. This every member in this parliament has a right to speak in his own language. Maltese has been in this parliament for 20 years. It has been suffering for 20 years because of this derogation because in each legislature, Maltese is being excluded from being used from MEPs in committees. This is a discrimination, and totally it doesn't make sense that this resolution says that all precautions have been taken. What are the precautions in these 20 years? We have been pleading to have more interpreters in this European Parliament and a head of booth. We do not have that in this Parliament. This is a discrimination against the Maltese language and also against the Irish language, which at the end is going to be extended in the next legislature. Thank you.
And now I would like to proceed to the first issue on the votes, Parliament's calendar of part sessions 2025. And I would like to inform you that I have received no amendments to the calendar of part sessions for 2025 as proposed by the Conference of Presidents. Thus, the calendar of part sessions for 2025 is therefore adopted. And we can move to the subscription by the Union to additional shares in the capital of the EBRD and amendment of the agreement establishing the EBRD. This is a vote on the request for urgent procedure, and I would like you to raise your hands. Who is in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? This request for urgent procedure has thus been adopted. And I should announce to you that the deadline for amendments is 12 o'clock noon time on Wednesday, and the vote will be on Thursday. So then we can move to objection of the Union list of projects of common interest and projects of mutual interest. I would like you to vote by roll call vote on the resolution as a whole. The vote is now open. The vote is closed. Rejected. Now we come to the report by Mr. Kanev on the Industrial Emissions Directive, and I would first give the floor to the rapporteur, Mr. Kanev, for 2 minutes. Mr. Kanev, the floor is yours. Where is he?
Okay, now it's okay. Thank you very much, Madam President. I won't take 2 minutes. I'll put it very briefly. I urge you colleagues to support the trilogue agreement reached by the Parliament and the Council. First of all, because institutionally, we do not break our agreements. We insist on our political credibility. Second, because it was a very successful agreement for the Parliament, and no one doubted it when we achieved it. It passed practically unanimously through the respective parliamentary committee, and I really hope for your support. It is a very, very difficult balance between the health of our citizens and our environment, the competitiveness of our industry, and, last not least, of course, the interest of our farmers. But it is not an agricultural file. It is an industrial file affecting each and every European citizen through the toxic emissions and his health. And, of course, we are facing the farmers' protests now, and, of course, we need to answer. And we have a very strong review clause in the legislation for 26. And that's why I'm really looking at the European Commission and calling on the Commissioner first to explain the many options we gave to Member States to make the life of farmers easier with the present revision of IED, but also to explain what the vision of the Commission for the future review of the legislation is. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rapporteur. And now I would like to give the floor to Commissioner Sinkevicius. Commissioner.
Yes, thank you. President, honourable members, the Commission is acutely sensitive to the importance of this law for livestock farming communities. So the revision represents a major simplification and burden reduction opportunities for farmers. Only the 30% of the largest industrial scale pig and poultry farms would be in the scope of the revised directive. With the 70% smaller pig and poultry farms, all cattle farms, as well as all organic pig farms, they are out of the scope. The standards for pig and poultry rearing will be defined in direct cooperation with the sector, and farmers, they will have a long time to adapt, as the requirements will only become applicable between 2030 and then 2032. The Commission will report by the end of 2026 to the European Parliament and the Council, including regarding potential measures and imported products. Honourable members, let me be very clear. Farms differ in their size, origins of their emissions, and means and resources to reduce such emissions in comparison to industrial installations. Due to the disparities between the industrial and the agricultural sector, and in light of the report, the Commission will evaluate the interplay with other agricultural legislation and will endeavour to separate the directive into two respective legal instruments. Turning now to the industrial side of the directive. This revision is key to support the green and digital transition of industry, as the trilogue agreement provides for key flexibilities to test and deploy innovative techniques and for incentives to deploy net zero technologies. It establishes an electronic permitting system, promotes hydrogen production and provides a clear governance for key metals mining and gigabattery factories. So the trilogue agreement also includes a new derogation possibility for cases of big crises, such as COVID or war in Ukraine. To conclude the revision, it's urgently needed to build a predictable and simplified regulatory environment, favourable to investments, contributing to EU's clean and circular economy objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Now let's proceed to the vote. First, I put to a roll call vote the proposal to reject the Commission proposal. So please vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. And it is rejected. Then let's proceed to the vote on the proposal to vote on amendments to the draft legislative act by roll call. So please vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. It has been rejected. And then we move to the vote on the provisional agreement, Amendment 313 from the committee. By roll call, the vote is open. The vote is closed. And the proposal has been adopted. So with this, the first reading of the Parliament is closed. And then we come to a second report by Mr. Kanev, and I need to ask the rapporteur, Mr. Kanev, do you want to proceed to this? Obviously, yes. So, indeed, let's vote on the provisional agreement on the industrial emissions portal by roll call. Amendment 60 from the committee. I open the vote. The vote is closed, and it is adopted. Then we can move to the next item, report by Mrs. Inet Veld on the definition of criminal offences and penalties for the violation of union restrictive measures from the Committee of Civil Liberties, Justice and Home Affairs. We will vote by roll call on the provisional agreement, Amendment 92 from the committee. The vote is open. The vote is closed, and it is adopted. Now, a report by Mrs. Garcia Munoz on weights and dimensions of certain road vehicles. And Mrs. Garcia Munoz, as rapporteur, can have 2 minutes before the vote. So, Mrs. Garcia Munoz.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, President. The revision of the directive on weights and dimensions is fundamental for more sustainable freight transport. We need to see lorries that emit zero emissions. We need more checks on standards to prevent the circulation of overloaded vehicles, which cause road safety problems. Here, we are encouraging businesses to move towards these zero emissions vehicles based on electric batteries or hydrogen. And here, it's important that we bear in mind the way that this will be done, and that we focus on increasing the weights that can be usefully transported so we can bring down the number of lorries. When it comes to the large-scale lorries, whether these will be allowed will be voluntary, but of course the current rules will allow to do with the 44-ton lorries will be continued for this new category as well, so that we can have a level playing field for this kind of transport. I would like to thank the shadow rapporteurs and the other members of the teams for their good cooperation. This was not an easy report, but the result is balanced and I think meets the objectives of the directive. It's important that we continue to be competitive whilst bearing in mind sustainability.
Thank you, Mrs. Garcia Munoz. And now let's proceed to the vote. 41 amendments by the committee responsible, and this is a block vote. Please, who is in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? It's clearly adopted. Amendment 7 from the committee responsible, a separate vote in 2 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. And second part, in favour? Against? Abstentions. Let's check this. So the vote is open. The vote is closed. It is adopted. Amendment 13 from the committee in 2 parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. The second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Let's check this. The vote is open. And the vote is closed. It's adopted, clearly. Amendment 18 from the committee. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? I would say I would like to propose to check. Clearly, okay, yeah, check. So the vote is open. The vote is closed. It's adopted. Amendment 25 from the committee. In favour? Against? Abstentions? Adopted. Amendment 35, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 36 from the committee, in favour? Against? Abstentions? Adopted. Do you want to check? Okay, we check. Amendment 36, we check. The vote is open. The vote is closed. And it is adopted. Then Amendment 62 by roll call. The vote is open. The vote is closed. It's rejected. Amendment 63 by roll call. The vote is open. The vote is closed. It's rejected. Then we move to Amendment 52 by roll call. Please vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. It's rejected. Amendment 26 CP1 from the committee. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 53. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 54 by roll call. The vote is open. The vote is closed. It's rejected. Amendment 55. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 56 by roll call. The vote is open. The vote is closed. It is rejected. Amendment 26 CP2 from the committee. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 27 from the committee. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Abstentions? There, let's check this. 27. The vote is closed. It is adopted. Then we come to 57. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? No, 64 falls when 27 was adopted. So 57 in favour. Against? Abstentions. It's rejected. And amendments 58 and 65 by roll call. The vote is open. The vote is closed. It is rejected. Then we come to Annex Amendment 51 from committee in two parts. First part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. The second part, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 60 falls, and then we come to Amendment 61 by roll call. The vote is open. The vote is closed. It is rejected. Then we come to Amendment 5. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. And Amendment 59. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. And now let's vote on the Commission proposal by roll call. The vote is open. The vote is closed. And it is adopted. So, the first reading of the Parliament is closed, and we move on. We move to the report by Mrs. Metz on the use of railway infrastructure capacity in the single European railway area. And I would give the floor to the rapporteur, Mrs. Metz, for 2 minutes. Mrs. Metz.
I need the mic. Yeah. Thank you very much, dear President, dear colleagues. This new regulation will allow for more optimal use of the rail tracks so that we can get more trains on the tracks. Train passengers will benefit from increased punctuality and reliability, and it will become easier for shippers to use rail transport for their goods. This is a welcome initiative. Also, it is clear to reach the EU modal shift targets, much more has to be done. I'm very pleased that we found really solid compromises that improves the Commission proposal, and I would like to thank the shadow rapporteurs and, of course, also their teams. To further strengthen rail capacity, we call on Member States and the Commission to provide stable funding for maintenance, for renewal and construction of rail infrastructure. We also agree that the rail sector should be closely consulted in all planning and management processes. One of our major criticisms was that the sector was intended to design, adopt its own rules, implement them, monitor them and conduct its own performance review. To counter this, we introduced an EU oversight for checks and balances, by strengthening regulatory bodies and by an independent performance review body. We also give new tasks to the European Railway Agency to give support, to coordinate digital solutions and to identify obstacles for cross-border rail services. And finally, we set more ambitious targets for the implementation so that this regulation can have an impact on reaching the EU Green's objectives within this decade. With this proposal, we can start to move from a patchwork of networks into a seamless European railway network. So I count on your support. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Rapporteur. And now I put this to a single vote by roll call. The vote is open. The vote is closed. And it is adopted. Thereby the first reading of the Parliament is closed. Now I move to the report by Mr. Karas on certain reporting requirements from the Econ Committee, and I give the floor to the rapporteur, Mr. Karas, for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Dear colleagues, I rise before you because the citizens of the Union, businesses, many of us indeed, many of us are calling for measures to cut red tape. We're constantly calling for that. Now, the report that we are about to vote on in this House, I think, is a report that really provides us with a clear answer. No dual reporting requirements. No over-regulation or gold-plating at national level. One in, one out, as we say. No need for unnecessary legal barriers when it comes to necessary data exchanges. And through that, we are also able to consolidate our single market, our competitiveness for our European businesses. Now, this target, this goal, I very much hope that we all agree with this goal. Now, for that, we need, of course, an agreement in Council, which we don't have, and we don't have a negotiating mandate for Council either. As concerns the first reading, therefore, we're not there yet, it has to be said. In our committee, and there we got the opposite situation, in fact, there the negotiating mandate was adopted unanimously on our side. Therefore, I call upon the Member States and their representatives, please try to overcome your domestic stumbling blocks. Please approve the position of the Parliament in first reading. or alternatively really try to come up with a common position for Council so that we can at long last start our negotiations and hopefully complete this procedure before the end of the year. It really is a package that is designed to cut red tape. If you are serious about cutting red tape, you shouldn't just talk about it, just pay lip service to it. You should actually do something about it. Please support this report.
Very good. Now we vote. It's a single vote by roll call. The vote is open. And the vote is closed. Adopted. So the first reading of the Parliament is closed. Then we come to the report of Mr. Kaffer on energy performance of buildings from the ITRE committee. And now there is a proposal to reject the Commission proposal, Amendment 69, by roll call. The vote is open. The vote is closed. And it is rejected. Then we come to the provisional agreement, Amendment 68 from the committee by roll call. The vote is open. The vote is closed. Adopted. So the first reading of Parliament is closed. I'm sorry, I have to ask you to stop this call. Excuse me, colleague, this is not proper behavior, so please stop and then we have to proceed to the next vote.
What's his name is,
Mr. Chokka, you will be taken out of the room. Let's return to order. Now, let's return to the next vote. So please, we need order. So we have the report by Mr. Danti on the horizontal cybersecurity requirements. Excuse me. Of course, this was totally unacceptable, and now he has to be taken out of the room. It's very unfortunate, Mr. Chokka, that you had to disrupt this voting session the way you did. Never seen before. So, he is out of the room, so let's continue. So let's vote on the report by Mr. Danti on the horizontal cybersecurity requirements for products with digital elements from ITRE committee. I put to roll call vote the provisional agreement, Amendment 2 from the committee. The vote is open. The vote is closed. It's adopted. So then we have the joint statement, draft legislative. Excuse me? Who asked for the order? Yes? Yes, please, colleague. Point of order.
Madame la Présidente, le comportement...
Madam President, this is absolutely unconscionable behaviour. You are the President of this session. You have rules of procedure. You have measures to indeed sanction such individuals. I don't think that asking the member to leave is enough. I think that this matter needs to be raised before the President of the House. It is, like I said, not acceptable, unconscionable, and therefore the rules should be applied to take measures against this member. To really upset the work of the Parliament is not acceptable, not tolerable. Please act, Madam.
So, first I asked him to stop, then I asked him to be removed from the room, and it is up to the President herself, Mrs. Metsola, to consider sanctions. And I'm sure that she will consider this question. So let's proceed to the vote. happening here? Mr. Benifei.
Voglio solo...
Thank you, President. I just want to say that it's important that all of us know that this is not the first time that Mr. Schock has done this kind of thing. Whilst we were voting, whilst we're doing what we're supposed to do for the European citizens, he's doing things so that he can raise his profile on social media. And this, I think, humiliates our work, ridiculises the European Parliament, and it's absolutely unacceptable that these kinds of things should happen. We need to take steps more quickly if we're not to be made a laughing stock of. We just can't have this kind of thing happening. There are some people who really don't do anything at the Parliament. They don't work on the reports, they don't table amendments, and basically I don't want the European citizens to think that what we do here is what they've just seen.
Now, I would put the draft legislative resolution, the joint statement, Amendment 3 for the committee in vote. Who is in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? It is adopted. So the first reading of Parliament is closed, and of course it was not an honour at all that this disruption happened and spoiled the vote session of Mr. Danti's report. I turn to the report by Mr. Engerer and Mr. Ansip on the substantiation and communication of explicit environmental claims, the so-called Green Claims Directive. We have 134 amendments by the committee responsible in a block vote. Who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 22 from the committee in two parts. First part, who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Second part, who is in favour? Who against? And who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 33 from the committee, who is in favour? Who is against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 48 from the committee by roll call. The vote is open. The vote is closed. And it is adopted. We come to Amendment 85 from the committee. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 145 from the committee by roll call. The vote is open. The vote is closed. And it is adopted. We come to Amendment 46 from the committee. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Let's check this. So, Amendment 46 from the committee. The vote is open. The vote is closed. And it is adopted. This means that 148 falls, and we move to Amendments 156 and 167. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. And then we come to Amendments 157 and 168. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 159 and 169. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 65 falls. Amendments 160 and 170. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. This means that Amendment 66 falls, and also 166. And then we come to Amendments 161 and 171. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendment 67 falls. Amendment 149. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 68. We need to vote then. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendments 162 and 172. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Amendments 150 and 154. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendments 151 and 155 CP1. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendments 152 and 155 CP2. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Rejected. Amendment 20 from the committee. Who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Then we have to vote on 147 as 153 falls. So 147, who's in favour? Who's against? Who abstains? Adopted. Okay, let's check this, of course. So the vote is open. The vote is closed. And it is rejected. And let's now vote on the Commission's proposal by roll call vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. And it is adopted. So thereby the first reading of the Parliament is closed. We move to the next item, a report by Mr. Arimont and Mr. Botos on liability for defective products. This is a single vote, provisional agreement. Amendment 118 from the committee by roll call. Please vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. And it is adopted. The first reading of Parliament is closed. We come to a report by Mrs. Grappini on the digital labelling of EU fertilising products. A provisional agreement, Amendment 36 from the committee by roll call. Please vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed and it is adopted. We come to the report by Mrs. Monteiro de Aguiar on the European Maritime Safety Agency. Single vote by roll call. The vote is open. The vote is closed. And it is adopted and the first reading of Parliament is closed. We come to a report by Mrs. Peter Hansen and Mrs. Fransen on the Council decision inviting Member States to ratify the Violence and Harassment Convention. And this is a vote on consent. Please vote. The vote is open by roll call. The vote is closed. It is adopted and this by the consent was given by Parliament. I would at this point need to remind members who are on the speakers list for the first debate in the afternoon to remain in the chamber as the debate will start immediately after the votes, but we still have one vote. Recommendation for a decision extending Rule 168 of Parliament's Rules of Procedure until the end of the 10th parliamentary term. So please vote by hand. Who is in favour of this decision as a whole? Who's against? Who abstains? It is adopted. Okay, we check this. The vote is open. The vote is closed and it is adopted. So the voting has been closed and please those speakers who are on the speaking list, please do stay in the room.
Okay, dear colleagues, we will continue our debates, and the next item on the agenda is the report by Ms. Verheyen on the European Media Freedom Act, and I immediately call the rapporteur who is ready to start. Ms. Verheyen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Vice President, Madam Commissioner, Vice President Jourova. Tomorrow we'll vote on the European Media Freedom Act. This act is not just a milestone for the freedom of media, but it's also a major step for democracy in the European Union. The significance of free media and media pluralism for functioning democracy can't be stressed enough. Free media are the very foundation of any democracy. They're the guardians of our freedom and make a major contribution to providing information and exchange of opinions in our societies. But we shouldn't close our eyes to the fact that press freedom is threatened worldwide, including in Europe. The murder in Malta and the threats to press freedom in Hungary and many other things make this very clear. The European Media Freedom Act is our answer to this threat. We have come up with a balanced text which values and protects the double role of media as businesses and as guardians of democracy. With this act, we protect the independence of media supervision, we provide transparency about the ownership of media companies, and we provide minimum standards for the work of journalists and editors and the independence of governments in editorial and financing of public broadcasting. Media providers are protected from influence and spyware, which includes journalistic sources and communications. There's also more transparency about the money for advertising and various types of contracts. We shine light in transparent structures. I'm proud of the fact that we have included online platforms. The Act means that we have made access to high-quality journalism platform, and platforms can decide which content we see and don't. So we've introduced mechanisms which make sure that legal and serious content is protected and are not blocked without a valid reason. So it's important that the DSA is applied when it comes to illegal contact. And the further aspect of the EMFA is the transformation of ERGA into the board, which will play an important role in the protection of free media in Europe. The board will have a wider scope of roles which goes beyond the functions of the ERGA, and it will be protected in its independence. For example, they will decide their internal structures themselves. Media providers which are affected directly by national measures can ask for an opinion from the board. This will make sure that the voice of media is heard and the freedom of press in Europe is protected. To address the particular features of the press sectors, the board will set up an expert group where institutions of self-regulation and other actors will play an important role. This group will be consulted on issues beyond the audiovisual sector. The Act creates an area where media freedom and democracy can thrive, and means that providers can act within their role. I'd like to thank the rapporteurs, and I'd like to thank the committees LIBE and INCO, and for the whole Parliament for the hard work and commitment, which made sure that despite the time pressures, we came up with a balanced piece of legislation. I appeal to all members to support this law so that we have a strong signal for media freedom and democracy in Europe. Together, we can make sure that the freedom of the media continues to be an integral part of our societies. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Frau Berichterstatterin Sabine Verheyen.
Thank you very much. Now for the Internal Market Committee, I give the floor to Geoffroy Didier.
L'intention de légiférer pour protéger
Passing legislation to protect journalists when a threat is a good idea, and I support that. But the problem with Europe is that often it goes too far. Media is not a kind of good like another, and its regulation should only be done on the basis of the internal market, as if it was a kind of a good which could be transferred throughout the European Union. Each country has its own culture, and the journalistic endeavours and the media are a result of that. And I'm very much attached to the freedom of opinion. The written press should not be interfered with, except on the basis of law. But audiovisual media also needs to preserve its editorial freedom. No administrative authority should be allowed to muzzle a free press, and no state authority should be allowed to do so either. It should not be possible to silence people's opinions. Brussels shouldn't be able to do it. Paris shouldn't be able to do that either. Freedom of expression is sacrosanct. Of course, we need to protect the fundamental values of the European Union. But choosing which opinions are acceptable and which are not is not the right way to go.
Next speaker for the Committee on Civil Liberties, Justice and Home Affairs is Ms. Sophie in 't Veld, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Madam Commissioner, unfortunately the Council is not there. I think it is a very joyful moment that we are here to conclude this process, but I would like to make one remark, because the effectiveness of this directive is going to depend entirely on its enforcement. And here we see a weak point, because free media are under pressure, not so much from external forces, but by governments. Because that is what the media do. They scrutinize governments, and there are lots of governments inside the European Union who do not like to be scrutinized. And therefore, I would like to really ask the Commission for a very strict enforcement, and not enforcement on the basis of, oh, but it's for the national authorities to apply this, because they will be the perpetrators. So this will only work if it's backed up by very strong enforcement of the European Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. in 't Veld. And the next speaker is the Commission Vice President, Vera Jourova.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. President. Congratulations for your birthday, first of all. Honourable members, we are discussing today and you are going to vote on the first ever EU law to protect media freedom. By doing that, we send a very clear message to the journalists, something like your work is essential for democracy and it is the duty of democracies to protect you. And also the strong message to those who want to weaken democracy. We will not allow you to do so. The Media Freedom Act was born here, on this place. It was called for by the European Parliament, and it was also announced here. You asked the Commission to be innovative and act, and we did it. Commissioner Breton and I worked on it together to protect both our values and our single market. The Media Freedom Act addresses very clear problems and attacks against the media. Interference by governments in editorial decisions, pressure on media, or public service media, surveillance of journalists, lack of transparency of media ownership and of state advertising, or lack of coordination among media regulators. And here I want to react on what Sophie in 't Veld just said. I am aware of it. It will require very strict enforcement. We will be watching how the member states deal with the clear task to establish truly independent enforcement bodies. And I am now traveling country by country. Yesterday I was in Vienna. I spoke to the future enforcers last week in Rome. The same thing. So I am not underestimating the need to have this enforcement structure well functioning. Because you are right. It will first it might serve against the pressure of the state. That's why it is very important to have independent and courageous enforcers. Each article of the Media Freedom Act brings a solution on the problems I just listed. The Act goes hand in hand with other pieces of legislation to make our information space healthier and safer. Here I have to mention, first of all, Digital Services Act, which requires online platforms to fight illegal content, disinformation, and also we will have to look into the coexistence of the media and artificial intelligence. So we have to read or understand all the new pieces of legislation to understand how we are protecting information space in the EU without any kind of censorship, which is always important for me to mention. I am beyond the time, so I will at the end appreciate very highly the incredible work of the rapporteurs, Mrs. Verheyen, and of the rapporteurs of the associated committees, Mrs. Strugariu and Mr. Didier. Thank you very much. Thanks to all the shadows rapporteurs and all the members who were involved, members of their staff. It was not an easy way to get there here. The law had a lot of opponents, if not enemies, but we joined forces, and I think that together we managed to produce or adopt or propose for the adoption very useful and practical and needed piece of legislation to protect the media in the EU. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commission Vice President. And the first speaker is now Mr. Tomasz Frankowski.
Pani Przewodnicząca, Panie Komisarzu.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Independent media play a very important role in a democracy. They contribute to shaping of the public opinion. They help citizens make conscious choices. Therefore, media cannot be treated like any other economic enterprise or company. Therefore, I want to commend Rapporteur Madame Verheyen on intense but efficient negotiation, which has led to good results. I hope we can adopt this act still within this parliamentary term. This act is a reflection of our will to defend democracy and promote media plurality. It will also provide for transparency of ownership structures. Media will be protected against unwanted activities aimed at moderation on internet platform. We will combat hate speech, disinformation and promotion of terrorism. Therefore, shortly before European election, by adopting this act, we confirm that media freedom is very important to our democracy.
Thank you, Mr. Frankowski. The next speaker is Mrs. Petra Kammerwert. Thank you very much. Thank you, President. A European Media Freedom Act has to fulfill a number of expectations. It has to consistently defend media freedom, whether that's online or offline. It has to protect journalists, and it has to facilitate media diversity. I would say that this has only been achieved to some extent. I think this text actually falls short of what we expected from the Commission. When it comes to the protection of journalists, for instance, there has been some progress, admittedly, but there are still far too many loopholes, and unfortunately the text will soon become obsolete because of that. We can't have journalists being spied on, journalists being arrested just because they're doing their job. There are online platforms from the USA or even China, and they still hold the power to decide which recognized media providers we can have access to, what we're allowed to see, what we're not allowed to see. And I think that's absolutely absurd that they should be in the driving seat. In addition to that, we're actually breaking our own rules. I mean, we're expecting member states to guarantee the independence and non-governmental nature of national media supervisory authorities, and at the same time, we're establishing a new European Board for Media Services. It will be hosted by the Commission, and the Commission will appoint its staff. That really means leaving the door wide open to allow the Commission to become the future European media regulator, and that is not its role. It is not a task that it is entitled to fulfill, and it contradicts all of our rules. The Commission is not independent, nor is it that far removed from the state. So yes, In some, there's been some progress, but I once again feel that we've not been able to meet the expectations. We have great demands when it comes to media freedom, media pluralism. That's what we expect from our democracies. Unfortunately, we've not really done justice to that. Thank you.
Dank, Frau Kammer-Ewert. Und next speaker is Ms. Irena Joveva.
Hvala. Brez svobode medijev demokracije ni. Svoboda medijev pa je ogrožena marsikje, tudi v Evropi.
Thank you so much. Well, freedom of speech has really been called into question in Europe. We saw this, for instance, when Jana Kuciaka died and Mrs. Galizia. You know, abuse of power vis-à-vis journalists who are being vexed and where public opinion is being manipulated. The media cannot get involved in political issues necessarily, and there will be 100% of transparency as far as media ownership is concerned. The public will have access to this information. There will be nothing that is covered up by the media. The way as Fitz and Orban are working, this law is a basic change. We've seen serious violations. I hope the Commission has political courage to take judicial procedures. This should have happened so much more.
Gracias, President, Comisaria. Hoy es un día.
This is an historic day in this House, Mr. President. With the adoption of the European Media Freedom Act, we're bringing in a vital instrument for the protection of European democracy. This first European law on freedom of media communication is going to guarantee an area of plurality as far as the media is concerned, which is a sine qua non for democracy. The EMFA includes measures which will unlock positive changes in those member states where plurality is not strong. But it'll also be a safeguard in those countries where democracy is still working. And this safeguard isn't a trivial thing. If we look, for example, at the results of the elections in Portugal are confirming that there's no society that's immune to the extreme right violence. We are at a crucial crossroads in the world as far as democracy is concerned. And as Rigoberta Menchú said, it's vital that we realise that democracy isn't a goal that we achieve and then move on to trying to achieve other things. It's a condition which can only be maintained if every citizen defends it. And with this law, we've got another instrument to carry out that defence. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mr. Andrei Slabakov.
Thank you, Chair. I only wanted to make a remark here. It's not journalists' job to control governments, but to inform citizens. We keep talking about independent journalism. I could tell you that there are no completely independent journalists, because each media has its editorial policy. If journalists don't agree, they could choose different media outlets. To be completely independent, you have to be a billionaire, but would you be objective? I think that the media transparency regulation would be the only way to provide information to citizens so that they can decide who to believe. If we know who owns which media, we could quickly find out how facts are distorted. Thank you.
La prochaine oratrice est Madame.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Catherine Griset. Thank you, President, Commissioner. Every time the European Union talks about freedom, we know that it is looking for this in a haystack. This is the same thing. It is trying to take on a national competence, which is up to the member states. And then, because it is not a matter of the freedom of the media, we know that pluralism and freedom of opinion are not the values of a Brussels Europe. The way that this assembly deals with the opposition highlights that in France, when the public audiovisual service is referred to, they actually attack private channels. With this text, which is guided by the European Commission, all regulators run the risk of becoming the ministries of truth described by Orwell in order to monitor particularly incorrect. The freedom of media is at the heart of the democracy that we are attached to. With my French colleagues from the Identity and Democracy Group, we are opposed to any form of muzzling that Eurocrats wish to impose. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Prochain orateur est Monsieur Stelios Kouloglou.
Thank you. Mr. Kouloglou is our next speaker.
Well, dear colleagues, dear Commissioner, I think we could dedicate this historic act to our colleagues. They are not here, to the journalist colleagues. They are not here. They have been assassinated, like Daphne Caruana Galizia, like the Slovenian journalist and the Greek journalist Georgios Karevas, the murder of whom is not yet clarified. We haven't found the perpetrators. This act concerns, it tries to tackle all the problems Greeks journalists are facing. And that's why I would like to shift to Greek to say a few words about that. Because αυτός ο κανονισμός...
This regulation is known for contributing to transparency with the media. It will help the independence and the protection of journalists. It will provide some work in terms of protecting the big platforms, and it's going to address other problems.
Said that you are traveling the European capitals. Please try to reinforce this, as Sophie just has said, to reinforce this act. Because in Greece, we are still facing a lot of problems, and you know the perpetrators of the wiretapping of spying on journalists are still suing journalists and independent media. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Ms. Andrea Bocskor.
Thank you, President. The Media Freedom Act was announced by Ms. von der Leyen in her State of the Union speech in 2021. The goal of the act would have been to promote media independence and freedom, but this is, in fact, a Brussels censorship law, an attempted intervention in the sovereignty of member states and an attempt to construct a totalitarian oversight. It disregards market specificities and introduces uniform rules for all member states and may sanction and ban certain contents in member states. The purpose of the act is to make Brussels' voice exclusive and to oppress other values. Hungary is committed to media diversity, and Hungarians knew what media freedom was even in 1848. And therefore, within the context of the upcoming European elections, this is just a tool to suppress the right.
Casa.
Grazie, Sur Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. Democracy suffers when journalists are threatened. 10 days before she was assassinated, Daphne Caruana Galizia said it loud and clear that there had been pressure from the government on the newspaper where she worked because they wanted to silence her. That's why we acted, and that's why the Media Freedom Act is so important, because we will finally have a tool that is strong enough to ensure that that pressure is stopped once and for all. we will no longer accept that public broadcasting is used for government propaganda, that newspapers suffer a mountain of pressure because the government doesn't want them to let them do their work. This law, therefore, is an answer to those who are not yet tired of undermining the freedom of the press. And this does not exclude the Maltese government, that even after Daphne, they still never miss an opportunity to argue with journalists for doing their job. And therefore, finally, we have a shield for journalism. And therefore, I call for a strong vote and to continue this fight with all our strength. And I would like to thank all the rapporteurs for all their hard work on this report. Thank you. Now, Mr. Adjus Saliba. Thank you, Chair. The Media Freedom Act is very important. It's the first of its kind. Contrary to what David Casa has just said, it is a piece of legislation that the Maltese government has approved on a European level and a national level, and has implemented a number of reforms as well, so that media freedom in Malta is strengthened. At a time when the public opinion is more fragmented and exposed to manipulation, especially online, this legislation is required more than ever. It has to do with media freedom, editorial independence, access to information of good quality. It is not perfect. However, this is a step in the right direction to have a more free media, a more vibrant media on a European level. And how will we do this? By protecting journalists, media independence, by safeguarding interventions and illegal surveillance, by having more pluralism, by safeguarding this media independence and public services, and also encourage an economic environment where journalists can keep working. We have improved on the Commission's proposal, and this is why I will vote in favour of this act.
Parole passe à Madame Laurence.
Mrs. Laurence Farrand has the floor.
Monsieur le Président,
President, Vice President, the Act on Freedom of Media gives a guarantee to European citizens to get pluralist, free information. This is a major step forward for our democracy. It is also a weapon against disinformation, because it allows us to rapidly react against foreign propaganda media which threaten our security, such as the Kremlin offices, which Sputnik News or Russia Today. So it also gives us transparency on media concentration to cover the media and also the public opinion. So we have more transparency on ownership. So therefore, we have better protection against abusive information from X, Facebook, and other platforms. It's very good to see two particular measures: the information generated by artificial intelligence without the control of journalists, and also the guarantee for good information for our citizens. Thank you. Mr. Daniel Freund has the floor.
Colleagues, tomorrow we're voting on the European Media Freedom Act, and it is correct and right that we do this in order to take a step forward, but I do fear that this law is not going to be sufficient in order to really protect journalists in the European Union. Viktor Orban has proved this once again. That is, that we're doing too little to protect journalism and prevent attacks to basic rights and European values. In December, he adopted the sovereignty law. This could have been a Putin law. And the head of the Fidesz group said we are targeting left-wing journalists who are acting in the interest of multimillionaires or those with interest in Brussels. It is clear that he wishes to do away with freedom of the press and establish absolute control and ensure that state propaganda is promoted. This is unbearable. We are prohibiting this spying on journalists' telephones, but what is happening in Hungary needs to be done away with. We need to get rid of his media empire. Thank you, Mr. Freund.
Elżbieta Kruk.
Panie Przewodniczący.
Mr. President, thank you. Some positive changes on media freedom after interinstitutional negotiations aren't enough. The main issue remains open, which is this has got the wrong legal base. We can't base ourselves on Article 114 of the TFEU. The regulation of the press runs counter to the provisions of the treaties related to the powers of individual member states. It runs counter to the protection of press freedom, and the consultation mechanism doesn't change anything at all. We've also got considerable reservations about the European Regulators Group for Audiovisual Media Services under the auspices of the Commission. Does the Commission have a mandate to harmonise in this area? Should we be able to harmonise liberty or freedom in this way? Is this really necessary, is the question.
Vážený pane předsedající, v návrhu k projednávanému nařízení o mediálních službách jsem se dočetl.
Thank you so much. I quote some media. The independence of media services fulfills a basic principle. It protects the fundamental rights, and it's important to create public opinion. This is absolutely true, but how can we make this tally with our fight against fake news, disinformation? Because this is not clearly defined. I think it's basically hypocrisy. Because according to the media services that are paid, we're only talking about journalists that are being paid for their work. What about the independence of a journalist who receives money from his employer? He needs to choose the information and comment on this, forming his opinion on the basis of the wishes of the employer. So you want to exclude independent journalism from this act. And according to the Charter of Fundamental Rights, everyone has the right to give opinion, free opinion. Thank you. Mr. Mark Tarabella, please.
Monsieur le Président, Madame la Commissaire.
President, Commissioner, journalists are the guardians of our democracy. They convey information, they are sometimes educators, and they are also whistleblowers at some time. They are necessary to the functioning of our society, but for that they need to be able to exercise their profession in full freedom. There are three things in the text which I think we need to highlight, and I hope this will be adopted tomorrow. I would say that there are three important things. So we need to protect the sources for journalists and avoid them being spied upon. It is also essential that media are transparent with regard to their ownership so that everyone can assess their independence. And thirdly, member states must guarantee editorial independence and the functional independence of public media. National authorities will not have the right to interfere in editorial decisions. The European Parliament text is a step in the right direction. That is towards free and independent press protected against attacks from all quarters. We are thus conveying a very important signal.
Thank you, Mr. Tarabella. We're going to continue with Mr. Andrzej Halicki.
Szanowni Państwo, Europejski Akt.
Ladies and gentlemen, a law on media freedom is being adopted with the European elections in sight. It's a step forward as far as protecting our democracy is concerned, because without free media, we can't have free elections. We can't have democracy. That's obvious. This document doesn't just derive from the work carried out in the Libe Committee. It also derives from a report on the Pegasus spyware. We've seen the enormous scale of the use of Pegasus spyware against journalists. And we've seen journalists in Malta murdered. We've had tragic events happening around us in Europe, and we strongly reject all this kind of abuse of power. Journalists don't feel safe, they don't feel protected, and it's our job to help protect them. And it's important, therefore, that this part of media freedom and our attempts to improve that is very important.
Elena Yoncheva.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Madame la Commissaire, chers collègues. Ces dernières années,
Thank you, President. Colleagues, in recent years, media freedom has come under attack, and pressure exerted by journalists on the authorities and the business world has impinged on their freedom. We cannot continue to count on national governments to improve the situation. That is why I'm happy that we are contributing to combating in favor of media freedom in the European Union. Commissioner, I would like to thank you for your efforts in this sense. This act will lend more transparency to media ownership. It will establish clear rules for media content on online platforms. It will protect journalists against pressure and against spyware. But we must remain vigilant in implementing new rules in the forthcoming months, as highlighted by Ms. Intveld and Mr. Kouloglou. Ms. Jourova, the Commission has a key role to play in this respect, and I'm counting on your support. Thank you.
Thank you
so much, Mrs. Yoncheva. I'd now like to give the floor to Mrs. Donat.
Képviselőtársaim, az elmúlt 5 évben
Ladies and gentlemen, in the past 5 years, I have shown you on multiple occasions how the propaganda machine of the Hungarian government works, because it is not just overwhelming pro-government media. It is Putin-style media that uses taxpayers' money to flood the public sphere, and power. Information is power, of course. Mr. Orban knows that. If we want to compete with the populists, then we must prevent the construction of Putin-style propaganda machinery all across Europe. That is why we need this act, and within that the proposals of my own party, so that you cannot keep funding, illicit funding of the media public, and that state resources are distributed free of bias. So please support this act and support Hungarian media freedom.
Donat. Next speaker is Mr. Dominik Tarczynski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear leftists, not many of you in here. We just heard Mr. Halicki about democracy and the free media. I can't believe it. I cannot believe that Mr. Halicki from ruling party Civil Platform is talking about democracy and the free media. 38 journalists spied on during the Donald Tusk party government. Recently, 38 people. Mr. Michał Karnowski, well-known journalist, was spied on. Piotr Nistor, well-known journalist, was spied on. Public state media were took over overnight, just now when Tusk took over in Poland using private security company. And Madam Adamowicz is laughing. Halicki is not here. He just ran away. He left the chamber. Maybe you will answer. How is it possible, Madam Adamowicz, because you have a good phone, I can tell. How is it possible that Tusk is using private security company when he won election? He's using private security company to take over public state media. Oh, you're not laughing anymore. I know why. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, le prochain orateur est Monsieur André.
Next speaker, Mr. André Rouget.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, chers collègues.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, in 1941, General de Gaulle in Oxford said that at the basis of our civilization, there's a freedom of each of us to think and have an opinion. Now, we are very punitively editing these texts. The Commission starts to have a say in all of this, and a revision of national history Brussels is trying to tackle all of this rereading and rewriting history. Elon Musk and the leftist Macronian thoughts are really prevailing. So the official dogma has now not been approved. Our freedom is controlled by a super state. Emmanuel Macron runs part of this state. And whether you're a patriot or a globalist, the present intelligentsia will decide whether you're a culprit or whether you are free. So it is at the end of the day Brussels that is deciding on freedom and liberty. Thank you. The next speaker, Mr. Kolakuzi.
The media are one of the pillars of society, just like justice and medicine. If in the law it says that no country, lawyer from another state can represent in front of the court, but it has to be a lawyer from that state, then we cannot allow that the owners of the media be from other countries. We now, in the Republic of Croatia, have a crazy situation. The owners of our national television, of the once very good portals and newspapers, are actually from Serbia. Serbia is not even in the European Union. And they are promoting interests that are contrary to the interest of the Croatian people. First of all, the owners of the media cannot come from another country. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is our colleague, Ms. Romana Tomc.
Hvala lepa. Spoštovani, zakona o svobodi medijev bi se morali
Thank you very much. We should welcome this European Media Freedom Act. It prevents state interference in the media, among other things. But I have some doubts. Ms. Jourova, I don't trust you because you say one thing and then you do something else. You're calling for transparency, but you're acting without transparency. In Slovenia, we have an extreme left government, and I informed you about the situation there is cleansing and misdealings. But what have you done to protect journalists in Slovenia? Nothing. You supported the government. That's probably because they are close to you politically. I don't believe you. Therefore, I don't believe that this act will achieve its goals. Maybe this will occur sometime in the future, but not under this commission. We would like to have a commission which really protects journalists, but you are not the person.
Nezávislé s transparentnými vlastníkmi, slobodnejšie. Presne.
Thank you so much. Well, what we wish are to have free media, and that is why we are voting on these types of media, for journalists who are courageous to search for the truth and are not at the service of politicians. That is the purpose of this particular act. And I shall be voting in favor of this tomorrow, very happily. This is very much against what Slovak government is doing. Our government does not understand that strong, free media and the truth, even uncomfortable truth, are the only way forward. We are searching for a country, well, Mr. Danko and Mr. Sinkovic, who are the ones who dictate what people need to think. Do we see how our country accuses journalists and blames them? This is something that is not acceptable. Europe knows that this is not the right path, and therefore we need to do everything we can so that the Slovak media can become independent again. and the European institutions need to help. Thank you.
On the list, I was advised we are good in time, so I give the floor to 1 minute to each of them, and we start with Ms. Sunčana Glavak.
Thank you very much, President, dear colleagues. We have heard several times that the free media are the basis of all democratic societies. And we should also protect the right of journalists. Also, the member states will have to protect the independence of the media, and all the media, regardless of their size and what is important, will have to publish information about their ownership structure and be transparent in receiving funds from the state budget. What is new is the foundation of the board for the media, and also we mustn't forget that the media sector contributes to opening jobs and also the economic activity that is 3% of GDP. Also, we also have to support the media sector because they also reduce disinformation. They are an economy just like everybody else, and they have equal rights.
Juan Fernando López Aguilar.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, President, Mrs. Jourova. When we now finally are going to adopt the European Media Freedom Act, a European Act for the freedom of the press and for pluralist media, legal experts say that this is really very important. We're protecting the journalists. We're protecting them against having to reveal their sources. We're also protecting them against spyware and spying, independence in finance, and also independence as far as advertising is concerned. We're protecting the consumers on the digital platform, and digital media have to take into account the law of digital services, which has also been approved during this legislative period. And we are also giving advice on media institutions. And this will be efficient against disinformation. It will also make sure that digital platforms are covered by this. It's a huge step we're taking. And I'm very, very grateful for all of those who have worked so hard.
And we continue with Vice President Martin Hojsík.
Ďakujem, pán predsedajúci. Bez slobodných médií demokracia zahynie. A aj preto po rokoch toho, čo sa politici a političky
in Slovakia, the politicians have threatened the media and journalists. A journalist, Mashkorinova, was even murdered, and that is why we need a European-wide media freedom law. The governing coalition is not just making threats. They actually proposed a bill yesterday. Which means that the public broadcaster will become an instrument for government propaganda. They draw inspiration from Orban, and that is why we need this law. We need free media, in particular public media in Slovakia and throughout Europe.
With Ms. Beata Mazurek.
Szanowni Państwo, cele założenia Europejskiego Aktu o Wolności Mediów są bezsprzecznie słuszne.
Thank you, President. The goals of the legislation are laudable, but the ways they're trying to achieve them aren't well-based, and they don't guarantee media freedom. EU institutions need to protect media freedom, but the Commission will have a very wide influence over the regulators. Media pluralism needs to be guaranteed without any interference from Brussels. Brussels has already tried to muscle into this process in member state level? What guarantee do we have that this won't happen again here? We can't have excessive amounts of regulation, otherwise we'd end up with an act that runs counter to media freedom. Madam Commissioner, I can't believe what you say when you talk about a kind of coalition of 13th of December in Poland. Your commission has done nothing to protect journalists.
Claire Daly, please.
Thanks very much, President. This is the first EU legislation regarding spyware, and as it stands, unless our amendments are accepted, we are legislating to authorise its use against journalists. The great EU that defends media freedom, that flies the flag of democracy against authoritarianism, is authorising the unleashing of spyware against journalists. We already know it's been used against journalists and politicians. We know it's not possible to regulate it. It's so destructive, it's classified as a weapon and subject to arms control restrictions. We don't talk about abuse of chemical weapons or cluster bombs. We recognise it's their use that's the problem, and we ban them outright. And it has to be so regarding spyware. This technology takes over your device without your knowledge. It surveils your whole life and everyone who comes into contact with you. It's abhorrent in any state that claims to be democratic. It was pioneered by Israel, tested on Palestinians like all other Israeli weapons. It should be banned.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Ms. Magdalena Adamowicz.
Panie Przewodniczący, Szanowna Pani Komisarz.
Thank you. Madam Commissioner, well, the European Media Freedom Act is a simple reality. We need to know who governs us. Not a single power ever and under no circumstances has the right to limit the truth and access to the truth. This particular act for media freedom is there to make sure that we cannot be poisoned by propaganda, by disinformation. So this act in reality is a freedom for all of us, because not a single one of us can be free if the media are being manipulated by the political powers or other powers. So true histories are replaced by a political discourse. The truth is at the center, should not depend on money. The truth is not subordinate to a single person or body. That is why we need to defend freedom, because to defend freedom is to defend our borders from an invasion. I will support this Media Freedom Act. Thank you.
Spoštovani visoki zbor, jutri Evropski parlament z glasovanjem o Evropskem aktu medij.
Thank you, President. Tomorrow, the European Parliament will be voting on the European Media Freedom Act, which is a milestone. It is an historical day for journalists and editors and for all of us. Without a free and independent media and without pluralism in the media, there is no democracy. This Act allows for greater editorial freedom, more transparency with regard to ownership and rules with regard to funding of advertising. I welcome this historic step for the European Union. Each European has the right to different media content and access to credible information, both off and online. The credibility of information and its reliability is of great importance for voters because major media outlets often lie and discredit us.
For comments and conclusion. Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm very sorry, dear. I was too quick. Mick Wallace is the last speaker. Sorry.
The Commissioner had been very disappointed if I didn't get to talk. The final draft of the European Media Freedom Act is disappointing, but no surprise given how the EU is hell-bent on promoting the defence industry at every opportunity. This legislation could have made a strong statement that the use of spyware by member states against journalists would be illegal. Instead, it fudged the issue. And the legislation now refers to the fact that the European Union confirms to respect Member States' responsibilities with regard to national security. The consequence of this is that the Council's retention of the national security exemption enables EU governments to continue to deploy spyware against journalists under the guise of national security outside the protective framework of EU law. This is a backward step at a time when we know that spyware programmes such as Pegasus and Predator have been employed by EU governments. Neither should we forget that many of these Israeli companies who make a lot of this stuff test their products on Palestinians under illegal occupation. And I wonder, this European Media Freedom Act, will it do anything for the freedom of journalist Julian Assange?
Mr. Wallace, and now we come back to Commission Vice President Jourova, please.
Mr. President, honourable members, thank you for a very interesting discussion. Most of you confirmed that the EU needs to adopt the Media Freedom Act as soon as possible so that it is enforced and it becomes a reality for journalists as soon as possible. I want to react on several speakers. First of all, there was a question mark over the role of journalists. Of course, to inform the citizens, to be our eyes and ears from the battlefields. Unfortunately, we have wars very close to us, and journalists are risking their lives to do their job and to give us trustworthy information. And this is the main reaction why I wanted to say it. Keep us, the politicians, in power and under control, helping the citizens to understand what we do in politics. I think that this is a very key role. And I think we want too much from the media. It was already in discussions before in this House. We want so much from the media, and we do so little for them to create workable conditions for them, including elementary safety. So I think by this Media Freedom Act we are correcting this disbalance of powers, because I think that most of us are aware that the weaker the media, the weaker the democracy. Few comments on Mr. David, who is not here anymore, on disinfo. Indeed, we have definitions about the disinformation which pose a risk to our democracy, to our elections and to our safety. And if he wants to read another definition of disinformation, he could read some of the Putin's military papers, because this is in Russia's military doctrine that they will use disinformation as their weapon against European democracies. So it is comment number one. On the comment of Madame Boxkor, who is not here anymore again, so I'm sorry she didn't wait for the answer. She interpreted this law, or she called it as a Brussels censorship law or something like that. This law is a threat only to those, mainly on the political scene, who want to turn the media into Kremlin-style propaganda. It is a threat to those who want to use the power of the state, also financial one, to make the media dependent on them. I said at the beginning that by developing this law, we were inspired by real problems in several member states. Hungary was one of the inspirational sources for us, exactly because of these issues. I want to react on Madame Tomc. She said she doesn't trust me. I regret that. But I want to remind us of the situation when Mr. Prime Minister Janša and his ministers were publicly attacking concrete journalists, as if giving the blessing to the society to continue this. If politicians start attacking the journalists, this is the example for the country. If politicians call the journalists public enemies, this is also very difficult situation for democracy. I'd like to remind us of the moment when Slovenian state agency, public service, press agency, had to start crowdfunding to remain alive, because the state didn't want to finance it, because the agency was not comfortable for the politicians. So these were my reactions on the Slovenian situation in the media. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to switch into my language because I want to speak Czech about the situation in Slovakia. I will be short. Ráda bych řekla k situaci na Slovensku, že
I'd like to say a few words about what's happening in Slovakia. We are keeping an eye on the media situation of journalists there. Jan Kuciak was murdered because of the fact that he was a very fine journalist, somebody who was able to deal with issues related to government corruption very cogently. And we're talking about media freedom here. When I talk about the situation in Slovakia, I wanted to say really that it's almost too late already. And we're very concerned about the information that we're getting, how public television is going to be run in a different fashion. That should worry everybody who understands that public media need to be strong, need to be free in all countries. We shouldn't have media established by a state and dependent on them.
Schluss dieser wichtigen und interessanten Debatte kriegt das Wort.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. At the end of this very important debate, I give the floor to the rapporteur, Ms. Verheyen. I wanted to congratulate you on your birthday today, Mr. President. Sorry for not knowing that before. I think it's a great debate. Have your birthday on this important day, and I hope that we will see this passed tomorrow. Firstly, I'm happy that so many colleagues participate in this debate, but I would have liked each colleague that spoke today to have actually read through the text because some of what was said here doesn't actually correspond to what is finally in the text. Yes, the Media Freedom Act is not a censorship law. On the contrary, it is an independence law. That is the aim of it, not censorship, and that's why the reproach that it's there to censor the media better and to control them better, it's nonsense. It's also not in it. We want to have a sensible, serious, free media so that disinformation has no place. But it's not a disinformation law. If you say here that the board was not going to work independently or autonomously, well, actually, that's not true. It's going to be much more independent. It can develop its own opinions independently. The national media authorities form this board, and the secretariat of this board will be paid by the Commission, that is the staff, but the service, that is the oversight as to what they actually do, it depends on the board itself. And I think we need to emphasize that independence is achieved, and we have revision clauses in the text. If something doesn't work, then we will be able to adjust it accordingly. We have made huge progress with this act in order to secure media freedom in Europe, and the protection of journalists is wide-reaching. Protection of sources plays a very important role. With the anti-SLAPP directive, we made a major step forward also, and we need to see the media legislation in the same way. Whether we're talking about the Media Freedom Act or the Anti-SLAPP Directive, these are laws which interact with each other and secure media freedom and diversity on a lasting basis. We have legislation which prevents a concentration. The member states must be active in this area, and the Commission must ensure that this is implemented properly. So I would ask the Commission, please, when we're talking about implementing ENFA in member states, please maintain scrutiny of this, do it seriously, and ensure that this actually is successful. We're giving the Commission a secondary law instrument and supporting the basic principles of our treaties so that this can be monitored in member states. It's an important step in the right direction. Of course, you can always hope for more, but we need to agree with the member states. We have to find common ground. Originally, this is the competence of the member states. In according to the treaty, we went as far as we could within the framework of the powers that we have. And I think this will be a major success if we all work to ensure that in the member states it is implemented properly. Thank you very much. Thank you.
It will be held tomorrow. Before we come to the next groundbreaking topic of the AI Act, I have to do an announcement. On the proposal of the Committee on Legal Affairs, Parliament verifies the credentials of Patricia Caro Maya with effect from the 30th of November 2023, of Esther Sanz Selva with effect from the 21st of December 2023, of Michael Kauch with effect from the 1st of January 2024, of Krzysztof Brescia with effect from the 3rd of January 2024, of Guy Lavocat with effect from the 12th January 2024, and of Niels Goiking with effect from the 5th of February 2024. And now the next item is, as I said, the report by Mr. Benifei and Mr. Tudorake on the Artificial Intelligence Act. And we start with the two rapporteurs, and I invite Mr. Brando Benifei to take the floor. And I welcome Commissioner Breton in our midst. Thank you.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, President, Commissioner. Well, after 2 years of hard work, we have now reached the approval of the first binding law on artificial intelligence to reduce risks, to combat discrimination, to give transparency, to make sure that equality and freedom are sustained, and at the same time supporting innovation and competitiveness. Thanks to us, the European Parliament, after hard negotiations, practices that are unacceptable in Europe will be banned. For instance, the recognition of emotions at the workplace or at the place of study, or to define the religious or ethnic relevance of biometric, on the basis of biometric systems. The workers must also always be informed. We must be told of the use of artificial intelligence at the workplace. We will be protecting the rights of citizens and workers. And these are some of the important examples of what we have achieved. In the final text, we have also been able to reduce the risk in sensitive areas, for instance, the use in medical activities. We need to verify the conformity on the reliability of the data, digital security. So we put obstacles to artificial intelligence, which tries to discriminate women or people of other ethnic origins. These are data that we are familiar with, and we wanted to take a law that can have an effect here in this area. We also want to make sure that we want to create an incentive for the use of artificial intelligence, and people can use systems, but with a maximum guarantee. And thanks to the work of the European Parliament, we've also worked on the basis of transparencies. So we must make sure that big fakes are no longer used. They are recognized by the devices by warfare marking, which is a kind of architecture which is invisible. We will also put an end to use of those issues protected by copyright, because we understand the economic value of creativeness, and this is a right which needs to be protected within the context of artificial intelligence. There is a lot that remains to be done in order to approve this. We are at the moment preparing an AI office. This is be an office within Europe, and institutions and companies need to be helped for voluntary compliance in order to apply these rules before they are fully compulsory. It'll be very gradual, and it will put at the very centre, for instance, the development of what we've wanted in the Parliament. That is to verify fundamental rights, verify on impact. And this is fundamental so that the users of artificial intelligence can also play their role to reduce risks. Allow me to thank all of us for this very important task, which is putting Europe at the very forefront of this particular type of legislation, and we will have to work especially on artificial intelligence at the workplace. So we have done this work together with the co-rapporteurs, our colleague Tudorache and all the other colleagues and shadow rapporteurs in the political groups. The Parliament's team has been united when negotiating in the light of our views, that is to truly put the human being at the very centre of the development of artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
Benify. Next speaker is Rapporteur Dragos Tudorache.
Thank you very much, Chair. Commissioner, dear colleagues, it is customary to begin with thanks. I will actually continue where my colleague left it. And I want to say, first of all, thank you, Commissioner Breton, and thank you to the Commission as such for the foresight of putting forward this proposal where no one else around the world was actually looking at this option. I also want to thank the shadow rapporteurs for putting the incredible energy and effort that was required from you and your teams to draft those over 3,000 amendments, to streamline them into a coherent mandate and then negotiate that with the Council. I would thank the Council if they were here, but they're not. And I want to specifically thank Brando Benifei for being such a great colleague and co-rapporteur. So this is it, colleagues. We delivered. The EU delivered. No ifs, no buts, no later. These are the rules. We have forever attached to the concept of artificial intelligence the fundamental values that form the basis of our societies. And with that alone, the AI Act has nudged the future of AI in a human-centric direction, in a direction where humans are in control of the technology and where the technology, helps us leverage new discoveries, economic growth, societal progress, and unlock human potential. Much work lies ahead that goes beyond the AI Act itself. AI will push us to rethink the social contract resting at the heart of our democracies, along with our education models, our labour markets, the way we conduct warfare. All this to say that the AI Act is not the end of a journey, but rather the starting point for a new model of governance built around technology. Going back to the Act itself, we must now focus our political energy in turning it from the law in the books to the reality on the ground. First, implementation. The rules we have passed in this mandate to govern the digital domain, not just the AI Act, are truly historical, pioneering. But making them all work in harmony with the desired effect and turning Europe into the digital powerhouse of the future will be the test of our lifetime. Second, we need to work with others. The EU now has an AI office to govern the most powerful AI models. The US and the UK have established equivalent structures, and many more will follow suit. It is imperative to connect these initiatives into a strategic triangle and then into a network. And that will allow us to stay on top of any unforeseen developments in AI that might require a coordinated response. Third, we need to play on the global scene in accordance with our weight, not just by making the rules, but also by exporting them. We need to put our entire diplomatic and political clout in promoting the European model of AI governance. This is a strategic priority for the next mandate, alongside reducing our strategic dependencies and increase our resilience, because the future is AI-fueled, and we must continue to shape it. One final thought. We haven't yet witnessed the full power of AI. The existing capabilities have already surpassed anything we could have imagined a decade ago, at speeds we have never thought possible, and this will continue exponentially. For lack of a better term, artificial general intelligence, or AGI, is something we need to prepare for. Any AI possessing an intelligence that is superior to that of a human being will open up infinite possibilities, but at the same time will raise never-before-encountered ethical, moral, and yes, even existential questions. We have in the AI Act a first answer to those questions, but we must be prepared to cater our governance for quantum leaps that we know AI could do. I'll conclude not as a politician, but as a parent. This regulation makes me feel more confident about the future of my children. And I'm humbled to have played a part in shaping it together with you, all those present in this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rapporteur Tudorache. And the next speaker is Ms. Eva Maidel for the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues, Commissioner. We've arrived to the week that we are going to have the final vote of the first ever law on artificial intelligence. The way I see it is that we are laying out a common European vision for the future of this technology, one where AI is more democratic and safe, but also, I would hope so, more competitive. That is, if it's done right. In a way, we close one chapter, but the story continues. And what I believe now that it's important is that we focus on three things. First of all, to provide legal certainty to all stakeholders, including companies. Second of all, to play an active role in ongoing global efforts through the G7 process, OECD, and the UN. And thirdly, to prioritize AI excellence through concrete commitments and investments. I stand before you because I do believe that in Europe we are more than just a referee. I believe we are a continent of innovators, of doers, of dreamers, of achievers. And now it's time for us to walk that talk when it comes particularly to promoting AI excellence in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Next speaker is Axel Voss. You have the floor.
President, Commissioner, colleagues, the legislation that we have before us is complex, it's complicated, and I think for a leading AI nation it would be important. The atmosphere outside the EU bubble is not particularly good, so we're missing some added value in terms of innovation, and we are not really leading the pack in the EU. So we believe that the EPP that the AI law is only sensible if we take further measures and add points to ensure that this is a success. Apart from the technical harmonization of standards, we need a flexible approach to all of these problems which may arise, and we shouldn't believe, and the rapporteur said this, that our work is just going to end here with this legislation. I think it's only just starting. We need to respond more quickly than we usually do and adapt to problems and new developments. We need to avoid legal uncertainty due to a lack of clear wording in the text. We need to clarify the AI office and have guidelines as quickly as possible. We need to determine where there is overlap with other legislation and minimize that. And clarify, we need an interpretation of the regulations for the entire European Union, a single, a uniform interpretation. And we need a concept for these sandboxes so that we allow certain sandboxes, specific sandboxes for certain sectors. We need to ensure that we have adaptation to the GDPR in terms of personal data, and SMEs need to be provided with extreme assistance in order to overcome the challenges. And with regard to the AI office, we need to ensure it has the right talent. That is also essential. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to give the floor to the Commissioner, Thierry Breton. You have the floor, sir.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, honourable members of the European Parliament. And I'm also turning to the audience. There's a lot of people up in the audience gallery, and I see a lot of young people. And I believe that this is inspiring for us and inspiring for you to be here today and to attend this particular debate, which somehow closes an historic cycle, as was already said by the two rapporteurs that I'd like to greet. Dear Brando, dear Dragos, yes, it is an historic debate which is being held here and has been held for several months to lead to tomorrow's vote, a vote which will make it possible for us, as has already been said by the rapporteurs, to develop the first regulation on artificial intelligence in the world, which is a balanced text which is there to protect us from any excesses that may occur to the negligent use of artificial intelligence, but also to promote innovation. On the 8th of December last, and it feels almost like it was yesterday, Dragos and Brando, we spent 38 hours together. And I'll tell the audience, this is the longest negotiation that was ever held within the framework of the trialogues in the history of our European institutions. So this obviously clearly indicates the subject was very complex, and it was necessary to take time to harmonise the position of the European Parliament, legitimate views of the Parliament and Council, and I'd like to welcome the work that was done by the Spanish minister, Carmen Artigas, during the Spanish presidency, and we reached an historic compromise. It is balanced, and it will resist the passing of time. Allow me to focus on 4 aspects particularly. Together, we managed to find the fair balance for risk management and promotion of innovation. Allow me to remind you that it is because of risk that we are regulating. This approach, based on risks, bans in Europe the use of artificial intelligence, which violates fundamental rights and values. And it is also fixing rules in high-risk cases, in the case of health issues, for instance, and also to promote innovation with no barriers, no obstacles for low-risk use. And that is obviously the largest number of cases. Secondly, we also developed a balanced, restrictive framework for the artificial intelligence models for general use. And this is an initiative that was taken by the European Parliament, by the rapporteurs, by the shadow rapporteurs. And I'd like to thank you for your commitment. This is legislation on artificial intelligence without measures of large artificial intelligence systems for general use would not have been efficient. So we've focused on 2-level approach: transparency for all models of artificial intelligence for general use, and then stricter needs for more powerful models which could have a potential systemic impact on our single market in the European Union. And this way, what we've managed to avoid is excessive load on the innovators and more transparency, as was already said, for many SMEs, which have always been at the heart of our concerns. Thirdly, we have a solid framework for transparency for the generation of content. Think about manipulated images on the web. Those texts generated by artificial intelligence and published to inform the public as public information have been generated artificially, and we need to indicate that this is so. What about deepfake? Deepfake, artificially generated, must be clearly indicated as being developed by artificial intelligence. And then we are also talking about a legal framework, law enforcement, and this makes AI Act very different from all the other issues that exist in other countries, because it's a tough job to actually reach this type of agreement, and it leads to surveillance of market at national level. And it has also been said by the rapporteurs, it leads to a new office, a European Office for Artificial Intelligence, which will be set up in the Commission within my services. We've already started recruitment, and we have also set up a pact on artificial intelligence to make sure that hopefully tomorrow we will be voting in favor of this particular resolution. 350 organizations are working on this. And the main provisions for this artificial intelligence. So these measures will contribute to protect elections, many elections that will be taking place this year. But regulation cannot be the only thing that we do in order to strengthen leadership. In January, we approved a package in order to get the necessary ingredients for the development of artificial intelligence. The data, no artificial intelligence. The data sets are necessary. The power of calculations, these need to be very powerful. But we use this, and this is the last point, on the basis of algorithms. And that is the object of our engineers, of our scientists. And I know that they have a very good reputation in Europe. Europe already has 3 supercalculators, and 2 new ones will be developed. They will be in the top 5. Apart from these supercalculators on the net, we should also be building AI factories where we will have supercalculators focusing on data centers and services to support startups so that they can benefit from this infrastructure to develop their innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, honourable members, tomorrow's vote will conclude 5 years of hard work on this particular act. We've had discussions, we've had exchanges of view, negotiations, debates, interaction with the lobbies, all those who wanted to speak. We have been listening to them, but from where we stand today, the European Parliament, the Council and the Commission, we have shouldered our responsibilities, and these responsibilities are translated into the text which you will be approving tomorrow by a large majority tomorrow, I hope. Thank you.
Kommissar.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Well, the Commission has exceeded its speaking time, so I will be very generous with the speakers who come next. Ms. Solis-Perez.
Thank you, Commissioner and President. We are giving today birth to a law on AI which is unique. It looks at risks for people and talks about penalties for failing to comply. It's going to let us know if a text or photos have been artificially generated, and things like copyright can be better protected in this way. You, European citizens, can rest easy knowing that our fundamental rights are going to be protected more. But let's not just talk about the risks today. This does actually offer benefits, this technology, for our societies, and 80% of its uses are low risk. Protection of citizens' rights and promoting innovation need to be compatible in the European Union, because if we don't have that, we're going to drive innovators out of Europe. We've got a decent umbrella law. It's the beginning, as has been said. We need to approach it in a sector-by-sector way, in a flexible way, so that our companies can keep up with the developments of technology without deregulating. We need to seize the benefits of artificial intelligence and not be its slaves, because Europe can have a big lead as far as AI is concerned, and it's important for our competitiveness that we do.
Kollegin, als nächstes hat...
Thank you so much, Madam. Now I'd like to give the floor to the next speaker, Mrs. Romana Plumb.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioner, dear colleagues. Tomorrow's AI Act's adoption is pivotal for European policy making, as it guarantees our rights and fosters innovation. As TRAN Committee, we prioritize the safety and privacy of public transport users, as well as flexibility for small and medium enterprises. Therefore, we warmly welcome the establishment of stringent conditions for the further processing of personal data pertaining to the safety and resilience of transport systems and mobility within AI regulatory sandboxes. Moreover, granting priority access to regulatory sandboxes at minimal or proportionate cost for SMEs and aiming to minimize the administrative burden and compliance cost demonstrates our commitment to their success. The AI Act will facilitate artificial intelligence development in sectors that directly bolster our citizens' quality of life, especially in sectors like transport. I would like to congratulate the rapporteurs and all the shadows and Commission for this important legislative act. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin.
Thank you so much, Madam. I'd now like to give the floor to Mrs. Clune.
Thank you to our rapporteurs and all the teams that brought us to this point. And the final adoption of the Artificial Intelligence Act today is an historic moment. This landmark legislation is a significant step forward in our commitment to responsible digital leadership and creating an ethical future for artificial intelligence in Europe. It provides a robust regulatory framework promoting trust and transparency in AI systems, establishing clear rules for deployment and for use and development. We are fostering accountability and responsibility across the sectors and along our value chains, and this ensures that AI technologies serve the best interests of our citizens. Crucially, this legislation upholds fundamental rights in the digital age with strong requirements for fairness, accountability and non-discrimination. We safeguard against unfair biases and injustices that may arise from unchecked AI systems. We can and we will unlock the potential of AI in healthcare, climate solutions and for economic productivity, but we also set clear guardrails. A ban on social scoring, discriminatory algorithms and manipulative techniques, and this ensures AI serves humanity and not the other way around. In addition, this Act will encourage innovation and competitiveness by providing legal certainty and a level playing field, and we create an environment that is conducive to breakthroughs in AI technology, positioning Europe in this way at the forefront of global innovation. So this is not the last post. The AI Act is the foundation, and now comes the crucial task of implementation and increasing international cooperation. And that is the establishment of the AI. So I welcome that, Commissioner, and we look forward to continuing our engagement with our international partners to ensure that we have a global response to artificial intelligence.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin.
Thank you so much, Madam. I'd now like to give the floor to the next speaker, Mr. Vitanov.
Commissioner, 87% of the respondents to the Eurobarometer survey on digital rights and principles say that Europeans should be protected against risky or unethical application of digital technologies, including artificial intelligence. We are answering the demand of the people by introducing this legislation, the first comprehensive set of rules about AI systems. We have already said many things about the aspects of this agreement. The co-rapporteurs and the shadows, we all have briefed this room, our groups, our committees many times. This was one of the most publicly documented pieces of EU legislation. The amount of articles and posts on social media was extraordinary, and everyone seems to have a strong opinion of the outcome. And also one of the most lobbied legislation as well. The corporate interests were huge, and I'm proud to say that faced with this enormous pressure, the European Parliament held its ground and fought for its citizens. The EU legislative procedures are too opaque, too confusing, but we are the ones who speak directly, openly to citizens. Industry, NGOs. Our meetings are public and well documented. Our positions are clear, regardless of which group I'm talking about. It's the Council who is in depth with its citizens. If there are any shortcomings of this legislation, and there probably are, it's not because of the European Parliament didn't fight. We secured the ban of certain malicious AI systems. We introduced stricter safeguards on the use of RBI systems. We included foundation models in the scope of the regulation. We fought for more power to individuals when interacting with AI systems. So thank you to all of you colleagues, all the usual suspects here, and thank you to your teams. It's been an incredible journey, and I would like to give the remaining of my time to Svenja. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. Next speaker is indeed our colleague Svenja Hahn.
Dear colleagues, thank you, co-negotiators. Vor 3,5 Jahren haben wir
3.5 years ago, we discussed here what the AI Act should look like. My requirements at the time, my yardstick, I said we need to strengthen citizens' rights and harmonize the single market. But let's see what we have. The definition of the AI is international, and we have the sandboxes, but there is bureaucracy and uncurrencies, which will be difficult, more easy to deal with by big tech than SMEs. The AI should not be a break to innovation, and we weren't able to ensure a ban on biometric surveillance. With regard to identification and predictive policing, I was in favor of stronger rules. We improved the Commission proposal, but I would have liked to have more innovation and a stronger citizen protection. But this is not going to end here. For our democratic and economic future, we need to keep working and to ensure that governments don't misuse this for surveillance and that we have innovation here at home in Europe. Thank you.
Kollegin, als nächstes hat das Wort.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to give the floor to the next speaker, Ms. Sparentak.
Let's first state what this is. This vote is a revolutionary step. And from left to right, we bridged our differences, and there were some, and we fought together an unprecedented lobby against rules. And today, the EU is taking the lead worldwide with binding rules for artificial intelligence, including for ChatGPT. And with clear rules on how to design and use AI, we're putting people and society first. And I'm particularly proud that we already managed to learn from mistakes that were made with the use of AI before. We will make sure nobody is ever classified as a criminal or fraudster purely based on a calculation again. We will make sure people always get an answer to questions they have about certain decisions made by governments, instead of facing a computer that says no and leaving people empty-handed. And we will make sure a human is always in the loop, so your human rights are protected and you're not discriminated against. And I'm proud of the clear limits we put to unethical technologies, such as predictive policing, facial recognition in public space, and so-called sexuality recognition. And I would have wanted to go even further, with stronger bans, closing every loophole, binding environmental standards, and mandatory testing for all large language models and image generators, instead of only the largest ones. But my fight for this will continue. And let me use my last seconds to once again thank the amazing staff, and also from the Commission and the Council, that stayed with us for 38 hours, which was ridiculous, and it should not have been that long, but we did it, and thanks for your commitment to staying and keeping us sharp all night long. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, verehrte Frau Kollegin. Als nächstes hat das Wort.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to give the floor to our colleague Slotowski.
Szanowni Państwo, Panie Komisarzu, Panie Przewodniczący.
Ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner, Mr. President, AI is changing the world. Possibilities offered by AI are continually growing, and questions that it raises are growing too. And there are risks which we can't close our eyes to. We need criteria that are clear to look at the services provided by AI, but we also need to look at the question of forbidden uses, particularly when this technology is used by public institutions. During long hours of work on this, we've managed to get the ECR group's priorities built in, an exemption for R&D phases, for example, less red tape for SMEs, the reinforcement of the regulators' roles and protection of citizens' rights and their private life. The effectiveness of these rules will depend on the commitment of member states and the bodies whose task will be to apply them. We can't just regulate, we also need to educate, to invest and create innovation, and I do hope that legislation on AI won't stand in their way. Thank you.
Als nächstes hat das Wort.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to give the floor to colleague Lacapelle.
Mr. President, colleagues, Commissioner, for the first time, legislation is regulating this new environment, artificial intelligence. This legislation was necessary given the impact of artificial intelligence in all areas and the dangers that it brings with it. I'm thinking in particular of the spokesperson of Emmanuel Macron's party, Renew, which circulated an image of Marine Le Pen simulating her speaking in Russian and defaming her. Our group has contributed to this text with proposals such as reinforced control of artificial intelligence by humans, not machines, or the use of AI by the forces of law and order in order to protect victims with regard to the risks of terrorist attacks or pedophilic pornography. Also on preventing illegal immigrants crossing borders or the use of AI in order to promote universities. We still see major gaps in the text. We need to remain vigilant. We lost certain combats, but we need to win the AI battle in order to ensure we're not dominated by China and the United States and ensure that we foster our companies and our countries in the digital world of tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, Ms. Konechka. Thank you so much, Commissioner. I would like to see that the next President of the European Commission is not a person who wants to be the very first person to have written history, whether this is good or bad regulations. But if it's again somebody like the present President, I would have hoped that the next European Parliament will not be forced to take a decision at all costs to satisfy this particular person. Fixing rules for artificial intelligence, we have the possibility of doing something positive, to ban biometrics for surveillance of citizens or use of this technology. The biometric surveillance is generating a lot of profits, and I don't believe that this kind of text is acceptable. It is better to send out that to check on citizens calls for putting health in danger. Thank you. Thank you so much.
This union has yet to prove that our commitment to the rule of law and separation of powers is robust enough to allow member states to use IA-powered biometric surveillance. Maybe not society will ever be advanced enough to be trusted with such power. All the exceptions introduced by the Council open the door to hardcore authoritarianism. Maybe it takes a Catalan to realize, but you have seen a member state, Spain, spy on us with a much weaker technology, Pegasus, with the indifference of the institutions of the EU. How can we believe that these exceptions are included in good faith? Populism and authoritarianism are on the rise. Western democracies are experiencing an unprecedented regression on human rights. And instead of fighting this malign wave with all our might, the European institutions get ready to allow the worst police-state nightmare to become law. This is how democracy dies. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin.
Thank you so much, Madam. Well, I'm closing Catch the Eye. We have too many speakers on our Catch the Eye list, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to be stricter because time is running out. Mr. Arias Echeverría.
Gracias, presidente, señor comisario.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, AI has come to stay. Digital services will have a huge part of it. We need to regulate this, and for the first time, the EU is a pioneer with this law. It's the first regulation on this revolutionary technology in the world. We went for a non-digital future back in 2000, and we are paying the price. So we need to correct, and we are trying to correct the mistakes of the past. But we shouldn't be naive. Regulating isn't enough. We're competing with the United States, among other countries in this area, a country without very much regulation at all when innovation comes round. So we need to keep fighting to get a place on the international stage. We need to support SMEs, cut red tape, which is strangling our companies, and make sure that we have an attractive ecosystem in Europe and avoid over-regulation and have public-private partnerships. And, of course, make it all citizen-centred. It needs to be based, of course, on the European way and on our basic values. We need to unlock the potential of the digital market and increase EU competitiveness. We can't leave this in the hands of the private citizens, of the private sector, because it's vital for our citizens.
Kollegin Schaldemose.
Thank you very much. AI can be both a friend and foe. We've seen good and bad examples. For example, a good example is an app to detect skin cancer. But on the downside, a chatbot which encourages people to self-harm. There need to be clear rules governing this. We cannot accept things which allow young people to harm themselves. We should also not allow everything to be processed by AI. You still need people, and you need rules governing this and instructions. So it's good that we are adopting this law. Thus we can monitor how we use AI. The path is set, the rules are clear, and we can develop and use AI. Ms. Melchior has the floor now.
It's not only artificial intelligence, it's also technology. Merci. I morgen, der stemmer vi om den første omfattende...
Tomorrow we'll be voting on the first act for artificial intelligence. I'm quite proud of this as Shadow Rapporteur of the Legal Affairs Committee. Together with the Commission, we've found an act which balances basic regulations, basic rights to protect citizens, and companies have the possibility to innovate and to grow. This is European success, and this is a European success story. And the Danish government has decided to take this type of legislation too. The press conference was held a few weeks ago, and Denmark is also going to be accepting this kind of sandbox on artificial intelligence, and it looks very much looks very much like our legal framework. That the government, well, they might not really know what's going on here, but maybe they've been looking over our shoulders over the last few years. In any case, This has to change. The member states, governments of the European unions, should not turn European success into their own success, and then they always point a finger at the European Union.
Lagodinsky.
Thank you very much, colleague. And I give the floor to Mr. Lagodinsky with a higher lectern.
Opportunity, but only if you are able to steer it. And you have to do it before it makes you obsolete. You have to steer it in a direction that benefits, not harms, our economy, our society, our humanity. This AI Act is our timely attempt to control the future developments before they control us. Yes, this law is weaker than the regulation that we as this Parliament have wished, but it is better, much better than no regulation at all, than an AI Wild West. And in many areas, this law is a pioneer work. Yes, we would have loved to see a complete ban on biometric facial recognition or a comprehensive prohibition of behavioral observation by AI. But the fact that indiscriminate mass surveillance is no more possible, that we have bans like emotion recognition vis-à-vis students and employees, that we introduced fundamental rights assessment, environmental obligations, regulation of foundational models, all this shows that Europe is a continent that feels the pulse of history, also in the digital age. What is next? Now we need investments and we need support of AI technology made in Europe. This is the next challenge. And yes, we are facing it. We are accepting it now. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege.
Thank you, colleague. I now give the floor to colleague Sofo.
Questo regolamento europeo
This EU regulation on AI is unquestionably a first step to try to provide order and morality in something that's going to have a huge impact on people's lives. But up to now, the big multinationals have just forgotten about people's fundamental rights. It's vital that in Europe we have a societal model that doesn't have a kind of big brother underpinning it, and we don't forget about people's freedoms which are threatened by another element, the ideologicalization of algorithms. Google's image generator has been so overcome by woke elements that it's not able to do any kind of pictures of people who aren't white. And it's important that we look at this, that it's not something that could stay neutral. It's possible that it could be used by people who want to bring in dominant ideologies and totalitarian views. It's important we don't allow them into our society. We should fight against this with all our power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleague. I now give the floor to my colleague Cornelia Ernst. Artificial intelligence, it's like cursing and blessing. Some bless this and some curse it, as they also do with commandments. What is clear that this is only a grandiose thing if it serves everyone. So even those who are less influential, if we want to protect workers in the workplace, and that's a good thing, but if we have a prevention of facial recognition with a long list of exceptions, then we're not doing well, like the use of AI in migration and border work. AI needs clear limitations for implementation in order to ensure that we can really play a pioneering role. Thank you very much. And I'll give the floor to our colleague van den Kendelaren.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Today is really a milestone for the regulation of artificial intelligence, because with this agreement we shoulder our responsibility in the Union, a responsibility of finding the very delicate balance between regulating and innovating, protecting individual citizens and investing in technological progress. This AI Act will be the framework for responsible and safe development of artificial intelligence, which over the next decades will certainly change our daily life. Think of employment, defence, agriculture, transport, health, etc. This AI Act has the potential to become a worldwide standard. So let us be very cautious with the implementation, and let us make sure that we can make this particular act to prevail. Users and suppliers and citizens need to all shoulder a joint responsibility.
Thank you very much, and I give the floor to our colleague, Mr. Garcia de Blanco.
The AI law is the triumph of European democracy in a complex process which has lasted for a long time and had to conciliate various ideological positions, and we managed it in the end, and we've come up with this unique piece of legislation, and there's a lot of good stuff in this legislation. First of all, it's safety and security for our citizens. It'll build their trust and confidence that their fundamental rights and values will be protected by this legislation. It's legislation which is innovation friendly, which will create areas which will be propitious to innovation. Also, we're creating the biggest area of legal certainty in the world. Any operator in the world will know precisely what kind of rules we've got and what impact their actions will have in 27 different states. And also we've got a guarantee for the future when it comes to reforming the labour market, how we're going to compete as Europeans in the world, not as 27 different countries with 27 different strategies. There are still challenges ahead of us, but today is a day to pat ourselves on the back.
Kollege.
Thank you very much, honourable colleague. Now the floor to Vice President Dita Chernatsova.
AI is the future. It will be the next industrial revolution as we use it to innovate and to make lives better. We only have to look to the fight against cancer to see the great benefits that AI can bring to our society. 61% of Europeans feel the same. We need AI innovation in Europe. We need to embrace this tool and not hold it back out of fear. There are risks, but there are risks with every innovation. In general, our lives are safer today than ever in the past, and I'm sure AI will make them safer tomorrow. The AI Act establishes the guardrails for AI development, but it does not and must not stand its path. It gives guidance and limits, but it does not and must not tie the hands of our companies. Europe must not miss this opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, dear colleague. Colleagues, we have received a lot of requests for Catch the Eye, but we have foreseen only 5 minutes and we are running late. So I decided to pick 5 speakers from the different political groups. Every political group will only have one speaker, and each of them will have 1 minute. And we start with Maria da Graça Carvalho.
Mr. President, Commissioner, colleagues, the European regulation on artificial intelligence is something which is unique in the world. It's based on powerful moral principles and transparency. With this legislation, we can unlock the huge potential of AI with more confidence, but we need to create an ecosystem which will help us use it properly. At the moment, AI factories, as they're known, have the initiative. This means that supercomputers dealing with AI applications will be ruling the roost as far as the relevant powers are concerned. Let's hope that during the time we've got left in this Parliament that we'll approve another initiative. This is very significant to make certain that Europe is in the front line as artificial intelligence. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much. I give the floor for 1 minute to Juan Fernandez López Aguilar. Thank you. Mr. President, Commissioner, with this AI law, the European Union is at the vanguard in the world and dealing with such a difficult subject such as the preventive attacks launched by big tech, establishing a risk assessment system with indiscriminate biological recognition or predictive policing. This is a violation of fundamental rights. We need to assess fundamental rights with transparency rules, preventing defects without properly accounting for those, or providing protection with regard to the use of generative intelligence without taking into account copyright, with a governance model with an Office for Artificial Intelligence, which is the first step of an agency in order to take the necessary action. We will only then be able to make the necessary progress. Now I give the floor to our colleague Castaldo.
Grazie, caro Presidente.
Thank you so much, Honourable President, colleagues. With tomorrow's vote, we will be showing the world that we're protecting citizens, that we're promoting efficient standards at global level. Thanks to the approach based on risk and the intelligent measures such as sandbox, we leave space to innovation, and we're fighting we're striding forwards in this revolution. Look at the many steps we will be seeing progress in the area of rare diseases, medicine, agriculture, improving productivity and achieving green objectives. We will also be protecting ourselves from the more dangerous uses of artificial intelligence, which undermine the fundamental rights of the Union. For instance, protection of more vulnerable groups, and a contrast to deep fake. We in Europe clearly show that we're prepared to focus on technological progress, but at the same time protecting European citizens with our value, with our freedom at the very core of human life. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. Patrick Breyer now has the floor. Mr. President, Commissioner, imagine a Europe where someone is sought, but everyone is under surveillance everywhere with unreliable, intimidating technology, scanning our faces, and you can always be detained on the basis of confusion. Europe where any remarkable behavior is automatically notified to the police, or where in discussions with officials you are under surveillance and consider you're not telling the truth even if you are. Is that a nightmare? None of these technologies is prohibited by this AI law. The EU wants to surpass China technology, and also in terms of its politics. Instead of protecting, it is only worsening the situation. So we say no to a life of constant surveillance and constant fear, which allows constant surveillance, or policies like those of Friedrich Merz. We say yes to a right to freedom in our private lives and diversity. For a future of freedom, we must fight. That is the right that we have. Thank you, colleague. The last speaker is Pereira for Catch the Eye.
Thank you, President. We agree that we need clearly to define the limits and uses of artificial intelligence, but the regulation we're talking about here doesn't do that. it actually legitimises a series of practices, and there's a huge list of exceptions. There's no doubt that in our society where profit is the main driving force, we simply are opening the door to another way of exploiting workers and having huge impacts on the lives of ordinary people. People talking about the artificial intelligence and the way it can contribute to research in medicine, and it ought to be able to help democratic participation and workers' rights. But it needs to be accompanied with workers' rights measures built into it, particularly when it comes to reducing the working day, adjusting salaries, among other rights. We need to make certain that it doesn't move us backwards in societal terms at all.
Thank you very much, colleague. We will now hear back from our colleague Breton.
5 speakers, so you don't get the floor. Monsieur Breton. You want to make a point of order, so you have a point of order.
On behalf of those who sat here during the entire debate in the hope of catching the eye, and I want to say I'm not happy with the way you handled it. After Commissioner Breton spoke beyond his time, you encouraged members to speak longer than their time allotted. You said you were going to be lenient with them because you were lenient with the Commissioner. Now you decide at the end that you're only going to take 5, which in itself is disproportionate. Because if you take my group, the EPP, are 5 or 6 times bigger than the smaller group. So I think you really need to reflect on, number one, the way you deal with the debate, and secondly, the way you decide in the end how you're going to allot catch the eye. I'm not happy, and it's unfair to all of us who sat here for the entire debate and we didn't know until the very end that you were not taking us. It happens too often and we're getting sick of it. Thank you very much.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Herr Kollege.
Thank you very much, colleague. Maybe by way of an explanation, after Commissioner overstepped his time, I gave the groups more time. Indeed, I said I would do that, but I also said we were running late and we had 5 minutes for catch the eye. And it is the task of the President to decide how to distribute speaking time. And we had many colleagues who asked for the floor. I understand your dissatisfaction. I know that you have been here all the time, but so were the other colleagues. And we heard from 5 speakers during the Catch the Eye 5-minute slot on this item. Now, Commissioner Thierry Breton has the floor for 2 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci.
Thank you so much, honourable members. Ladies and gentlemen, for this debate, I would also like to welcome the presence of my colleague Veresnova. We worked a lot on this, particularly within the framework of the negotiations, which I talked about a minute ago. Well, after the Data Act approval and the AI vote, tomorrow will be an important step to structure our digital area. The next step will be to put it into practice. As you know, I'm quite convinced that this AI office will have the talent to put the AI Act into practice and also to work at worldwide level in the area of artificial intelligence. And the national authorities will also play an important role in the AI board and the scientific panel. Now, the AI office will start its work immediately after the approval, taking into account that clarity and other between this particular act and other regulations will be very well adjusted. We will also set technical specifications to the AI, high-risk AI systems. Both in Europe, and Europe will be seen as a global standard setter. Allow me to underscore the importance
of underlining that our support to innovation and startups should be done. I'm talking about the installation, experimentation, and the super European calculators and the AI factories. Our SMEs and innovators will be the best ambassadors to develop respectful systems which provide trust for citizens, for SMEs, and the world will be looking at us. Thank you. Thank you again. And I count on your support for this Artificial Intelligence Act to be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I now give the floor to the rapporteur, Brando Benifei.
Grazie Presidente. Voglio ancora...
Thank you, President. Let me thank, first of all, Mr. Tudorache once again, and all the other colleagues, the shadows from the political groups, and also you, Mr. Commissioner, for the work that you carried out during the tricky negotiations you reminded us about. We had to deal with important things like the security of the more powerful models, something we had to bear in mind with the need to provide answers for our citizens, for our European companies. It's now important that we apply all of this, as many colleagues have said, but also it'll be important for Europe in the next few years to equip itself with the requisite instruments so it be competitive on the basis of our vision of the future of AI. It means completing the Europe of capital markets. It means working on joint investment in research, sharing computing power in our supercomputers. It's also important that member states actually do their job as well. I'm thinking about the Meloni government in Italy, which has mentioned various laws and committees over and over again, but there's actually very little in terms of cash provided for AI development, and other countries, I'm sure, are in a similar situation. We need powerful stimuli here because this is a big challenge, making Europe really into the vanguard, going into the vanguard of AI development. You can only do that if we provide regulation, but also other measures are necessary too. And in coming phases, it's important we have money, but we've seen so far that when Europe is genuinely united, genuinely works together, it can actually harness the power of its own single integrated market better and provide a clear line and genuinely bring in the changes which we need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleague. And I finally give the floor to the rapporteur, Dragos Tudorache.
Thanks, dear colleagues, for this debate. A debate that raised the points that have accompanied us during our work, during the negotiations for the past 3 years. Have we found the right balance between protection and innovation? Do we have the right safeguards for the citizens against the risks that technology can bring or against the potential abuses by governments or by bad actors? Have we secured this legislation enough for the future to cater for the incredible speed with which it evolves? All of these questions, I have one answer. Absolutely yes. And we should feel proud that the answer is yes because of the work that this House has done. We introduced enablers for business and innovation. We introduced additional safeguards against indiscriminate massive surveillance. We introduced additional prohibitions and high risks on democracy, on elections, on migration, or border management. So I look forward to our vote tomorrow. Let's make history together. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege. Die Aussprache.
Thank you, colleagues. This concludes the debate, and the vote will take place tomorrow. Now, the minutes of yesterday's meeting are available. Are there any objections? That is not the case. In that case, the minutes have been accepted, and this brings us to the next item on the agenda. Question time to the Commission. According to Article 137, I'd like to welcome Mrs. Jourova. Welcome to the Parliament. The question is preparedness of the EU governments to combat foreign interference, including from Russia. This will take about 60 minutes. So 1 minute for question, 2 minutes for replies. During the first round, you can put an additional question, and therefore you have 30 seconds. And the speaking time to answer the question is 2 minutes. May I point out that there is a possible additional question is only acceptable if it's very closely related to the original question and is not really a new question. If you want to put a question, I'd like to ask you to register now. You can use the button once you put your voting card in the ballot, in the voting box, you can record that you would like to take the floor. And I would like to ask you to stick to the speaking time. You may need a few minutes to record your question, so please do file your request to speak now so we can start with the first question. Thank you.
Mrs. Maidel is the
Okay. So the first question is for our colleague Eva Maidel, for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Уважаема госпожо вице-президент на Европейска...
Thank you, Chair. Dear Ms. Vice President, one of the latest studies by Eurobarometer shows that there are member states where election satisfaction is quite low. This study shows that since 2019, the satisfaction at the fairness of elections has been declining in countries like Bulgaria, the Netherlands, and more. Do you think that the decline in election fairness satisfaction is a dangerous threat and opens the door for Russian manipulation in the upcoming European elections? What is the Commission's action plan to improve trust in the election process in the European Union, especially in the context of the EU election campaign? Thank you. Благодаря. Давам думата на госпожа комисар.
Thank you very much, and also thank you for organizing this debate, because this is very topical, and I want to thank also for very strong support from Inge and Inge to committee. Now to the question. Well, indeed, also the data which we collect from different sources show that more and more citizens in the EU member states are announcing the feeling that democracy does not work for them and that they do not trust the democratic process. You asked about the solution. I would name 3 things. First of all, we organized at the European level the national network of for elections, where we discuss, among other things, how to organize free and fair elections, so the process, the technical means, also how to guarantee that the citizens will get sufficient, clear and early information about where they can cast their vote and how they get the information, additional information in case they need it. For instance, the people with different handicaps who were a little bit abandoned in the last elections, we now focus on that. The third thing is the communication we have with the European political parties and through them with national political parties. We want the elections to be free and fair in the sense of free from manipulation. And that's why I asked the political parties to resist the temptation to use the methods like deep fakes, and at the same time to use their communication to encourage the voters' activity and action. As for the deepfakes, we just had a discussion here about AI. We also required some action from the digital platforms and from the technologies, and they also committed, the biggest ones, except Twitter, or X, they committed to act against the deepfakes and hidden manipulation before the elections. The campaign has to be very transparent and free of manipulation.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do you want to ask an additional question? No? Thank you. Then the next question goes to colleague Rapini. Where is she? Over there.
Doamna comisar,
Commissioner, of course, we are debating a very important topic, the more so that we have so many elections this year. Do you believe it is important that we should care for all elections, not only European Parliament elections, because after all, local elections, national parliamentary elections, the result thereof will then have an impact upon the elections for the EP. So, if there is a foreign interference in the local elections and national and denaturates the result, the other ones will also be impacted. Can you assess to what percentage there is at this point in time foreign interference in the 27 member states? You've said a few things, but I believe that to ask them only not to resort to IA with deep fake films is not enough. Don't you think that we should have regulations that should restrict? It doesn't mean we do not have a freedom of expression, but to toughly restrict all the manipulation and deep fakes.
Thank you, Madam Grappini. I will not surprise you. I have to say that all elections matter. Of course, now with the upcoming European elections, we are focusing on them, but also we have many national, regional and local elections. And in all of these elections, the citizens expect from the politicians to be transparent, to give them a realistic plan in the campaign, and that they will not use the dirty methods, if I may say it in such a maybe too strong way. We see, in fact, three main risks: cyber attacks, foreign interference, which you mentioned, and digital manipulation or hidden manipulation, including disinformation. We addressed some of the risk already vis-à-vis Russia in the first sanctions package. So you may remember that it was a novelty in the EU, but we put on the sanctions list so-called Russian media. I say so-called because they were nothing else than the Russian military arsenal. And there were some other so-called media in the later packages. At the same time, you ask about the legislation. We have now the Digital Services Act. In combination with the Code of Practice against disinformation, it has the power, if fully implemented and enforced, it has the power to decrease the impact of disinformation, including disinformation produced abroad. You ask about the percentage of the impact. I cannot tell you. It differs state by state. And the average figure for Europe will not say anything. I have to say that our foreign adversaries, they have a special strategy for each member state. Here, of course, Russia has to be mentioned as the first place, but also we have Chinese and Iran and other activities which are influencing or trying to meddle into our electoral processes. Nothing to be neglected or underestimated, because we can see that if the failure appears in one member state, then it has impact on the whole EU. Last comment. The organisation of elections falls under the competence of the member states, but we try to be very supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, do you have an additional question? No. So the next question goes to Nathalie Loiseau.
Ça y est. S'il y a bien un domaine dans lequel l'Europe est...
If there is an area where Europe is a sieve, it's when it comes to interference from influencers. Russia is at the top of the list. Oddly enough, the RN and the AfD never denounce this, never speak out against it. They're actually in this area at the head of the smuggling networks. Europe needs to defend itself better, and it needs to equip itself with the means to do so. In the UK, in the US, in Australia, transparency is demanded for all representatives of foreign influences. I welcome this joint proposal for a directive the Commission has put forward, but I don't like the angle that's been chosen, the single market. It's meaningless. Neither our Parliament nor the Council should look at the poisoning of our democracies as just a lobbying harmonisation problem. Transparency needs to be the rule for all conduits of influence, and we need to learn to protect our citizens just as how we protect our consumers. Where are the debates in the Council going at the moment? Can we broaden this out so that we don't actually miss the target when we shoot at it here?
Madam Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Madam Loiseau. Well, I agree with you that Europe needs to defend itself better, but I want to also mention that what we hear from, for instance, United States, they will also have to do more to protect their electoral processes. I don't want to intrude into that, but I know that they are watching what European Union is doing. I mentioned some of the pieces of legislation which are based on the single market, and I will mention another one which also has the legal basis in the article on the single market, Article 114, and it's the interest representation, and this is under the Defence of Democracy package. Because we are convinced that if there are some contracts with the third country governments, with the European entities or entities. Our proposed directive seeks to achieve as big as possible transparency on these contracts and on the purpose of these contracts. This is mainly lobbying, or organizing events and influencing the political decision making in our member states. Transparency is key, and I think that we have to make a progress here. You asked concrete question about where we are in the Council. We had I think 2 debates. The last one was in the General Affairs Council, where this file belongs to. There were 3 kinds of reactions. Most of the member states said, yes, this is useful, let's work on it. Part of the member states said, we already have the register which shows the contracts and the purpose of such contracts. So Europe don't touch it. We have our own system, and we don't want this to be decreased. And then the third group of member states where there was only one member state, and we heard that this is something we should not do. So that's the dynamics in the Council. We have to continue because the Belgian presidency has a very clear and ambitious plan to have the Council decision in June.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Est-ce que vous avez une question supplémentaire? Non.
Are there any additional questions? Well, if that's not the case, let's move on to the next question. Our colleague Buczynski.
Nein, Entschuldigung. Ich habe die
I do apologize. I've made a mistake. I do apologize, colleague. The next speaker is Norman.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, wer wissen will, wie ausländische Informationen...
Colleagues, if we want to know what disinformation and manipulation looks like, well, just look at the EU database full of Putin disinformation with the single aim of dividing and weakening our society. When you scroll through this database, you can see very easily that it looks very much like what we hear from those sitting to the right. Ukrainian agriculture will ruin Polish agriculture. And some politicians like Friedrich Merz is acting as a Trojan horse when talking about social tourism on the part of Ukrainians. But what do you know about the role of right-wing extreme politicians in terms of dissemination of this kind of disinformation, and how do you plan to combat that? Thank you very much, colleague. Commissioner.
Thank you very much. You mentioned that disinformation and the attacks from Russia in information space, indeed, I agree, tries to weaken our society, but also to abuse, in fact, democracy and freedom of speech, which we protect and which we want to continue to defend in the EU. we are in the war, in the information war, in fact. So what we see is a very concrete effort of Russia to interfere into elections and to influence the public opinion of Europeans, of European people, to convince or push their politicians to stop support for Ukraine. There is a very concrete plan. It's simple. And Putin is a master in creating different strategies and different narratives for different member states. Your question was about whether there are some cooperating parties or individuals. Well, in fact, Mr. Putin needs the people, the mouse, which will speak domestic language. So he is using the willing collaborators in each member state. So they are either individuals or some parties or movements which are out of the parliaments. In some member states, we already see parliamentary parties, and unfortunately, we also see some parties which are in our member states' governments, which now do not hesitate to spread in their country, in their society, the pro-Kremlin narratives. And so this is happening through the intermediaries. And so it means that we cannot just blame Russia, but we also have to have a very strong discussion with those who obviously stand on the side of the aggressor.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Do you have an additional question? Yes.
Thank you for your answer, Madam Commissioner. Would you mind to clearly name some of these domestic perpetrators so that our citizens are very aware when they hear them speak what their message is and who stands behind those messages?
I am hesitant whether to name and shame. Yes, this is a shame, in my view. I think that it's also a moral duty now to choose the right side of the conflict and to be very clear in our position that we stand by the side of those who defend, which means Ukrainians. I hesitate whether to name the political parties which spread the narratives, because I don't want to spread their fame and create their visibility. But I think that in our member states we have political parties in the different parliaments which started to spread the narrative of Russia that it's vice versa, that it's not Russia, but it's Ukraine who started the war, and that the Ukrainians do not deserve to have any state, and they do not deserve to have sovereignty, they do not deserve to be the part of the EU. So you know very well in each member state what are the parties which are spreading these narratives. And I would like to call on the other parties and movements and individuals to have courage and counter this speech, because without using especially the digital space for telling the people the facts, I avoided the word truth. Truth has always some color, or according to many, truth is a very individual thing, but we have some objective facts which have to be defended. And this is for all those who are standing on the right side of the history, to distribute the facts so that the people can make their free choice and well-informed choice.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Nun aber ist der Kollege.
And now it is Mr. Pusinski's turn. Please, go ahead.
Szanowna Pani Komisarz, Komisja Specjalna Parlamentu Europejskiego.
Thank you, Madam. Well, the Special Committee of the European Parliament for Interference has informed us about the interference of Russia in European institutions. Russia uses different types of methods: hybrid war, disinformation, and especially on social platforms, and attacks against well, cyber attacks, for instance, and also corruption of MEPs, the purchase of certain networks and fights against governments that fight against the imperialistic policies of Putin. And that was also the case when we had the resolution against the government of the right of justice, the first government that was there to support the Ukraine. We're talking about action against the arrival of agricultural produce from the Ukraine to Poland, but this type of protest exists in other countries as well. So, Commissioner, what is your opinion?
I am not sure if I caught rightly the question. It is true that Poland was the strongest voice, especially at the beginning after the invasion of Russia to Ukraine, in the clear position or in helping the rest of Europe to take very strong position on the invasion of Russia to Ukraine. At the same time, we see that now during the war there is an issue for the farmers of the EU, and especially in the countries like Poland and Romania, Slovakia. It is a heavy situation for the farmers because they have to face problems on the market and the problem with the prices. Here we speak about the disinformation and about the manipulation of the facts. I would really like everybody to be able, or everybody who has influence on the public opinion, to be able to say the facts about this, so that, again, the people understand the situation. Because the protests against the Ukrainian crops and the transport of the Ukrainian wheat and eggs and so on, this is not the protest against the support of Ukraine, it's in its fight against Russia. But the facts about this is that Ukraine lost markets because of the war. So we wanted to create a safe zone, safe way for the crops, for the grain to get to Africa and to some other places, which failed because there were some I would say speculants who kept the crops on the territory of our member states. This has to be solved. And it cannot be solved by saying something which will just manipulate with the facts. The facts are this, and the fact is also that the farmers need help. The Polish farmers, the Slovak farmers, the Romanian farmers, the farmers in the member states who are affected by that need help, so that's why we agreed on the compensation, we agreed on some limit for the tariffs, we agreed on many different things to ease the situation. I would like us to understand the situation on the basis of the facts. It's true that the protests of farmers were surrounded by many pieces of disinformation which should be debunked.
Thank you. Do you have an additional question? Go ahead, please. 30 seconds.
Yes. Dziękuję. Pani komisarz, bardzo dziękuję za te...
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Madam. Especially when you talk about Poland, about my country, I hope that this Russian disinformation, which was at the origin of the attack prepared by the representatives of the left, has now been set aside. But now, after the European elections, the European institutions, to what extent are you prepared to hybrid attacks of Russia and attacks against governments that do not have the support of the left, especially here in this Parliament? Thank you.
Madam Commissioner?
Maybe I will surprise you, but for me, left or right, conservative or liberals, it's not the most important thing. For me, what is important is evidence-based truth, the facts. which have to be delivered to the citizens so that they understand the reality. Because we see more and more attacks against the reality or understanding of reality. We see politically motivated and produced campaigns full of disinformation. We already see the artificial intelligence being used for that. We see many different attempts to deliver the citizens the false picture of what's happening. So this is my job here, not to protect left or right, but my job here is to, first of all, protect the freedom of speech, and the second, to protect all the channels and all the actions which will result in delivery of the facts to the citizens. And I want to repeat one thing, maybe I already indicated that. We work with the principle, the opinions are subjective. They belong to each individual and they should be protected. The facts are objective. We should be able to verify them, and then the citizens, when they have the reach to the objective facts, they can make their choice also in the elections. That's why, again, in connection with the elections, we are supporting the fact-checking online. Again, no ideology, no left-right, but looking at the facts. And we are also trying to support more the independent media and public service media, because they are the ones who should be able to professionally work with the subjects and who should be able to deliver the facts to the people. I know I repeat again the word facts, but I think that if we stop recognizing the importance of the facts, we will have a destiny to live in lies. And this is what we should not want.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. We're coming now to the second round, so no additional question is possible anymore. And the first and second round is colleague Kalniete.
Thank you, Mr. President. Put, please, headphones, I will speak in Latvian. Pirms 9 mēnešiem, komisārs kundze, Eiropas parlaments...
Thank you, President. Commissioner, the Parliament voted on my report on interference of third countries in our process. We voted on long-term funding from the EU budget, on the disinformation campaign from Russia against the hybrid war on the part of Russia in their attempt to divide our society. This war has been ongoing for many years. Defending ourselves against these hybrid attacks is a question of national security, and it's a question of the security of our continent. How much money has you made available already in order to achieve the strategic goals? And in the next multi-year plan, will there be sufficient funding provided? Thank you. Commissioner, you have the floor.
Madam Kalniete, you got me to the situation when I had to admit I don't have the figures here. But I can tell you that between 2015 and today, we are increasing the budget of the External Action Service, which is dealing with the collection of data and analysis of the data of foreign interference, especially focusing on Russia through the East Stratcom Task Force, which has collected, exposed and counted over around 17,000 cases of pro-Kremlin information manipulation. And in 2023 alone, this EU versus Disinfo system reached over 20 million people via its website and social media channels. And East Stratcom Task Force alone, for example, directly engaged with well over 10,000 people last year via a number of trainings conducted by us, including to journalists, visitors, group hosted speeches given, and so on. I don't want to fill in the time after admitting that I don't have the money and the figure here, but I want to illustrate that over time between 2015, when we already were under big Russian manipulation, depicting Ukrainians as the fascists and narcomans and so on. So the campaign started, and you know it very well, already after the invasion to Crimea. We increased the number of staff in our external service. We increased the money through different programs like Horizon or these training programs. We increased also in our member states the capacities. I would say the more we go to the east of Europe, the more capacities are used or deployed to counter the Russian propaganda. And more than money and our own sources is maybe the fact that we managed by legislation to push the big digital players to take action against these well-coordinated and well-designed disinformation campaigns against our citizens or happening in our information space. And the action which the digital platforms now have to take is invaluable, because it's about hundreds of millions of euro which they have to invest in taking care of the content, in the facts, in the sense of especially fact-checking. So if you count all that, what we are doing, what we push the platforms to do, what the member states are doing, what the civil society is doing through the EDMO structures, I think that we speak about very, very big resources which are increasing over time because it has to correlate with the increased pressure from Russia, which we see every year.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Next question goes to colleague Olekas for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman. Honourable Commissioner, Europe has done a lot in order to prevent Russia's interference in the elections of European countries and their political life. However, for the third year now, the new wave of Russia's aggression in Ukraine demonstrates that it uses the various opportunities in Europe. I'd like to touch upon another issue, namely the ongoing trade and remaining investments, European investments in Russia. They allow Russia to receive income. Thanks to these investments, certain persons generate income also here in Europe. We can see that various companies that have a legal link with Russia now, they are much more favorable towards the situation in Russia. Don't you think that this legal trade and investment into Russia should be prevented even more strictly, or we should then demand that they pay a war tax because they trade with an aggressor?
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege. Frau Kommissarin, bitte.
I am afraid it is a very relevant question, but maybe not under the topic of the foreign interference and disinformation. I want to say that with every new sanction package, we are addressing more and more sectors, which is compelling or which is pushing the European businesses to stop the business they make in Russia. And the problem is not only that maybe there might be more companies or more sectors affected, but the avoidance or evasion or trying to avoid the sanctions by different means, also through the export through third countries, not directly to Russia. And this is exactly what we wanted to address by the legislation which seeks to introduce sanctions for avoiding of the sanctions. If I am not mistaken, the legislation is still in the legislative process, so this is in the making. But the story or the saga of sanctions has not finished, and we will have to react on new and new findings and new situations. You mentioned that this is legal business. Well, the legal business is still the moment when the democratic institutions declare it illegal. And so this is happening over time. Also, our member states are acting in this field, but we cannot just overnight say that the legal business has to be stopped. My personal view is that every business which is helping Russia in the war or which is making money on the horrible war and misery and catastrophe which Russians are doing in Ukraine, every such business should be stopped.
Thanks a lot, Commissioner. Next question goes to Jordi Cañas.
Gracias, Presidente. Comisario.
President, Commissioner, do you know how the Spanish government is preparing itself under Sanchez to combat Russian influence in Europe through amnesties, which is given to separatists in Catalonia, an amnesty which involves not only crimes committed, but it is an amnesty that will stop any sort of court processes or court procedures that are going on right now and involve not only Catalonia, but also Russia. So the European Union, is it going to allow for a member state to issue this type of amnesty which would rid people of any sort of prosecution whatsoever on this particular front? I do indeed hope, and I am interested in hearing what you have to say about this. What does the Commission intend to do, perhaps in the form of investigation of these judges that are implicated in this?
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I will reply now more in the capacity of the Commissioner responsible for the matters related to the rule of law. I said it several times already publicly, also after having discussions with the political representation of Spain from, let's say, both sides of the spectrum, that we are following the legislative process, which is now still ongoing in Spain. And after the legislative process on amnesty law will be finished, we will do the proper assessment, and then we will either react in case we will see that the law is in breach with the EU law, or we will not react in case this will not be the case. You know very well the method. We cannot comment on the laws or we cannot take action against the laws which fully fall under the sovereign member states' competence or which are not in breach with the EU law. So I cannot predict any result, but we are waiting for the final version. Thank you.
Kiitokset, komissaari. Ja
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And the next speaker is Vlad Georgiev. Thank you very much, Madam President. Putin is investing billions of rubles, indeed euros, in European politicians, including some who work in this chamber. We should change the rules of procedure to ensure that we can stop Putin's mouthpieces operating in this chamber. And you know what happened? I've been called a traitor by one of my colleagues from my country for trying to do this. It seems that whatever we do here, we disturb somebody. The problem is the oligarchs and other people get to hang on to their money. We can't seem to take it away. When will the European Union take their money away? That's the way that's the way to deprive them of power. What do you think, Commissioner?
Kiitokset kollega.
Thank you. Commissioner Jourova.
First of all, with every new sanctions list, we have new names there. And new names means the people who might have their properties and their money in the EU, which has to be frozen and which could be partly the proceeds of such frozen properties and money could be used for the reconstruction of Russia. So first of all, I want to say that we have to be very precise in addressing this problem by legal means, which is sanctioning the people, the oligarchs, if you want to use this word, and to be precise in blocking their properties and their proceeds. As for the representatives of this House, if I understood well, I think that absolutely key is that we achieve as much as possible transparency in how we work. And here comes the transparency register, which registers those who want to lobby us. You know, there is huge lobbying around many pieces of legislation and many political actions we are taking. So transparency, I believe that in the next mandate, you should look at, and the Commission and the Parliament and the Council should look at whether the transparency register is still fit for purpose, and maybe also to take a lesson from some cases from the past when we saw the Russian entities actively lobbying us who are involved in the legislative process. And also I have to mention the ethics body, which we are now trying to establish, because also here there will be a very strong call on transparency and on the registration of the gifts and the travels and so on. I think that this is very important. Last comment, I know I'm beyond time, but I really think that to achieve the adoption of the Defence of Democracy package and the register of the contracts with the third countries will help, because we need to know who does what for whose money. Sorry.
Kiitokset, komissaari Jourova.
Thank you, Commissioner Jourova. Barry Andrews is next.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, I have a very specific question about media blackouts in the immediate 24 hours before elections. I think you will say that this is a matter for member states, that it's a national competence, and that's probably correct. But nevertheless, I would like to hear what the Commission has to say about the vacuum that is created by the 24-hour media blackouts, the vulnerability that it creates for our democracies, where there is a ban on public discussion in the media about the election that is going to take place within 24 hours. And of course, as we heard in the last debate, artificial intelligence has the capacity to really supercharge this kind of disinformation in the 24 hours before an election. It's much harder to detect. It's in the hands of many people. And we have seen examples of it both in 2017 with the famous Macron leaks period, and also in 2020 in the US election. So my question is, do you have any plan to communicate with member states ahead of the European Parliament elections about what I consider to be a ridiculous 24-hour media blackout period?
Yes, it's a specific question. It doesn't cover the whole EU. You predicted yourself my answer that it falls under the competence of the EU member states. But indeed, we discuss with the electoral network very intensively how the campaign should look like, in the sense of phasing of rules, of the maybe stay periods, and all the discussions we had with the electoral network, but also with the experts on political marketing, tried to convince me that, in fact, the political advertising and political marketing with the access to digital platforms and social media is ongoing all the time till the last minute of before the elections. So we are discussing whether it makes sense to create some special rules for the last days before the elections, but it's for the decision of the member states. I am more now involved in discussing with the digital platforms about the need to protect, let's say, last 10 days before the elections against the deepfakes and AI production, because there might be some last-minute, I will say, military word, shrapnel, or some well-targeted weapon thrown to the information space, to the social media, which might be amplified by the artificial intelligence and which will really overflood our information space by some, as I said, well-targeted kind of disinformation. For me, it's important that the big platforms, except X, are committed to either label such production or remove, especially deepfakes, which might have the power to radically mislead the citizens and change their voting preferences. So we are discussing about the best practices, about the methods they use in some member states, but believe me, the member states are very much reluctant to receive some very concrete advice from Brussels because, again, it's their national competence.
Kiitokset. Ja sitten López Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. López Aguilar.
Thank you very much, President and Vice President. We're talking about question time here and Russian interference in democratic process. We've had many debates in this Parliament on this, and we've followed step by step what's happened in the Commission and the Council. We've seen specialist working groups, Stratcom, the Centre of Analysis to Exchange Information, the European Observatory for Digital Media, which is all about transparency and responsibility, and also the Code of Practice for Disinformation. It's all good. We have elements for analysis and diagnosis, but we need a response. If there is Russian interference in the next European elections in June 2024, what will the guarantee be for an effective response to defend the integrity and credibility of European elections? What will the sanction be for those people who interfere in democratic processes? What will the European response be to this to deter interference, foreign interference in democratic processes? Thank you.
Kiitokset ja komissaari.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. López Aguilar, this is, again, a very relevant question. We don't have many certain things in current life. One of them is climate change. And then the second thing I would mention, the almost absolute certainty that there will be foreign interference into our electoral campaigns, stronger or weaker per member state. Russia especially is the master in analyzing where to attack, which narratives, through which allies, domestic proxies, I would even say useful idiots, because they have very good mapping of the situation and they know very well where it is effective or efficient to attack through which means. As for the sanctions, we have to build it on our current legal framework. So the sanctions vis-à-vis or covering the foreign actors, yes, we can add them on the sanctions list in case we have sufficient evidence that they were the originators, the producers of the concrete campaigns. As for the sanctioning of the domestic proxies, the citizens or the entities who belong to European society, who am I to tell you? You are a lawyer, so you know very well how we can or cannot sanction the distributors of disinformation. Disinformation is mainly covered by the freedom of speech. Here I have to differentiate between hate speech, terrorism, extremism, which is a manifestly clear kind of illegal content, but disinformation requires more analysis. So disinformation which has the potential to do harm in the society, to do harm to security, or integrity of elections maybe in some member states can be sanctioned. But again, it's for the member states' authorities to apply the laws which they have in their legal framework. But the sanctionability of the amplification of the disinformation in the EU exists and, in my view, should be applied.
Kiitokset tästä ja
Thank you very much for that. Viola von Kramon-Taub-Adel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Sie haben es eben schon erwähnt, Frau Kommissarin.
As you said, Commissioner, Russian disinformation is everywhere. Television, newspapers, social media. Russia has an army of bots bigger than its army of people. They're active in Africa, South America, the Middle East, and operate out of Russia. And there are collaborators everywhere, starting with Elon Musk and all the useful idiots that you had in mind. And they help to spread this disinformation. Russia also has an army of spies and agents, and these we shouldn't underestimate. They're not only in the embassies, they're also in our state institutions in the EU. Russia also has killers and hitmen who kill the enemies of the regime in Vienna, in elsewhere. Why is it that these agents and these sleepers can continue to operate on our territory? Commissioner, you have the floor.
Yes, I agree with you that this is a serious combination of different, very dangerous things which are happening on our territory. On the army of bots, I think that we make very clear also in the AI Act and in many different things we are doing that the artificial intelligence bots, the robots, they do not have the freedom of speech. It's here for the human beings. And that's why I always speak to the digital platforms and to those who are running the digital the information space that they should approach it like that. Because if the human beings will be attacked by the army of bots and robots, we will not have any chance. And especially when they will be tasked, these AI products will be tasked to spread disinformation. This is what I call disinformation on steroids. That's why we have to protect the information space, especially before elections, against this phenomenon, and that's why I'm really glad that the digital operators are taking it seriously. But on the spies, we are, of course, following the situation in our member states. However, here I have to say that this is for the member states to react on it because it falls under the national security rank. In some member states, they are equipped in the criminal laws to address the spying as the criminal offense. In some other member states, they are more tolerant, but I regret to say that this is for the member states to take it seriously and to address it in their national legislation and in the proper action. Coming back to what you said at the beginning, I also have to say that Russia is winning the information war in Africa, in South America, in the Middle East, and that we have to accelerate our counteraction to also distribute our way of thinking and our narrative and our vision of the world, because this is serious.
Kiitokset. Ja sitten Fabio.
Thank you. Fabio Castaldo is next.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. Commissioner, with the debate developing on this particular front, we have to remember to preserve the integrity of the European Union, particularly in view of the elections in June, when a country like mine, Italy, where Salvini has undermined along with his party, the policies of the European Union as concerns Putin. What are we to do? It's quite clear that there has to be a conscious effort, an effort to work to not be undermined by this war criminal and not be undermined by this invasion. In other words, we need that level of unity and we need to work together. We need also to make clear that these voices, like those of Salvini, are unacceptable. Now, this transparency register, perhaps it has to be there for all political forces and all political entities out there. Particularly in view of the meddling that takes place on the part of third countries in an attempt to undermine European policies. People have to know who they are voting for in the end.
Komissaari, olkaa hyvä.
Thank you, Commissioner. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Castaldo. Well, I have nothing else to say, or I agree with you that we live in the times when some political forces simply abuse the uncertainty and fear of the society, and they sometimes do not hesitate to fly on the Russian propaganda. This is the reality in many member states. I'd like to say that we will not help it or change or improve the situation by lamenting that they are abusing the information space for Russian propaganda. We should ourselves be able to explain to citizens what's going on and to also explain why we need to support Ukraine. That's why what you mentioned, the unity of the member states, is absolutely key. Because for the prime ministers and for the ministers, for the national leaders, it might be more and more difficult to support Ukraine because the society is under permanent massage and permanent pressure from the Russian propaganda, which wants them to stop the support. Transparency register, well, this is a very, very important piece of work. We have it for the European institutions. I have to say that for me it was never a problem to register those who I speak to, the visitors, those who try to convince me to do this or that. And I even found it as a kind of my protection, because when you look at sometimes very, very demanding pieces of work and something, our decisions which influence big money and big things in reality, I think that we also need to say, yes, we have been lobbied by these and these entities, but at the end we decided like that. So I always was a big promoter to see to the transparency registers also at the level of the member states, because it's not only fair that we disclose who we speak to and what we do, on which basis, but it's also a good source of our own protection.
Kiitokset. Ja sitten viimeinen kysymys.
Thank you. Last question. Guy Lavocat has the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Commissioner, I'd like to go back to what Nathalie Loiseau was saying before, and on the directive that you're proposing on the risks of foreign interference, and the idea of not getting the wrong target when it comes to indirect influence. This, for me, it's not about commercial interference or financial interference or lobbying. You know, one key issue is global defense, overall defense of the European Union, of our democratic interests, of our vital interests. I ask you to move away from just a market logic and find ways to protect us from our opponents who are driven by ideology, who want to destroy who we are. Madam Commissioner, what can be done to open the scope of this directive and to focus on different types of influence? Europe is starting to wake up when it comes to its defence. It also needs to wake up when it comes to representatives, interest representatives and the threats that they represent for our democracy. Thank you.
Ja, komissaari.
Mr. Lavocat, well, I think that we are quite waken up already. And when you look at the pieces of legislation, indeed, you are right that we use the legal basis of the single market, be it Digital Services Act, be it AI Act, or the Defence of Democracy package. But at the same time, we are doing a lot of other things which seek to make us stronger in the external action field. We have very intense communication with our partners within G7, but also with the African countries, which are our partners in Indo-Pacific area. We are strong defenders of our system. We have had to defend strongly our system and democracy as the well-functioning method of governance. In COVID time, you remember the big attack from China, spreading the information in the EU that democracy cannot solve the problem like COVID. And you saw that we managed together in unity. So we have the external action. We have a lot of funding which supports our civil society, also humanitarian aid abroad. I could speak about all the things which we do to be more resilient in the economic sphere, definition of the critical infrastructure, critical raw materials, being more assertive in our trade. That there are many different things which altogether should make us stronger. But at the same time, the legislation we speak about, which you say we should not base it only on the single market, it seeks to make us stronger inside of Europe. And I insist on conviction that this legislation, when it comes into force, will make us stronger. And if it was the last question, I'd like to ask the audience, because we didn't speak about our citizens and how difficult for them is to sort out what to believe and what not. I think that we should all be aware that not everything we read online or in the social media is worth believing, and that in the future we will have to do more to increase the critical thinking and media literacy and understanding of what's going on. So this is the invitation. Rather than mentoring, we will all have to do something to be more resilient, especially against the foreign interference and disinformation. Thank you.
Paljon kiitos. Thank you. I think perhaps in the future we can have a question hour where the commissioners can ask the MEPs to have a real interaction. So thank you very much. Kiitos paljon. And now we move on. We come to the next topic. Ja puhun nyt sitten taas äidinkieltäni suomea.
And now back to Finnish. The next item on the order paper is a Commission statement, EU climate risk assessment taking urgent action to improve security and resilience in Europe. And I'm happy to see the arrival of Commissioner Hoekstra. And this enables us to begin the debate.
Thank you very much, Madam President, honourable members. First of all, let me start by extending my thanks for the work done on climate resilience and adaptation in this House in particular in the years that are behind us. Droughts, heat waves, floods have been parts of the lives of all generations, certainly also of the generations before us. But what is worrying, what is deeply worrying, is that they increase in frequency and also in terms of severity. And the science is crystal clear. The first ever European Climate Risk Assessment report published yesterday confirms this once more. Climate impact will continue to get worse before it gets better. It is inevitable and it might actually feel overwhelming. And yes, climate impacts are inevitable. But if there is a bit of a silver lining, it is probably that we can and do and should do more in terms of managing it. And that is precisely what we are setting out today in this piece of communication. We're showing how the European Union and its member states can better manage the growing climate risks. These climate risks that are claiming more and more lives and are challenging our prosperity and economic competitiveness all over Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're doing today is, if you will, a direction of travel. For the first time, we are presenting an overview of what we view as potential and possible solutions. And we already have many of the instruments available to ensure we become more climate resilient. Even in the best case of scenarios, we need to prepare for a temperature rise in Europe of at least 3 degrees. Even if we manage to limit the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees globally. But here's the good news. We do have the tools to reduce the damage caused by climate impact. And actually, of course, the first tool, and the tool we most talk about, is mitigation, reducing our emissions. Today's communication is about the other side of the equation. It is about the less talked part of climate action, which is adaptation. And what we're talking about here is building climate-resilient societies and economies. It seeks to make sure that the European Union and its member states can maintain people's livelihoods and businesses' competitiveness. And I'm absolutely convinced we can do this if we work together. It is therefore essential to have clarity on who owns the risks so that we can act effectively. Because in this way we can better prepare at EU, national, regional and also at local levels. And with the strong data that we have, and that I'm sure we will further improve in the years to come, we can effectively help our member states. We can help regional authorities and local communities to plan better. Because this communication is, if you will, very much about knowledge, it is about insight, it is about analysis and putting this into practice. Take, for example, the Galileo satellites example. In 2025, we will deploy the Galileo Emergency Warning Satellite Service. And this will imply that we will be able to allow alert messages directly to the population of areas threatened by disaster. And interestingly enough, this will even be the case when no network is available. Ladies and gentlemen, climate risks impact all sectors, from natural ecosystems, water and food, to health, economy, and clearly also infrastructure. Everything and everyone are affected by climate change. And what we need to do is limit the cost of damages and basically invest smartly. It is better to anticipate risks than to keep reacting, responding, if you will, to disasters. And just to give you a few numbers, the total economic damage of the 2021 floods in Belgium and Germany alone was roughly around 44 billion euros. And the damages in Slovenia following the floods of last year, and we've just recalibrated the number, amounted to 16% of GDP. And if you find it difficult to calibrate these numbers, let me assure you this is huge. This is truly, truly huge. And therefore the risks should not be underestimated in public budgets. Citizens, businesses, we all gain from building resilience to a changing climate. And of course this requires public and private investment to manage climate risks. And for that, we do need to make sure we explore how to better mobilize the finances available. Ladies and gentlemen, I've talked about Europe because that is the continent and the report and our communication focuses on. It is a continent as I've said before, and that is very worrying, that warms faster than any other place across the globe. But of course, climate resilience doesn't stop at our borders, and we're getting many questions from our friends from abroad. And I want to assure you that we will continue our conversations with our partners to make sure we exchange experiences and seek to help out in every way we can, also beyond our own continent. Because global action to address climate resilience in parallel with reducing emissions is simply vital for future prosperity. Honourable members, 2023 was once again the hottest year on record. This is a first call, but there will be more in the coming years, and more work needs to be done on resilience. As I said, at a European, a national, a regional, and also at a local level. We can get prepared. Managing climate risks needs to be stepped up, and we need to do it right now. It is a duty for all of us, simply to make sure that our people and our businesses of today, but also future generations, can prosper in a changing climate. Thank you very much, and I'm very much looking forward to the dialogue.
Kiitokset komissaari Hoekstra. Ja nyt sitten...
Thank you, Commissioner Hoekstra. Now for the EPP, Christian Silvio Bușoi.
Dear President, dear Commissioner Hoekstra, dear colleagues, indeed, European climate risk assessment identifies policy priorities for climate change adaptation and for climate-sensitive sectors. Shows also that societal preparedness is insufficient as policy implementation and is lagging behind the rapid increase in climate risk levels versus adaptation policy development. We have all witnessed in this mandate the shift towards addressing climate change. We have elaborated Green Deal, Fit for 55 package. You saw a strong commitment of European Parliament to do our part. We have the 2030 target and our common objective to reach climate neutrality. We even today voted the last part of Fit for 55. But sometimes we are too euphoric and sometimes too dogmatic. We need to understand that to reach these targets and maintain support from citizens, we need to work and we need adaptation policies. Ones that take into account the reality of the Union, that take into account the underdeveloped regions that are still reliant on some energy sources, to take into account, and we need to be resilient in the face of health crisis or financial crisis. We need to talk about adaptation policies that protect people and increase our competitiveness. This is the moment that we need to start to discuss on how to turn Green Deal closer to people, in the benefit of people, for a prosperous and resilient Union. And here, competitiveness is key. That's why I believe that we need an industrial deal that will complement Green Deal. I am happy to see Commissioner Hoekstra being not only determined to fight climate change, reach our strategic targets, but also understanding the challenges that we face and the need to build a real Green Deal as a deal for our citizens, but also for industrial sectors, for our autonomy and for our security. Thank you so much.
Kiitokset, kollega.
Thank you, Mr. Bușoi. Mohamed Shahim is next.
Thank you, Chair. Beste mensen, dit zijn de risico's verbonden aan klimaatverandering en die zijn niet niks.
Climate change is something very serious. And when I look at what the situation is, we can see quite clearly that it has to be dealt with on numerous different fronts. We have to have the necessary funding for that. We have the necessary structures there for that. When politicians are honest, then they'll speak about the risks that exist for Europeans on this particular front. It's not an issue of too much rain or too little rain. It's about access to drinking water, and it's conflict in Europe, conflict that could emerge as well because of lack of drinking water. So it's not an easy issue, and it's not difficult to convince people that it's necessary to act right now, and it's necessary to bear the costs of any actions that are taken right now. People have to be aware of the risks. They have to be aware of the risks on the basis of facts as well. And this is something that has to be taken seriously by right and by left. When one knows the risks, when one sees the facts behind these risks, and it's absolutely clear that measures have to be taken, that policies have to be adopted. If that doesn't take place, I simply don't understand it. People have to be protected. People need this form of protection in form of legislation to deal with climate risks that exist out there. This is the moment to do what is absolutely necessary on this ever so critical front.
And now, Soraya Rodriguez Ramos for Renew.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The first report on the EU's climate resilience is very clear. Europe is not ready for the rapid increase in climate risks that there will be. We are the continent that is warming most. This will affect our food, our ecosystems, and our water resources, and the health and future of our citizens, and even the stability of our financial system. Many of these risks are already critical, but not acting urgently and firmly could have catastrophic effects for millions of European citizens, especially in the south of Europe, from where I come. Commissioner, I ask you, I beg you, on behalf of all European citizens, it's not the time to reduce our climate ambition. It's not the time to take a step back on measures to protect the environment. We can't allow political interests of certain parties for the next elections put at risk the interest and future of upcoming generations. Thank you.
Kiitokset kollega. Ja sitten vihreiden.
Thank you very much. Now for the Greens European Free Alliance, Bas Eickhout.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and first of all, thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for your presentation and also for the communication. I think it's a good summary of the EEA report of yesterday, so that's great that the Commission has made that summary. But to be very honest, I would have expected a bit more of a political document from the Commission as a response to the EEA's report, but maybe I was having the wrong expectations. And maybe just to put down some of the key conclusions of the EEA report, Europe is one of the fastest warming continents in the world. So climate change is hitting Europe harder. What is also clear from the report is that the social and economic cohesion of Europe is at stake because it will be the most vulnerable suffering the most. And also very clear that the current policies in place are insufficient to manage almost 90% of the key risks identified. So these are all very serious conclusions from the report, so then I would expect from the Commission to reply to that. For example, on agriculture. We always come to that. Also there, the EA report is very clear that the current CAP proposals are insufficient and are making it even worse. So I'm looking forward to the communication of the Commission this Friday, when they're going to do something on the CAP revisions. But if I'm well informed, you will even simplify CAP provisions, making it even worse if we talk about what we need to do to address climate change. But maybe I'm not well informed and you can correct me, and that maybe finally the Commission will take action on CAP to make sure that it will improve the situation instead of worsen. Just a last comment. Please, Commission, if you conclude your communication by saying we will continue to work with the Member States, we need a bit more action if the concerns are that serious. Thank you.
Paljon kiitos, edustaja.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eickhout. And now for the ID Group, Silvia Sardone.
State devastando l'Europa facendo.
So we're pretending to want to save the situation, save the day. Carbon emissions in 2023, according to the International Energy Agency, have reached 37.4 million tons, those emissions, a record amount. So we have fossil fuels being spewed into the atmosphere at an incredible rate. This is the systems, environmental systems are collapsing in Europe and in the United States as well. For lack of any policy, let's put aside China, India, and those other Asian countries, if we look at what's going on there, it's millions, additional millions and millions of tons that are being emitted into the atmosphere. What can European citizens do under these particular conditions? At the same time, European families are impoverished. The situation has gotten worse over the last years as well, as far as their ability to survive under these particular circumstances. We have these restrictions that are in place, which are creating an even more dire situation for families, and at the same time, Chinese continue to spew into the atmosphere freely.
Kiitokset kollega ja sitten
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Marina Mazur for the left.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Europe is not ready to deal with the increase in climate risks there will be. There are 36 climate risks identified, and 21 of these need more action, and 8 need urgent action. We'll see fires, floods. There's a very, very long list. Heat waves as well. There's not just huge risk for biodiversity, but also for our citizens. And in this context, repeated calls for a pause in environmental regulations is completely irresponsible. It comes from the right and the far right. And this attitude is criminal because it's not the most affluent who will be affected by climate change. It's those people who have difficulty to find housing and to feed themselves. We need to protect the most vulnerable ones, and there are many of them. We need to renovate our infrastructure to adapt it to climate change. We also need to increase civil protection staff and resources as well. We need to actually meet their expectations, citizens' expectations. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Maxet Pirbakas on behalf of the non-attached.
Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, Monsieur le Commissaire.
Madam President, colleagues, we are dealing with serious natural risks, and I want to draw your attention to the overseas territories of France with our cyclones, with our volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, landslides, and so on. We're talking about small, isolated, fragile territories. These threats are existential. We don't have much in the way of capacity to adapt. We don't have the human or other resources. It is vital for proper attention to be paid to the overseas territories. The risks are specific and they need to be identified and taken into account. This means proper prevention, but not one size fits all, but tailored to the needs of the overseas territories. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Pirbakas. Now we've heard from the groups, and the next speaker is Maria de Graça Carvalho.
Dear President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, an effective climate strategy is based on 2 pillars, mitigation and adaptation. For many years, we focused our policies on mitigating the effects of the climate change. We were convinced to have enough time to avoid drastic consequences. We did not pay enough attention to the consequence that climate change was already having and the need to address them. With the Green Deal and the related legislation that we have adopted so far, the EU is leading the world in the fight against climate change, but mainly on mitigation. However, science is showing us that what we have done so far is not enough. Mitigation must continue, but we must adapt more rapidly, especially in Southern Europe, islands, coastal areas, and outmost regions. Phenomena like extreme heat waves, intensive floods, severe droughts are intensifying their frequency. We need concrete actions, bigger financial support, and coordinated approach to equip our society and prepare our ecosystem to face what is becoming unavoidable. Thank you very much.
Kiitokset kollega Carvalho.
Thank you, Ms. Carvalho. The next speaker is Ellen Fritzon.
Tack, fru talman, kommissionär högst.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Commissioner Hoekstra, climate change is something we notice more and more in our everyday lives, and we've seen lower harvests because of floods. We've also seen droughts, and we also have our forests being affected, and there are floods in our caves, and this is causing problems on the roads as well. We need to adapt to the climate. It's essential to be able to be prepared for what will happen in the future, and we need to do so now. We cannot just not do this indefinitely. We need to secure homes, also our rail networks. It's important to step up our security, our supply. We would like to continue bolster our crisis management in Europe as well. We would also like to step up investment in the rail network. We need to have cooperation focused on adapting to climate change. Without being united, how can we deal with crises? We also need to be able to cooperate to deal with the climate change crisis. This is the only way we'll be able to build a strong society to ensure cohesion in the European Union.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Emma Wiesner.
Tack, fru ordförande. Det är nu billigare att ställa om än att låta planeten värmas upp. Jag undrar.
Thank you. I do wonder what you're thinking over there, who are denying that climate change is even happening. What are you going to do with your coasts, with your farming, with insurance? It is urgent to take action. We're talking about a serious threat of a 3.5-degree increase in temperature, a rise in the threat of floods. Why are you not saying anything? Because you have to be able to choose. You have to be able to act. Either you take climate measures, or you're going to have to pay for repairing the consequences. Jutta Paulus is next.
President, Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, it's quite clear that this particular policy, in order to deal with the risks, it all has to be presented right now. The question, however, is for the Commission, why have these risks in the impact assessment, why do they play no role whatsoever in the 55% reduction by 2030, which actually is not enough? The second question to the EPP, the rapporteur from the agency has said that the ecosystem, because of climate change, is at risk. But at the same time, they are our most important ally to deal with, for example, floods and other natural disasters. But at the same time, you are not supporting them, and you don't want them to be able to work effectively. Why is that? Third, Madam von der Leyen has said that Europe will become climate neutral, that everybody ought to fight for sustainability. But 5 years later, they are trying, her party is trying to torpedo the new Green Deal. So what can we really make of all of this is the question.
Villalba. Thank you, Jorge Bucharé Villalba.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. Where is Ms. von der Leyen? Please don't be angry, but this is the most urgent issue in the world, and Ms. von der Leyen is not here. Ms. von der Leyen has put European industry and European agriculture at a huge risk in Europe. And I have spoken to many farmers, and no one looks after their water or their land like European farmers do, or mountains, woods, like they do. In Spain, farmers do not let the tap running for 1 second without calculating how much that would cost. They want Ms. von der Leyen to come out of her private jet and actually focus on what we are debating here. Farmers need to be left alone, and they don't want the production to end up in Morocco and other places. Europeans are going to rescue Europe. They're going to regain control of their lives, and we will do all we can to ensure that the devastation law is put to an end.
Thank you. Sylvia Lima is next.
So now the European Environment Agency has published a climate risk analysis. Of course, the alleged hundreds of thousands of apocalyptic climate deaths are not missing from this report either, which to me means that this EU agency simply is not legitimate, scientifically speaking. And yes, humanity's success story is based on adapting to a continuously changing climate, but no water vapor nor CO2 is the important greenhouse gas. Do you want to ban water now and neither a pre-industrial nor a prehistoric CO2 equilibrium value that would even begin to justify their focus on this trace gas in the atmosphere is something that can be taken seriously. At that point, do they actually believe that they can arrest global climate by virtue of ideology and law? Some climate protection, but not environmental protection, food security, and economic and social security are the order of the day. That's what ought to be focused on. Instead, their Green Deal climate religion, which can only be described as insane, and cannot be described in any other way, essentially, CO2 climate disciples are intellectually climbing those trees that our forefathers came down from. So I think I'd like to suggest Science Advances, an article there that makes reference to climate change. And go through that, read it, and you can take it seriously or you can just throw it into the flames. Thank you.
Thank you. Milan Uhrik is the next speaker.
Milí progresívni.
Dear progressive rainbow green colleagues, please, no more urgent actions to deal with the climate crisis. You've done enough. You've ruined Europe's farmers. You've ruined Europe's economy. The European Union is struggling. It's getting poorer. And it's not because of what China is doing or America. It's because of the nonsense coming from here, from you. Emissions quotas on cow farts, minced beetles instead of meat, banning the combustion engine, closing down power stations, and sanctions on cheap energy. A child can understand this is not going to end well. So no more. That's enough. After the elections, we need to start again, do away with the Green Deal, and start with proper environmental nature protection. Thank you.
Kiitokset. Ja sitten Frank Bogovic.
Thank you. Frank Bogovic is next.
Hvala za besedo. Thank you for the floor. I'm from Slovenia, and dear Commissioner, you mentioned Slovenia. We have been severely affected by floods in August last year, and the previous July we had fires. I'm also cultivating fruits, and the crops are very low, so I know very well that climate change is affecting our country. In Slovenia, firefighters are very active and they are solving problems, especially when a natural disaster strikes. But on the other hand, I'm well aware that Europe emits 7% of all greenhouse gas emissions, and we have reduced now emissions by 30% over the last few decades, and the global emissions went up by 35%. People in Germany are closing power plants, and they are getting actually more coal. We still have a lot of emissions in Germany. This is why I'm supporting small modular reactors, nuclear energy in general, and only with very active measures, with figures, we could do something. An ideological approach is not a solution. In 2022, China built up 100 new thermonuclear power plants. So we have to be active, and ideology might sound good, but it doesn't provide any results. Thank you.
Kiitos kollega. Ja sitten Delara.
Thank you very much. Delara Burkhardt is next.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Colleagues, imagine that from tomorrow on, you only be allowed to have a shower once a week, or water your flowers once a week, or tins in the supermarket were being rationed. Perhaps you think this would never happen. This is not a plot for a dramatic Hollywood film. What I'm telling you is how climate change will change Europe if we don't do anything about it. We can't just reduce greenhouse gases. We can already feel the effects of climate change, and we need to prepare and protect ourselves from heat waves and other forms of bad weather. This is threatening peace in the European Union and our lives as we know it. And now the right wing and the Conservatives are blocking things. It's now time to ensure that those people do not determine what happens in the next mandate of this Parliament.
Kiitokset kollega Burkhardt.
Thank you very much. Karin Karlsbro is next.
Fru talman, kommissionen, kollegor, åhörare.
Now, colleagues, Commissioner, the EU has done a lot to deal with climate change over the last years, but there's still a lot of work before us to deal with. We have to set clear targets. Now, 2050, climate neutrality is the target. We'll have to have a drop in emissions by 95% if we're to achieve that without nuclear energy. And now, climate change, of course, this is something that involves the entire planet. And with this first climate report, the forecasts are catastrophic indeed if things continue along this same line. We're speaking about floods, drought in Europe and further afield, of course. It's an issue of health. Now, let's not forget, the elections before us are climate elections, and we have to focus on this.
Per Holmgren.
And the next speaker, Per Holmgren, you have the floor.
Kiitos, fru talman, kommissionär Hoekstra.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner Hoekstra. We have hundreds of thousands of people dying across the world. The financial cost, not least for coastal protection, runs into the millions of millions. The experts, the scientists have told us clearly what lies ahead, but we see the majority in the European Parliament looking the other way. This report demonstrates that we're not succeeding in dealing with the problem. Climate change is happening faster, and it will continue to accelerate. Thank you.
Kiitokset kollega Holmgren. Ja seuraava.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Ladislav Ilčić.
Svima je jasno da promjena klime može.
Dear colleagues, it is clear to everyone that climate change can have negative consequences on humans and the way of life in Europe. But what do we do? The first thing that every person and every society naturally does is adapt. That's why common sense tells us that we should invest more in innovation to develop our technology in order that we are able to maintain the existing quality of life in new climate circumstances. Yes, we also need to reduce the negative impact on the environment, but only insofar as these efforts will not harm the fundamental levers of our society, such as the family or a well-functioning economy. A dogmatic approach, which destroys these levers in the name of a new climate religion, which gets its priorities wrong and is ideologically exclusive, is one that is unfortunately advocated by the majority in this parliament. We are to have fewer children, eat insects, limit our mobility, and reduce the living standard of European families. But this is not good for the planet, it's not good for the people. We must be responsible politicians, representatives of the people, not activists and moral panic mongers. Thank you very much.
Kiitokset kollega Ilčić. Sitten Paula Guidon.
Thank you very much. Paola Guidoni is next.
Prendiamo atto che l'emergenza climatica.
A climate emergency. Let's assume that it's there. And also if we look at the temperatures in the sea as well, there is indication of that. An issue for the elections to come. Alarmism is out there as well. Decarbonization is on the agenda. A reduction of emissions by 90% by 2040 would require considerable legislation that would have to be taken up by future parliaments. But it's questionable whether that will take place. And there's also fear, to tell the truth, on this particular front. What we have here are numerous different issues that concern production, that concern the very core of our lives as well. Now, my question is, explain to us why there is such indulgence on this particular front on the part of the Commission. We're speaking about choices that will have considerable impact for Italy and other member states as well.
Thank you. Next speaker is Henna Virkkunen.
Arvoisa puhemies.
Madam President, Commissioner, yesterday for the first time we saw a risk assessment for the whole of Europe from the European Environmental Centre. We're dealing with heat, we're dealing with wildfires, and the dangers are going to be across Europe. They will affect the environment, but also health and the economy. It is quite clear that we need efficient measures and we need to take them together. We need to slow down climate change and adapt. I'm glad that we have a Commission plan for 2040, a more technologically neutral approach. Nuclear is in as an energy source on an equal footing. Carbon capture and storage is in there. These are all technologies that can help us to slow down climate change. But there's also adaptation. We need to improve our crisis resilience, and that's part of our crisis autonomy. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has demonstrated what kind of direct and hybrid threats Europe could face in future. Member states need to coordinate and should not only act once the crisis hits. And Finland could serve as an example in this respect. Thank you, Ms. Virkkunen. And the next speaker is Javi Lopez.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President and Commissioner. This year we had the hottest February on record, and also we've seen the hottest 9 months. Records have been broken, and our object is the 1.5 degrees in the Paris Accords, obviously. And with this new climate, we need to be able to assess the impact and especially the risks. This is why we thank the European Commission for this study, which manages the risks of climate impacts. What do we need to do? We need to step up mitigation. When we had the legal background that approved during this mandate, but we also need policies to adapt, to be ready for extreme weather phenomena. We need to have water infrastructure in the face of water shortages, and we also need to adapt our financial activities and public services. What we need to do is have a European adaptation law, and we also need to add to the funds that we have, such as funds for adapting to the climate, and this is going to be a key issue for the next mandate of this Parliament.
Kiitokset kollega Lopez. Sitten Irena Joveva.
Thank you very much, and Irena Joveva is next.
Hvala.
Thank you. A horror story. This was my first thought when I read the report published yesterday by the European Environment Agency, because the reality of the current situation and the predicted future are, to put it mildly, scary. After all the scientific evidence of the deterioration of the situation in Europe, which is the continent with the fastest warming, according to the indicators, it is unwise and irresponsible to continue to allow the environment to be degraded. The natural disaster of catastrophic proportions devastated many European countries last year, sometimes in the form of extreme heat, drought, fires, or widespread rainfall and flooding. And we had floods in my country, Slovenia, as well. We'll be dealing with the consequences of this for some time to come, and we'll be paying this for many years in the future. This is reality. If we really want to ensure a sustainable future based on ensuring health, food and energy security, social and financial stability, we need to address the problem at source. We have made a start, but then we have to persevere and persevere. Thank you.
Kiitokset Irena Joveva ja sitten Michael Bloss.
Thank you very much. Michael Bloss is next.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren,
Ladies and gentlemen, the European Environmental Agency has rung the alarm. Europe is the most hit by this particular climate crisis, and it is poorly prepared. In Spain, we have farmers that find no place to cultivate their crops because there's not enough water. In Athens, Bremen, Amsterdam, and in other places, there are cities, there are areas which are threatened by floods. This is a security issue, and climate protection is the most important form of defense we have. The Green Deal has to be transformed into legislation in order to deal with the climate crisis. Our bridges, our railroads, our houses, our villages, our towns, our ecosystems have to be made robust in order to be able to deal with this climate crisis. And I'm sorry, but people like Manfred Weber call this ideology. So let's put aside this destructive approach. Climate protection is protection of humanity. Thank you.
Kiitokset kollega Bloss.
Thank you very much. And now Dorin Rockmacher.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Is this climate risk assessment report a call to action? First, let me say I'm happy that the EU made a small beginning with a risk assessment. But I'm worried about all the essential elements that are missing. This is a risk identification report rather than a risk assessment. It's very high level, very top down, like the way the EU is organized. It is far too generic to be a basis for sound policies. And yet the simple fact that it is discussed today creates a dynamic of its own, which creates risk instead of containing it. This risk assessment has to be embedded in a risk management framework, so we'll be able to choose the right strategy and policies to contain the risk we are facing. With any type of risk, the key question is whether to avoid, transfer, mitigate, or accept the risk we're facing. And this question needs an answer before we jump into the action mode. So no, this report should not be a call to action. Begrijpen voor we ingrijpen. Ik dank u wel.
Kiitokset, kollega Rockmaker ja sitten Sean.
Thank you very much. And now Sean Kelly.
The EU's climate risk assessment report is a stark warning that Europe is the fastest warming continent in the world. For the EU, this should also be seen as an opportunity. It is now clear that our decarbonisation efforts are good for our economies and good for our consumers. Across the Union, the days in which we have the most wind or the most solar on the grid are the days when electricity is cheapest. By urgently accelerating the switch to a renewable-based system, not only do we cut emissions, we also make energy cheaper, we boost European competitiveness, we drive investment into European manufacturing, and critically, we end our dependence on external energy sources. There is no country better placed to contribute to this than Ireland, with our vast renewable sources and cutting-edge electricity market that can already operate with 70% renewable at any one time. We can be the powerhouse of a decarbonised electricity grid if the right strategies are put in place. I call on the Commission to set out its ambition to deliver a fully renewable energy system as soon as possible and give the needed signals for investment to the market.
Kiitokset. Ja
Thank you. And now Pavel Marek Balt has the floor.
Drodzy koledzy,
Colleagues, the European Environment Agency report contains shocking findings, not just about rising temperatures, but also dangers to the environment, food security, access to water, the energy system and infrastructure, dangers for our economy, supply chains and jobs. We must do everything we can to stop these awful things happening. And that's why we have our environmental regulations, including restrictions on CO2 emissions. We must secure our infrastructure to make it climate resistant, including our critical infrastructure. We need to ensure access to weather insurance for farmers, property owners and companies. All of this must be done in a global partnership because we need to avoid having another wave of climate migrants, of people who have nowhere else to go. Thank you.
Kiitokset.
Thank you. Billy Keller is next.
The EU risk assessment indicates quite clearly the challenges that we face as a continent in addressing the climate change. My country, Ireland, has already declared a climate emergency, and we have to act with urgency both in terms of mitigation and also adaptation. Mitigation and ensuring that we move to carbon-free electricity generation, wind, solar and also nuclear energy across Europe as well, and that we have interconnectivity across the entire continent so that our electricity generation systems can complement each other at varying times. We also need to have this debate based on science, based on research, and ensuring that we unlock the creative innovation that's on this continent. And that can only be done with ensuring that we have investment, both public and private, to underpin the advances that will be required in the area of generation of electricity. From an Irish perspective, we have a lot of work to do in increasing the grid to ensure it has capacity to transport electricity across the island and to export it, to ensure we have investment in ports, in skill sets, and ensuring that we unlock the lethargic bureaucracy at Irish level in terms of applications for planning, and ensuring that projects get the go-ahead to ensure that we can meet our climate targets and we can complement Europe in meeting them as well.
Thank you. Grace O'Sullivan is next.
Colleagues, extreme heat, drought, wildfires and flooding are going to get worse, even under the most optimistic scenarios. The warnings in the European Environment Agency's Climate Risk Assessment Report published this week are stark. The report has been described as the last wake-up call. Are we going to listen? As climate breakdown accelerates and the risks build, the political courage and resolve of many in this Parliament wilts. When we need to do more and faster, we hear constant calls to do less. We are elected to lead, and leadership requires vision and bravery. Vision to see what's coming, bravery to tell hard truths and say no to vested interests who prioritise short-term gain over long-term common good. Let the warnings in this report be heard and heeded. Our climate is threatened, so are we. Inaction simply isn't an option. Thank you.
Kiitokset ja sitten Beata Kemp.
Thank you. Beata Kempa next.
Pani Przewodnicząca.
Madam President, Commissioner, we all want to breathe fresh air. We all want a clean environment. We want cheap energy. We can agree on that. But how do we get there? There's plenty to discuss. Global warming, I call it a climate religion. Even if we achieve this in a year, we're not going to stop it happening. There's a war in Ukraine, and people are talking about a low-emission army. How on earth do we think we're going to fight the Russian army? Franz Timmermans came up with these ideas, and now he's having to go and save his own political group. The fact is, it is going to hit people in their pockets because you don't have the resources to do this. Mercedes Bresso is next.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, President. The report reminds us of the disastrous consequences of climate change. Avoiding or reducing the consequences will require a pragmatic and realistic approach. We need greater resilience. We need a greater effort in order to create policies to meet the various demands that exist right now in order to protect ourselves from climate change and in order to reduce the consequences of climate change and reduce climate change overall. We need the necessary flexibility that will allow to bring into play all of the various aspects and to cover the various dimensions of this ever so serious issue. We need intervention. I think it's absolutely necessary to allocate the resources for that. It's absolutely essential if we're going to be able to act as quickly as possible with the necessary interventions. we have to move as quickly as possible, reducing as India and China increase emissions.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Catherine Chabot.
Thank you, Commissioner and colleagues. A year ago, our French Minister for the Ecological Transition, took a decision which I thought was very brave. And I thought, finally, that was to look at the consequences of climate change for France. He decided to bolster the adaptation plan, and this was taking into account the assumption that there would be a four-degree increase. And the IPCC experts have said with 4 degrees, we'll see 5 times more droughts and far more intense heat waves. So thank you to the Commission for this essential report. But we need action now and at all levels of government. At European level, it's essential to manage various risks at the same time. So the impact on marine environments, we need to focus on protection and also fisheries policy, protecting maritime species, and international coordination as well. I have a question for you, Commissioner. What are your proposals to deal with all of these issues in a more coordinated and efficient manner together? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Petros Kokkalis has the floor.
Thank you very much. The countries of Southern Europe are already failing on this particular front in dealing with the energy issues. We have storms, floods, and these particular phenomena are getting even worse with terrible consequences for infrastructure and for those living in these areas. There are terrible financial consequences as well. We have the increase in food prices as well. The collapse of ecosystems is turning into a terrible threat for human existence, for food security. That was written in the first report on this particular issue. So I would like to thank the European Environmental Agency, because just as Rosa Luxemburg said, there is nothing more revolutionary than saying out loud what is happening. There is nothing more immoral and unethical than impassiveness to these particular issue, or going into the ideological aspect, the right, left. It's not that. We're speaking about science here, and we have to confront this issue with courage, and we have to promote progressive solutions in order for us to be able to live in dignity in the future. And once again, coming back to Rosa Luxemburg, it is never too late. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Milan Brglez has the floor.
Thank you for the floor, Honourable Commissioner, colleagues. The EEA report on the climate risk assessment is another red signal to the policies of neglecting common climate and environmental action that is being advocated by the right wing of this hemicycle. Such irresponsible behavior is already costing us €9 billion a year because we need to repair the damage of drought, while flooding is costing us €170 billion. In the long term, there is even a risk that the lack of clean water in the EU will lead to serious conflicts. There is no doubt that water extremes are a huge threat. We have managed to create a wide range of rules to protect our waters, but we also need to ensure that other sectors will play in line with these rules. In view of the alarming forecasts, I would like to urge the Commission to adopt as soon as possible resilience plans for water resource management in the EU. Thank you.
Thank you. Jorge Cañas has the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner. Currently in Spain, in Catalonia, there are 6 million people who have severe restrictions when it comes to access to drinking water, and that's happening right now. And we need to assess the risks of climate impacts, but we need to take decisions. We're going to see more and more floods, more and more regularly, and less cyclical. The problems are real. We're not talking about future problems. These things are happening now. And 16 years ago, there was a severe drought in Catalonia. But what's happened since then? Not enough. Not enough has been done since then. If we know what the problems are, we need to ensure that measures are taken. This report is very necessary, but what's even more necessary is to have measures taken. We cannot allow public authorities, rather than solving problems, that they create them. And they need to resolve the problems. We need to have not just resilience, but we also need to have solution and access to drinking water.
Kiitokset, kollega Kania.
Thank you. And now the last speaker before Catch the Eye, Max Orville.
Commissaire.
Madam President, Commissioner, climate collapse is affecting the world as a whole. In Europe, we're seeing more and more natural disasters. The European Environment Agency on climate risks, the report on climate risks is alarming. The EU's ultra-peripheral regions are Europe's most vulnerable territories, be it in the form of rising sea levels or cyclones. The outermost regions must have a key place in the European Union's climate risk adaptation strategy. The outermost regions are also laboratories for climate solutions. There is expertise out there which could help strengthen population resilience. The Emergency Response Coordination Centre could take the outermost regions better into account with action protocols for these faraway regions. There needs to be more investment in adaptation to guarantee our green transition and to guarantee equality between Europeans. Thank you very much. Vice President Hojsík under Catch the Eye is next. Thank you. How many more human lives need to be lost? How much more economic damage needs to be done for us to start listening to the scientists? The climate crisis is out there. Adaptation would benefit everyone. But it has to be a kind of adaptation which is close to nature. Nature is part of the solution. In Slovakia, the Environment Ministry wants to do away with environmental measures and build dams instead. That's not going to help anyone. We need to make sure that we have adaptation measures that will make our cities habitable. We need to survive this climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will give the floor to the Commissioner. Please, Mr. Hoekstra, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thanks to all the members who have taken the floor to, if that is the way to phrase it, enrich this debate. There are four things I would want to share with Parliament, Madam President, if I may. And the first one is that, I of course fully acknowledge that the debate is, and every debate is, almost by definition not meant to be nuanced, and I'm also very much aware that it is campaign season. But I do feel compelled to once more state the obvious, and that is that we are facing a clear and present danger. And it manifests itself every single year and certainly every single summer. And don't take my word for it, but take the word of the citizens who experience the droughts, the floodings, every single year, and particularly every single summer again. Talk to them and listen what they require of us to do. Secondly, and that is the bit of good news, there is something we can do about it. We need to do much more in the domain of mitigation, and clearly we need to bridge that with a just transition and with enabling competitiveness. And we spend a lot of time also in the conversations we're having here on mitigation. But adaptation is, if you will, underappreciated, underdeveloped, and there's something we can do about it. It touches upon the concrete and the here and the now, and I would hope that we will be able to unite on doing more on this particular part of the equation. Third, and I'm saying that to those who might have expected even more concreteness and even more actions in this plan. Is this communication the end of it? Is it the beginning of the end? No, clearly it isn't. It is at best the end of the beginning on our quest against adaptation. It is a direction of travel, it is not an implementation plan, and what we do is we highlight what we feel is necessary in terms of the governance, in terms of the tools, in terms of the policies, and in terms of the financing. And I feel that at this stage, given where we stand, this is absolutely the right way forward. Will it be back? Absolutely. And I would be the first to advocate that there should be paid more attention by the next Commission also to the domain of adaptation. Fourth and finally, let me get to one specific point that Catherine Chabot, who, by the way, I admire from all she did in her previous walks of life, which she asked, because she basically said, okay, out of all these things that are in here, what would you, what would I, what would the Commission think is most effective, most actionable? And I think the fair answer to it, and the first part of my answer would be that in order to really judge that, I would want to have the dialogue with the member states, because in the end, you know, they are the best judges of what they can most easily copy, implement, and use together. But if I were now to articulate what the Union could do, I would probably go for the fourth pillar, which is mainstreaming the financing we do through the RRF, through cohesion money, and through all the money we're going to spend, and make sure that every single euro we're going to spend in the future is actually climate proof. If that is something we would do, it would matter a lot in terms of resilience going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And with these words, the debate is closed. And we're coming to our next item on the agenda, which is the report of Javier Moreno Sanchez, the single application procedure for a single permit for third country nationals to reside and work in the territory of a member state, and on a common set of rights for third country workers legally residing in a member state, the recast. So I will give the floor to the rapporteur and use also the opportunity to wish him an excellent birthday as he decides to celebrate his birthday with the presentation of his report. So please, the floor is yours.
Happy birthday.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Commissioner, members, the common migration policy is an issue which remains pending for the European Union, but we are making progress. After years of negotiations between the Council and this Parliament on the Asylum and Migration Pact, we have managed to make progress, but not enough, because we need a global approach which covers all areas, a holistic approach, not just dealing with irregular migration. We need a European mechanism for search and rescue at sea, respecting fundamental rights, but we also need to have consistency between different instruments for regular migration and fully integrate foreign workers into our societies. And this needs to be done in cooperation with host countries of origin. And this is the only way that we will overcome this issue. Because we should not forget that conflicts and humanitarian crises and the consequences of climate change will continue affecting people, and they will continue to push them to look for better opportunities elsewhere. In this regard, I'd like to be very clear about those, especially the far right, who are increasing and fomenting hate about migrants and focus on the issue of irregular migration. Regular migration is the best tool to combat irregular migration and human trafficking. It's therefore positive and necessary. It's necessary because demographic trends show that the population of the EU is decreasing and aging rapidly. As we saw in the pandemic, in healthcare, in the food industry and the transport sector, many sectors depend on the availability and presence of migrant workers. It's positive as well because migrants represent social benefit for our countries and a financial benefit as well. The European Union needs to be able to provide a joint framework in the EU based on trust between member states and conviction, as Ms. Johansson said, in a normal EU policy. In this mandate, we have moved in the right direction with the reform of the blue card, and the long stay directive, which is still needs to be reviewed, and of course the directive that we are debating here today in this House. This single permit for residence and work, we need to be more effective. The first achievement was the fact that we managed to improve it. It seems obvious, but with the far right, which does not recognise the reality, it's not easy to join our efforts to make achievements to ensure we have safe, regular migration. I'd like to thank the shadow rapporteurs, therefore, for their commitment and their work. I'd like to thank the Commission for their constructive vision in trilogues, and also the Spanish Presidency for their effort in bringing this file forward, and all of the technical teams in the three institutions for their work and their dedication during these very intense months. The second achievement was to have a simpler and quicker process to obtain this single permit. As we did with the blue card, we put a specific deadline of 90 days in place for the process, and this was compared to 120 now. This will reduce administrative costs, and citizens will be able to have clear deadlines. This makes it more attractive for everybody. We've also ensured equal treatment for migrants by strengthening their rights, protection against abuse, and also access to private housing. That way, we are not only preventing and avoiding labour exploitation, but we're also focusing on a social good. And there's also something else which will help to speed up the labour market and avoid exploitation and abuse. We've also ensured that countries in the EU and countries of origin can also deal with this application process. We had this also a 6-month period so that while people are unemployed, so people can find a new job, especially if there are abusive conditions at work. And to conclude, we need to ensure that more visibility is given to the single permit and other instruments of regular migration. Therefore, I ask the Commission and Member States to focus on information campaigns in EU and countries of origin, because this is the only way that we will have a situation where we all know what is happening, so that migrants can arrive legally, and the employers here can find the workers that they need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'll give the floor on behalf of the Committee on Employment and Social Affairs to Agnes Jongerius.
Thanks. And first things first, so happy birthday to Javier. I think this is indeed a special moment, and I hope you enjoy your evening later on. Voorzitter, commissaris, ik knok in dit parlement al 10 jaar voor gelijke rechten voor alle werknemers. Het recht op vrij verkeer.
So 10 years now. Very important, of course, for people, for employed individuals to have this particular type of security, but also to protect them from any sort of exploitation as well. There are individuals who are poorly paid. There is individuals that simply are not treated fairly within the particular system because of their status. So once again, with a proper system of work permits, of residence permits, we hope to be able to rectify the situation. We don't want to establish a kind of underclass, and we want to get rid of what's there, or the vestiges of, if you like, such an underclass. So it is something that has to be properly controlled by the member states. We have to have adherence to a new set of legislations, and this legislation will come in the form of this single permit for third countries. Thank you.
And now we'll give the floor to the Commissioner responsible, Ylva Johansson, please.
Thank you, President, honourable members. I would like to start by thanking the Parliament, the rapporteurs, the shadows, but also the Spanish presidency, the Belgian presidency for all their work on this file. And I especially congratulate Javier Moreno Sanchez and Agnes Jongerius for this important achievement. That will help Europe attract the talent we need, building on all we have done this mandate, such as the agreement on the revision of the Blue Card, which fully applies since last year, making it easier to recruit highly skilled talent. To increase opportunities for regular migration, we need to decrease irregular migration, and for that we need to counter smugglers, step up on returns. And we need the Pact on Migration and Asylum. In December, you reached a historic agreement with the Council. The Pact will give us a solid foundation to protect people and to protect the external borders in a comprehensive, integrated and European way. The Pact also recognized the need for regular migration. 74% of small and medium-sized companies tell us they cannot find the people with the skills they need. Europe needs people of all skills, not only doctors and software developers. We also need bricklayers, carpenters, truck drivers, nurses, electricians, cooks, bus drivers, and many, many others. We need skilled people to support the green transition and the digital revolution. The need will only increase as Europe gets older. Europe's working age population will drop by about 1 million people per year due to demographic change. The old age dependency ratio is getting worse. Today, 3 working people support 1 pensioner. In 2050, it will be 2 to 1. First, reskilling and upskilling is an important part of the solution. And we need to be more inclusive. We need more older people and women to work and work full-time. We need to make it easy for people with disabilities to work. We need to give young people opportunities to enter into the labour market quicker. But this won't solve all our challenges. We also need well-managed regular migration in the framework offered by the Pact. And that's why this agreement on the Single Permit Directive is so important. And today is a moment for celebration for the Single Permit Directive, but also to celebrate Xavier. A combined permit for residence and work, the new and improved Single Permit Directive offers better safeguards for migrant workers and better protects them from labour exploitation. The new Single Permit Directive will help us attract the skilled workforce we so desperately need in the EU. So today, once more, my warm congratulations on this achievement, and for the next month, I call on you to vote for the Pact. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. We continue with the speakers on behalf of the political group, starting with EPP and Lena Dupont. Please.
Sehr geehrte Frau Präsidentin.
Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues, energy security, digitalization, difficult economic years ahead. We need to roll back regulation and concentrate on what has made the single market a success. We have a shortage of skilled labour, and it is going to get worse. Every fifth person is over 65 in the EU, and we need an answer to that problem. There are three things that were important to us. The labour market, the member state decision on status. We're concentrating on more efficient procedures, ambitious deadlines which allow flexibility for the member states when they're justified. There are rights for the third country nationals. There's also provisions for change of employer, and this is a new balance between companies, applicants, and the member states. There will be more instruments with the negotiations ahead. We have the talent pool and cooperation with third countries on talent partnerships. It needs to be coordinated. And the United States, Canada, and Australia are still ahead of us, but with the agreement that's been reached, we're catching up. I'd like to thank the shadow rapporteurs and the support teams and everybody who's worked very hard towards this agreement. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Our next speaker for the S&D group is Gabi Bischoff, please.
Danke, Frau Vorsitzende.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Commissioner, to do something good and talk about it, I think it's good that we are hearing from different political groups that we have really made progress to bring about this single permit. Wherever I go in my country, people and business owners talk about a workers' shortage, and we need employees from third countries, but we also need to have a secure environment for that. And it's good, therefore, in this regulation that we can protect people from exploitation. But that's not enough. We need to increase acceptance of migration of employees from third countries. And to do that, we need to ensure that we have good regulations for all employees. And this is why the single permit is one element of a European migration and integration policy which protects all workers' rights.
And now it's a pleasure to give the floor to my Vice President colleague, Jan-Christoph Oetjen, for the Renew Group, please.
Frau Präsidentin, Frau Kommissarin.
Commissioner, President, colleagues, and Rapporteur, we have to go away from irregular migration and move in the direction of regular migration. That's the new pact for migration, and that's the point behind it, to reduce illegal migration, but to create a framework that would allow for regular migration and facilitate it. With this dossier that we have before us today and that we're going to vote on, we established the legal framework for individuals to come into the European Union, allow for work permits. Indeed, our companies are looking for work for qualified individuals to employ, and thus we can facilitate this movement of people to the European Union, qualified individuals, in order to serve our enterprises. So we need a flexible system that facilitates, for example, a change in sector if an individual comes from outside of the European Union into the European Union, that there is that necessary in there to allow for those individuals to be able to move from sector to sector. And this facilitates movement to the European Union and within the European Union for qualified individuals. Thank you very much.
The floor goes to Tineke Strik for the Greens.
Chair, Commissioner, the Single Permit Directive is mutually beneficial.
both for migrants who seek safe and legal pathways into the EU and for the EU wishing to attract skills and talent to its workforce. But in order for this law to be truly a win-win situation, we must ensure that migrants don't end up as a loser. Too often they are trapped in horrible situations of dependency and exploitation by shady employers. We now break this chokehold of abusive employers and we empower the workers to enable them to change course. Single permit holders will have stronger rights, including a new right to change employer. They will be entitled to legal stay during unemployment, and with 3 months extra for victims of violations or exploitation. I prefer to have more improvements, I must admit that, but I'm glad with our achievement. This recast proves that with the right political will, the EU is capable of adopting progressive and human rights-centred laws on migration. And that's also thanks to both of the rapporteurs and their staff and secretariat and to the Commission. So Javier, happy birthday, you deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you. And now for the ECR group, Angel Czamacki, please.
Благодаря ви, госпожо председател.
Thank you very much, President.
Благодаря ви, госпожо комисар.
Thank you, Commissioner, that you're using headphones because you will need them. In your proposal for this single directive on the procedure for third country nationals, there is a certain logic. This is true. But we're talking about the proposal that is related to the Migration Pact, and this is a problem because whatever you do, you're trying to make illegal migration legal. We will not allow this. In Sofia right now, there is a protest against illegal migration. There was the 8th of March a couple of days ago, and there were several attacks done by illegal migrants against girls in Sofia. So these people will not bring prosperity. They will not become engineers or doctors. They do not come in to adapt. They have other reasons to come in. So you have to kind of see through what they're doing. Whatever policy you write, this is not the way. This is not the right way. EPP, Mrs. Merkel, this was not the right way. All of them were a failure. They brought millions of illegal migrants. They bring their own culture. They bring their behavior, their civilization quite different, and they try to change us. You say that we should solve the demographic crisis. We cannot do this with people outside of this continent. At least this is what we think, and it's quite the opposite of what you think. I think we should preserve our culture, our civilization, our way of life, and I think, Commissioner, you should see through all of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now for the ID group.
Grazie.
Thank you. The Commissioner has said that in Europe we need low-cost skilled workers. In another period where hypocrisy didn't prevail, these people would be called slaves. So now we're speaking about legal migration for skilled individuals, but we have to take into consideration those others that come along as well. So looking very carefully at the demographics in Europe, we have to be quite critical and quite analytical as well as far as what should be allowed and what ought not be allowed. The double crisis, the demographic and the employment crisis, in other words, the fact that we don't have enough people, once again, we have to work on this in a very, very careful and be quite reticent as well as far as what sort of labor policies we adopt and what sort of migration policies we adopt as well. Particularly in countries like Italy, where migratory waves have swept into the countries and created terrible difficulties, it's absolutely clear that we need proper harmonization. There may be space for skilled labor legal migration if it is closely regulated, but it's not clear that this will happen, particularly if the Commission continues along the same path that is initiated, essentially without proper care.
Arvanitis is our next speaker for the left group, please.
Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ.
Thank you very much. Commissioner President, at the end of this term, I must say that this particular portfolio was a success for us, for the left, because we participated in it, we added our 2 cents into it, and we are indeed proud of that at the end of this particular term. And I would like to thank the rapporteur, particularly Javier, and all others. May he always be healthy, may all be well, may he continue to struggle for the benefit of individuals. My birthday is on the 9th of June, and I hope indeed that my birthday will come along with good news as everybody's birthday. Now, with this particular possibility of a single permit, we touch upon the lives of people, having positive consequences for the quotidian lives of migrants in our countries, and also the time frames that have been established will be harmonized, and this is something very, very positive. It will secure their rights, particularly as concerns their employment situation and their right to housing and to unemployment benefits. Yes, we made their lives easier, and our Europe means bringing together. It means a synthesis. And indeed, we did have a synthesis. We worked in a concerted fashion, the various groups representing democratic forces. The agreement on migration and asylum is totally contrary to our approach. In other words, what it does is create countries which are countries which incarcerate and not countries which provide opportunities for individuals. Thank you.
Very much. Now we'll give the floor to Lefteris Nikolaou Alavanos. Please.
Thank you. The reactionary EU strategy for migration and refugees means repression and suppression at our borders, and also exacerbates the situation of individuals who have come to the European Union, migrants. It also creates a situation where there are unfair employment situations, and this is something we've seen in Greece as well. The New Democracy Party has created essentially a kind of slave market